Chapter 1126, The Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower's Use. In the deep, murky expanse of space, the Silver Spectre flew rapidly. Its destination? Guard 83 star system. Only after Fukin had taken a shower in his room and applied the medication Xia Fei provided for him did he make his way toward the command deck. Though Fukin was knowledgeable about food supplements, those were ultimately stuff that conditioned the body. When treating internal injuries, Xia Fei's medication still worked the best, which was why Fukin did not reject his treatment. "Are you still hung up on it?" Wraith poked his head out stealthily and asked softly. Fukin sighed. "How could I not? The decline of the unrestricted spiritualists is right before my eyes, so who knows what the situation will be like over the next few days. The fact that Shu Yuhi dared to declare the dark spiritualists' comeback means that he must have something powerful backing him." After a pause, Fukin asked out of curiosity, "Why do you seem like you have something on your mind as well?" Wraith replied in a grave voice, "Yes. Xia Fei seems to harbor animosity toward me. I think he'll likely look for a chance to eliminate me." Fukin was first startled but soon chuckled. "Wraith, oh, Wraith. What can I say about this? To think you'd actually be afraid of Xia Fei making a move on you. If I must say, that's truly very uncharacteristic of you, based on all the time we've spent together." Wraith ignored his comment. "I won't deny it. I've never seen anyone quite like Xia Fei. He's too vicious, and if he really intends to harm me, I'm afraid that it'll only be a matter of time before he does, and when he does, no one will be able to stop him. Why don't you just accept Xia Fei into your sect? If you wish to re-establish the unrestricted again, it won't be enough with just you alone, and it'll be even more impossible with those disciples and sect brothers of yours. You need to inject some fresh blood in it, someone powerful and with great potential as well. Xia Fei fulfills this role perfectly. You saw it for yourself, even Shu Yuhi was driven to desperation by Xia Fei. No one can compare to the combat awareness and craziness he shows toward his enemies." Fukin smiled as he muttered, "You're right. Xia Fei is very special. It's just that, by accepting him into the sect, I'll be sending my sect brothers to their graves. There's no way that Xia Fei will let those people continue living." Wraith remained silent. The issue here was in how Xia Fei dealt with problems. Fukin, who was sentimental, did not wish to have a fallout with his sect brothers and disciples. Assuming that he went ahead and accepted Xia Fei, someone who would retaliate even for the slightest offense, there was definitely no doubt that he would clash with them. In fact, Xia Fei would not just clash with those people, he would even do everything he could to kill them. He was not someone who could accept his enemies staying alive, so if any foe still existed, he would never stop striving to kill them. Just as he was contemplating this, Fukin found himself already in the command deck, and here he saw Xia Fei fiddling rather happily with a circular black plate. It was none other than that dark gem gathering spirit tower that Shu Yuhi had left behind. Fukin was momentarily stunned and quickly approached to ask, "What are you doing?" Xia Fei turned around and glanced at Fukin before happily saying, "Shu Yuhi left this good stuff when he fled. This is really good and of great use." Fukin somewhat nervously asked, "Do you know what it is?" "Yeah," Xia Fei nodded and replied, "I know what it is and what it does. It's energy. Right now, I'm placing this pyramid-shaped black gem into the Silver Spectre, and after this, I'll never have to worry about the lack of energy when it comes to this warship." Fukin was stunned after hearing that. The expression he had was strange. Only Xia Fei and his whimsical thoughts could come up with something like using the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower as a warship's energy source. It was an absolute waste of a treasure. "Radix, try going at 100% speed," Xia Fei ordered. "Okay. Watch me go." Radix shouted in the affirmative, piloting the Silver Spectre forward at top speed. The ship gradually began to shudder. The plume created by the propulsion system was even greater than volcanic eruption by at least 1,000-fold. Anyone unaware of the situation and saw this scene would most likely believe that the fume had come from a super warship even larger than the Death Star. No one could imagine that a single cruiser could produce such a sight as it pierced through the silence of space. "Yes, not bad. The energy is stable. Increase speed to 105%. I want to see the limit of what this weird energy stone can muster for this ship." Xia Fei continued to order. Warship was one of Xia Fei's interests, and at this moment, he looked nothing like the decisive killer that he was but rather a somewhat inquisitive individual, who found joy in figuring out how well this high-speed warship could perform. Xia Fei's truly someone hard to fathom, Wraith softly whispered into Fukin's ear. Command deck. Ever since Xia Fei made the ship mess inaccessible, Fukin had changed to settling his meals and drinking his tea in the command deck. Fortunately, Xia Fei had not touched Fukin's room, or else he would be absolutely annoyed to death by the various connecting cables and devices. Xia Fei was also enjoying tea at this time as he sat beside Fukin. Okay, I'm more or less done with my tests and experiments. Engage the cruise setting and head back as soon as possible, Xia Fei instructed Radix. Turning around, Xia Fei revealed a harmless smile as he asked in a low voice, your exclusive soul servant isn't normal. Where did you find him? Hiding in Fukin's bracelet, Wraith felt his heart seize. Sure enough, the topic had very quickly shifted over to him. Wraith could still feel, vividly and hauntingly, the undisguised killing intent Xia Fei had shot at him that time. Xia Fei was different from the average warriors. His killing intent felt even firmer, with no room for negotiations. In fact, it was a feeling that Wraith found somewhat unbearable. Fukin chuckled. Why? You saw that soul servant of mine? Xia Fei shook his head and spoke honestly. I didn't really get a good look at him because of the distance, and he was in that dark cloud-like state, but I felt the restlessness in his heart. It was almost like... Almost like what? Fukin asked. Xia Fei scratched his head and took a sip of tea. Forget it. Since he's your exclusive soul servant, I won't really do anything to him, provided that he doesn't provoke me. Fukin shook his head. What Xia Fei had just insinuated was as clear as day. He was only letting off Wraith on Fukin's account, but if a day came when he was no longer around, Xia Fei would not hesitate to extinguish Wraith's soul. Looks like I'll really have to explain Wraith's issue to Xia Fei soon, Fukin thought to himself. Who was that Shu Yuhi, anyway? He took Xiao Xiao and that fiendish blade with him, as if both are very important to him. Also, that seventh young master Xiao seems like someone with quite the background. I'm worried that the Xiao clan will eventually seek me for him. Xia Fei changed the topic. Fukin answered, Shu Yuhi represents the dark spiritualists. There are many different spiritualist lineages. For instance, I am an unrestricted, while you are both an unrestricted and a spiritualist of healing. As for Shu Yuhi, he's a spiritualist of devouring, just like your fiendish blade. The only difference is that a spiritualist of devouring has the unique ability to forge draining soul weapons, while your nirvana was created by you through sheer luck, making it unconventional. You should already know that after the previous fight. Xia Fei nodded in agreement. Indeed, I more or less have a good grasp of this. Weapons that can drain are very powerful, and they're even anathema to energy types. They're very troublesome to deal with, even Furball had trouble exerting his full combat strength when pitted against that draining weapon. It'll hardly be beneficial to anyone if soul weapons like that become plentiful, even more so if more warriors start wielding such weapons. Fukin appeared fairly worried as he expanded on that point. You're right, for those with devouring abilities seek to absorb others to strengthen themselves, enjoying such benefits that others can hardly imagine. Shu Yuhi's parting words were his intention to re-establish the dark spiritualist lineage. That's something I don't wish to see happen. The moment dark spiritualists make a comeback, plenty of warriors will be won over to join their side. There aren't enough soul weapons in the Alpha universe to begin with, leaving many warriors out there without one to call their own. Though dark soul weapons are unpredictable and often result in the tragic death of their owners, I'm afraid that that's not enough to deter some people from approaching the dark spiritualists so that they can get their hands on dark soul weapons. If the dark spiritualist lineage becomes the prevailing power, then I'm afraid that they'll be causing yet another tumultuous wave in the universe. Fukin sighed. Lifting his head, Fukin unexpectedly found Xia Fei laughing. He had no idea why Xia Fei appeared to be in an extremely cheery mood today, not in the least bit concerned with the dark spiritualists and the potential calamity that they present. What are you laughing about? Fukin asked, curious. I'm just really happy today. What are you happy for? By my calculations, little Goldie with my news should have arrived in the Lore Realm. What about it? Why are you so happy about that? Fukin could not understand Xia Fei's thoughts at all. Right now, Xia Fei radiated with pure happiness, completely lacking even a drop of killing intent. Xia Fei scratched his head and commented lightly, don't ask so many questions. The point is that it's a good thing, and when it's time, I'll of course tell you about it. Fukin shrugged. Seeing how excited Xia Fei looked, his heart weighed heavily with doubt. Did Xia Fei perhaps discover the secret behind the dark gem spirit gathering tower? Fukin frowned as he wondered about this inwardly. An entire universe away, on Earth, the only home that Xiafei recognized. The care Xiafei and his quantum holdings had bestowed upon Earth could be considered one of a kind across all universes, known and unknown. In the span of a few years, this once insignificant small rock had become a planet that countless people looked forward to visiting. Forget the Pan-Human Alliance's inhabitants, even elite warriors from the Lore Realm dreamed of taking a trip over to Earth at least once. It could not be helped. After all, Earth had been reconstructed by quantum holdings to the ridiculous point. Aside from retaining its classic atmosphere and natural topographies, the people on the planet practically lived their lives as if they were in heaven. Any pure Earthlings were now even considered of noble birth, able to enjoy the various benefits that quantum holdings provided. From birth till death, they never had to worry about anything. Besides, Earth was Xiafei's original home, and he was now very famous. Who in the entire universe did not know of Xiafei's name? In fact, even the gods above would feel envious at the very mention of it. All the warriors from the Lore Realm wanted to visit and soak in that deified air. Who knew? Maybe they could become a super war god, who could sweep half the universe in a storm, just like Xiafei. Hangzhou, by the West Lake. Avril and Xiao Yu strolled along a small path by the lakeside. By their side were Avril's father and grandfather. The family had gathered on Earth, saying that they were taking a holiday together, but everyone knew that it was because Avril missed Xiafei dearly. Seriously, if you can't take it, then stop waiting. That rascal hasn't even sent a single letter after leaving for such a long time, why are you still waiting for him? Avril's father, Newman, sighed as he asked. You can't keep being ignored like this, Avril's grandfather Ernst chimed in. Our girl, Avril, isn't someone no one will seek after, either. Her suitors could line up the streets for 3,000 miles, yet she's happy to keep waiting for Xiafei. What a waste! Avril was slightly surprised. Her eyes blurred as she stared at the pavement, her 10 slender fingers clasped together restlessly, her entire person absent-minded. Chapter 1127, Xiafei's Engagement. Avril was very quiet. She carefully looked around her, taking in this place that Xiafei was born and had once lived. Avril's father and grandfather had nagged the entire trip here, highlighting all the unfairness Xiafei had inflicted upon her. They did not mean that Xiafei was bad for Avril. After all, anyone could see that the man had done plenty of things for her. In fact, even her life had been saved by him. It was just that Xiafei had too many bad habits, such as always getting into trouble wherever he went and randomly disappearing for long periods of time. Precisely because Xiafei was always in trouble that he had not much time to accompany Avril. Most of the time, she would be living her life alone, and that was why her father and grandfather had plenty of complaints about him. Xiafei is someone destined for great things, so how can he always stay by my side? Avril seemed to be in a rather good mood, holding a bag of chestnut candies in her hand and munching on them one by one as she spoke. It's already like this, yet you're still defending him. Avril's father Newman felt crossed. He's the hero of our universe and an undefeatable war god, but so what? You're not getting any younger, you can't just spend the rest of your life always waiting for him to come home. A year or two is fine, but what about a decade? Maybe even decades. Just why must he always make you wait foolishly without any bit of contact from him at all? Xiao Yu stuck out her tongue cheekily from the side. After all their chatter, the two still came back to the issue of marriage. This was something that they had not stopped nagging all these years, yet Avril had no desire to distract Xiafei, and so she had never mentioned this to him whenever they were together. Women would wish to get married sooner or later when they got older, and Ernst and Newman had long been ready with their dowry. All of them had been waiting for Xiafei to mention the word marriage, yet the man went from the Pan-Human Alliance to the Lore Realm and later returned from it, only to leave the universe entirely. Newman and Ernst felt that there was no sense of safety in Avril being with Xiafei. There were people who fought, but who else fought so desperately like Xiafei? It was practically endless. Xiao Yu, someone's fishing over there, let's take a look. Not wanting to hear her father and grandfather's grumbling anymore, Avril ran off with Xiao Yu in tow. She stood by the lakeside and leaned on the railings with her 2 hands propping up her head as she contemplated. She was not at all interested in the people fishing nearby. The well-behaved Xiao Yu did not say a word. She knew that it was not that Avril had not thought of all those problems, rather, she did not wish to become a burden to Xiafei. Though she would openly say that she did not care about such things, how could any woman just leave it as it was? So many girls had been planning their own big wedding since they were very little, how could Avril be any different? Avril and her family ended their short vacation on Earth and returned to Sunset Villa that very night. Thanks to the existence of the spatial traversal array, traveling across the stars had become very convenient. As Xia Fei's partner, Avril, including her family, naturally had priority when it came to using it. What's going on here? Avril's grandfather Ernst exclaimed in shock. The moment they stepped out of the spatial door, everyone had been rooted to the spot. The villa was completely crowded. There were even many warships in the air, enough to blot out the sky. People they recognized and some that did not all swiftly crowded around Avril and her family upon seeing their arrival, saying all sorts of funny words. Congratulations! This is wonderful! I didn't even have the time to change what I'm wearing and hurried here the moment I got the news. The one who had spoken this was Pine Williams, one of the triumvirate of the Pan-Human Alliance, a wide grin on his face. What wonderful news is this? Ernst asked, confused. What? You mean you still aren't aware? Then hurry up and come look. In any case, this is joyous news. Avril and her family were all baffled. Anyone of some status in the entire alliance had all gathered on their property. Even more people congregated here than when they organized the Alliance General Assembly. Taking several more steps, they were even more surprised to find that the major figures in charge of maintaining order in this universe had also lined up to receive Avril and company. The one in the forefront was old Demon Oro. Though he had turned into a human after receiving Xia Fei's palm strike, that bold and easy temper of his had not changed one bit. Oro gave Ernst a mighty hug and laughed. I've been waiting for this day to come for a long time. That rascal, Xia Fei, has finally done something reliable. Don't get mad at me when I say this, but I think that your Sunset Villa is too small. The gift that I brought over can't fit here. I think that we should just level the entire venal galaxy, that'll be more befitting of your family's stature. As for the Pan-Human Alliance headquarters, they can just move somewhere else. Well, a gift that could only fit after leveling the most important location in the entire alliance, venal galaxy. This was a magnanimity of such grandeur it left the triumvirate of the alliance goggle-eyed. Just who could this person be? To think that they would not have a word in edgewise on the matter. No, there's no need. The villa is big enough for our family to live in. Ernst hurriedly refused while eking out a smile. Avril and Xiao Yu were astonished. They had no idea why, but no matter who they saw today, they all looked at Avril with a very meaningful expression, the kind was filled with utmost respect and reverence. A few more steps forward and it only got worse. The entire Law realm, all those warriors that had cultivation above Law God had all gathered to receive them. Regardless of how little they usually cared for others, they had all sincerely formed two lines at both sides of the road for Avril and her family. The majesty was simply indescribable. Avril and her family were now totally confused. Who had ever seen a grand gesture to this degree? When they reached the top of the hill, Xiaogukan and Hosu, these two eminent founder-tier war gods, stepped forward to greet them. The other founders in the Law realm, including the patriarchs of major clans, were also present. The Skywings had even been fully mobilized, anyone who could come from that clan was here today. Andre from Quantum Holdings, Wolong, and the others, including Moonsong, Chendong, and Mech Race's sentinel goddess Sophie, Phantom, Warstar, Pod. There were truly too many people, and only after they had finally managed to get everyone settled down into the guest hall did Ernst and Newman have the time to stew in their baffledness. They did not know what they had done, for all these people who could be considered part of this universe's upper echelon to have gathered here in their home, as if they had made preparations in advance. Xiaogukan coughed once and said in a serious tone, "Today, I'm here to inform everyone of two things. First, I received word from Xia Fei that beyond the Cosmic Gate is the Alpha Universe. He's safe and sound, he said that it won't be long before he finds a way to eliminate all the inverse. When that time comes, we will attack from our side and eradicate those evil creatures once and for all." Most people had no idea about this matter, so they nodded in agreement, the slightest killing intent pervading from their eyes. The battle that fateful day had been very dangerous, with the Law realm losing plenty of its elite warriors. At the mention of there being a possibility of the inverse being totally eradicated, everyone felt very excited and hoped for that day when they could take their revenge on those vile creatures. After a pause, Xiaogukan chuckled. As for the second matter, it's something Xia Fei entrusted me with, which is to propose formally to Miss Avril. The moment he said that, deafening applause filled the hall. The people outside the hall who were not qualified to enter it had no idea what had just happened, but they also joined in applauding, causing the entire Sunset Villa to erupt in thunderous cheer. Whoosh! Avril's cheeks instantly turned beet red. Even in her dreams, she had never expected that Xiafei would make such a grand gesture just to seek her hand in marriage. How embarrassing! Avril clutched her face and ran off to her room, which elicited laughter from everyone. Strictly speaking, quite a few ladies present felt jealous. Never mind those women who had once crossed paths with Xiafei, such as Moon Song, Xiao Yu, Nicole Sawyer, and more. Even the elders from various clans could not help but think of their own ladies who had yet to marry. Who was Xiafei? There was no way to find another bachelor as eligible as him from all over the Lore Realm or even the universe. There was no need to mention his wealth, which could rival a nation, or that mech army he owned, which could dominate the universe. Just thinking of the entire Titan super warship fleet was enough to make people's hair stand. There was also the Skywing, a clan in the Lore Realm filled with the craziest of crazies, whose influence and power had reached an extreme degree. These were the very same maniacs who could challenge the entire Lore Realm with just their clan alone. On top of all these, there was Hosu, a mysterious great spiritualist from the other universe, which made the imagination of all the people here run wild. Only Xiafei alone had managed to extend his sphere of influence beyond the Lore Realm's scope. These elders were willing to exchange their lives if they could ensure that one of their own would be able to marry Xiafei. Alas, all they could blame was themselves. Why is there no one among my daughters like Avril? This was the thought that all of them could not help entertaining at this time. Are you telling the truth? Avril's grandfather, Ernst, asked after being stunned for a good while. Of course. I bought the engagement gift right here, Xiaogukan said, who then laughed boisterously. Yes, we even brought along our congratulatory present. You can use the radar to have a look, the ships bearing all the congratulatory gifts are all lined up beyond Venal Galaxy, and there are more on the way. That's right. This is major news for our universe and is worth celebrating. The crowd was noisy, making Avril's father and grandfather feel uneasy. Just this afternoon, they talked about how unrighteous Xiafei was, not allowing Avril to speak up on his behalf. Now, it seemed that they had underestimated Xiafei's feelings for her. This was when Xiaogukan got up to his feet and made a gesture beseeching everyone to quiet down. Xiafei said in the letter that, due to some grave matter, he couldn't hurry to make it back to organize this engagement, but he's still hoping that everyone will bear witness to what happens next. Also, he said cough. Xiaogukan choked at this point, causing everyone to get more curious. What else did Xiafei say? Why don't you spill it fast? Everyone hurriedly asked. Xiaogukan somewhat sheepishly rubbed his head and replied, I'm unable to bring myself to say what that rascal, Xiafei, wanna say, so Guanghai, come and take over. Xia Guanghai continued where Xiaogukan had stopped, imitating Xiafei's tone as he proclaimed, this is my and Avril's engagement, so we must make this a huge deal. This ought to be done in a grand way that has never been done before and is impossible to replicate even in the future. Only that is worthy of my Avril. The entire hall went silent. Xiafei's words were simple, but they could all tell just how bottomless his love for Avril was. Behind the door was a lone figure, with 2 streaks of tears running down from her eyes. Avril, who could not contain the happiness and excitement that she was feeling, broke into tears. Chapter 1128, Nanshazi. The Silver Spectre, on its return journey. Why did you decide to get engaged at this point? Is this the right moment that you've been waiting for the entire time? After hearing Xiafei's words, Fukin could not help but ask this in his puzzlement. He had pestered Xiafei for quite some time and finally learned why he was so happy, but Fukin could not understand in the end. He had already previously heard from Xiafei that matter with Avril, how he had never been able to give her a peaceful life owing to the fact that his life was always in danger and his time was spent dancing with death. This resulted in the matter of their marriage getting postponed time and again. Evidently, Xiafei's troubles were still as plentiful today as they had been before, so his sudden decision to go ahead and tie the knot with Avril left Fukin befuddled. Lighting a cheap cigarette, Xiafei smiled. Everyone has their path to take, when have I ever been able to lead a peaceful life? Even heading to the repair dock to fix my warship resulted in me running into a dark spiritualist's ambush. What is there left to say? Since trouble is ever present in my life, I should just let it come at me. I couldn't possibly remain single all my life because of it, could I? That would be too unfair to Avril. Fukin was taken aback but soon burst out laughing. The hardest thing for a human to do is be conscious of their reality. This is fine, too. At the very least, you ought to leave a descendant behind with Avril. Besides, given your current strength, it doesn't mean that you won't be able to keep her protected, Fukin said, still chuckling. The two had been sharing a rare moment of joy when Zisur Knight suddenly appeared before them. The lady was the only survivor from the repair dock incident aside from Xiafei and Fukin. Even the unlucky rock chime had been taken care of by Shu Yuhi and Fukin combined. As such, Xiafei brought her aboard the ship, with the intention of escorting her back home. Zisur asked inquisitively, "What is it that got the two of you so elated?" Fukin pointed to Xiafei and smiled. "This kid here is getting married." Xiafei waved his hand. "It's just an engagement. It'll still be quite some time before the actual marriage." Zisur was quite shocked to hear this and felt an inexplicable ache in her heart. In truth, she had not known Xiafei long, but for some reason, she felt like she had known her for a really long time. This was especially true for the day-to-day Xiafei. Humorous, unpretentious, carefree, he very easily sowed seeds of trust in others. Of course, Xiafei was completely different when in fighting mode and would practically turn into a demon each time. "Congratulations, big brother Xiafei. I'll be sure to give you a wedding gift when I get back. After all, you saved both me and my grandfather's lives," Zisur said absent-mindedly. Xiafei nodded his head nonchalantly as he said cheekily, "Then I shan't be disrespectful. I've always been someone who doesn't reject any gifts offered to me. It'll be to my benefit regardless of its price." Zisur sighed. The one thing that made it even harder for her to stand was this happy-go-lucky attitude of Xiafei. In most cases, when a warrior's cultivation improved, the air they put on would be all the more enormous, but Xiafei did not suffer from this problem. Being around him was never dull and had always been a very interesting experience. It was as the saying went, women love bad boys. Despite Xiafei's perpetual flippancy, it was this carefree attitude of his that left so many ladies smitten. Seemingly holding plenty of thoughts in her mind, Zisur sat down between Xiafei and Fukin and asked, "I prepared some snacks. Would you two be interested in trying some?" She had put all her heart into making these snacks, yet somehow, she simply could not muster the wherewithal to be enthusiastic right now. "We must of course try the snacks that Miss Zisur prepared." Fukin stroked his beard and chuckled. Zisur got up. She was about to head to the kitchen when the command deck's alarm blared. "It's here. The message we've been waiting for." Xiafei and Fukin were startled, the expression on their faces turning somber. "Turn on the screen. Let's see what those people have to say," Xiafei ordered. Zisur also halted in her footsteps, curious to know just what could matter to Xiafei and Fukin so deeply. "BZZT." The screen appeared, and there was only a row of words displayed on it. "A Midnight Massacre Emergency Communications," Zisur read softly. Curious, she asked, "What organization is this Midnight Massacre? Why have I never heard of it before? Also, that countdown right under it, what does it mean?" Fukin grimaced. The Midnight Massacre should be the new organization name that the Dark Spiritualists came up with. The Dark Spiritualists are making a comeback, and when the counter reaches 0, they shall send a public announcement to the entire Alpha universe. Dark Spiritualists, Zisur ground her teeth. "If I must say, as someone from a distinguished clan, this will likely create a huge wave, especially when the Alpha universe's current state is taken into the equation." It was time. The screen immediately changed and an elder with sharp, triangular eyes appeared. His background was a gloomy forest, with light filtering through the leaves, creating this very peculiar and shadowy forest. This person did not say a word, either. All he did was stare at the screen for 3 seconds with an ominous expression, almost as though he intended on letting the other person get a good look at him. "Yes. You all guessed it correctly. I'm Nanshazi, and I'm not dead yet." This elderly man spoke smugly in a hoarse voice. Xiafei turned to look at Fukin and saw the latter's eyebrows tightly knitting together, a solemn expression on his face. "Not only that, I have something important to announce to everyone. The Dark Spiritualists, of the devouring lineage that I represent, will be staging a comeback in the Alpha universe. This is an announcement and also a declaration of war. Spiritualists of Purity, Purple Jade, and Unrestricted. All of you famous or nameless sects of spiritualist lineages can wait for your death." Nanshazi's expression turned fierce as he projected his voice. "I'll use that line that we used to say in the past, all of you, do your best to kill me, for if I live, none of you shall remain alive." "Humph! The collapsed expanse of founders will soon open. We'll see you all then. Nan Shizi was not a man of many words, but every word he spoke was like a sharpened knife, stabbing into each person's heart. It was especially true for his final parting line, "If I live, none of you shall remain alive," which was truly brimming with arrogance and ruthlessness. It was proof enough that the old man meant business and was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Bzzt. Xia Fei waved his hand, a gesture to get Radix to turn off the screen. He turned around, only to see the expression on Fukin's face turning frigid, his right hand subconsciously closing into a fist. Just what's the story of that Nan Shizi? He's got quite the appetite there, Xia Fei asked with a chuckle. Before Fukin could reply, Sir Knight spoke first. I heard from my grandfather that Nan Shizi has lived for who knows how many generations. Since way back, for as long as he could remember, that man, a peak spiritualist, has been the leader of the dark spiritualists. Later, he was reportedly killed via some unknown method and was vaunted among the major forces as a godly individual. Before he died, his parting epitaph had been, "If I live, none of you shall remain alive." Now, it seems like it's all staged, for Nan Shizi is actually still alive. Fukin nodded, a silent agreement to Sir's words. As someone born from a major clan, she was of course a lot more knowledgeable compared to most, so what Sir Knight knew could already be deemed as precious intel among her peers. Xia Fei sipped his tea nonchalantly, wondering to himself, then what about the collapsed expanse of founders? What did he mean by that place opening soon? Sir shook her head. That, I have no idea, either. From its name, the place sounds like a hidden star region. Fukin laughed and glanced over at Sir. This little lady sure knows a lot. The collapsed expanse of founders is indeed a hidden star region. It's a fairly important location to spiritualists. There are plenty of hidden star regions, usually vast regions of space that have no path available because sentient beings need to live in nature in the Alpha universe. Only every handful of years, when the timing is right, will such places open. Many of those hidden places are located in remote star regions, desolate and barren, but some contain secrets to the origin of life. The collapsed expanse of founders is one such place. It got its name due to the entrance requirement being very high, where only people with founder cultivation, or basically those soul practitioners and spiritualists who have grasped dark energy, can gain entry. If I describe the collapsed expanse of founders in simple terms, it's a fantastical place, which for some reason, has plenty of legacies hidden within. Some soul hunters will go in and inexplicably come out as spiritualists, while some spiritualists will go in and return with their seventh brain region sealed up, turning into regular folks. All in all, it's a very weird and mystical star region. Most spirit sects in the Alpha universe have ancestral grandmasters who found legacies left by the ancients in there, thereby prompting the establishment of their sects. At present, spiritualists' lineages are gradually thinning, and so everyone has now attached even greater importance to the collapsed expanse of founders. The various clans will all send disciples with the best potential in there without fail, and the spiritualists are of course no exception. Still, the truly high-level spiritualists won't take the risk themselves. After all, they already have very decent cultivation. It would be terrible if their seventh brain regions ended up getting sealed during their visit to the collapsed expanse of founders. Those who usually go are from the younger generation willing to take risks or low-level spiritualists. Xia Fei found it to be a curious thing. It was not rare for a star region to contain legacies. The universe was too old, so there was no telling that place could have been a long-forgotten battlefield, where plenty of useful spoils were left behind. It was just that the collapsed expanse of founders had this inexplicable ability to change a person's attributes and even could forcibly close someone's seventh brain region. This was something Xia Fei had never heard of before. Aside from an actual god existing in this universe who came down to perform miracles, how was it possible to change one's attribute just like that? Xia Fei could not help but shake his head. Reality had proven, time and again, that there was never such an existence as a god, rather, they were simply various groups of experts, whose powers were simply beyond the reach of the common folks, that they seemed like gods to them whenever both sides encountered each other. I've always been curious about the seventh brain region. From special abilities and law powers to dark energy now, everything is related to that small region in our brain. Without this seventh brain region, there wouldn't be any warriors. How, then, did this small brain region even come to be? Why is it that some people have it while others don't have either really wide or very small seventh brain regions? There are also those with brains that have unique attributes altogether contributing to the mystery of the matter. Xia Fei wondered. Fukin shrugged helplessly. You're asking me questions I don't have the answers to, but who am I going to ask in return? There are two ultimate questions to this life. First is, what is the universe? How did it come to be? How wide is it? How many are there? Are these universes connected to one another? Second is what you just asked. What even is life? Where did it originate? Where will it lead? Why is it that sapient life forms are so drastically different from one another? Is the seventh brain region something humans innately possess, or is it something that we eventually develop? Are there any answers to such questions? If I had the answers to them, I wouldn't be wasting my time here. Xia Fei got quiet. When he first got to the Alpha universe, Xia Fei thought that he had taken a step closer to the answers to those questions, but reality had proven that he was still as confused as before. Even this old man, Fukin, was helpless regarding such issues. How could Xia Fei fare any better? His mind raced. Xia Fei contemplated for quite some time before saying, "Did you notice the flaw in Nan Shizi's wording earlier? He said that he's staging a comeback in the Alpha universe. Doesn't that mean that he's left this place before?" Chapter 1129, Non-Stop. Did you notice the flaw in Nan Shizi's wording earlier? He said that he's staging a comeback in the Alpha universe. Doesn't that mean that he's left this place before? Xia Fei went into deep thoughts and then said this. Fukin nodded. That's a very likely possibility. The existence of our universe itself is already beyond common sense, and countless cosmic gates connect each of these universes. Some of the gates aren't entirely secure. Take for example your case, didn't you come from another universe? There's also Aquamarine. She's yet another individual from a different universe that we from the Alpha universe have no knowledge of. In any case, this time, Nan Shizi must have powerful backing, or else there's no way he could make that vow to restore the dark spiritualists' glory with much confidence, not to mention their plan to challenge the collapsed expanse of founders. After all, the moment that place opens, every force will move, so without powerful backing, even their very survival won't be guaranteed in the face of universal opposition. What more of launching an assault to that strange star region? Xia Fei smiled and spat out a smoke ring. The collapsed expanse of founders. What a mysterious sounding name. It seems to be a very interesting place. Fukin was startled and soon asked, Xia Fei, you're not thinking of crashing the party, are you? Honestly, while the Aurora clan is fairly prestigious, it won't be easy for it to gain entry to the collapsed expanse of founders. It'll, more or less, depend on the whims of Chaos Society's higher-ups. You, meanwhile, are a spiritualist of healing. As long as you reveal this identity of yours, you'll surely earn your rightful place in the Alpha universe. There's no need for you to take the risk. Fukin regarded Xia Fei with a complex look before saying, a seventh brain region with 200% openness, it's rare even among the exceptionally talented cultivators and practitioners. This shows that your talent is already as high as the heavens. If you end up losing it all, turning into a regular folk, it'll be too late for you to regret it. Fukin's words were heavy with concern, yet Xia Fei responded breezily with a shrug. It's not me who'll decide if I should go, rather, it's whether the trip will be worthwhile or not. It's not as if you didn't know of my belief in the price theory. I'm willing to take any amount of risk, provided that the benefits are worth it. Of course, I have a few things I must take care of before attending to this matter. First things first, I need to establish the Aurora Clan's Academy as soon as possible. I really can't stand those Mr. Nice Guys being bullied daily. No matter how one puts it, they're still family at the end of the day. There's also the inverse, I need to wipe them from the face of the star maps. You want their golden eyes, while I want to provide a safe environment to my old home. Being eyed with much malevolence isn't the solution. Besides all the things I just mentioned, I must take precautions against Orchid Chime and her family. I looked up information about that woman, and the recently widowed Mrs. Chime isn't just anyone. Her son-in-law died at my hands, while her husband was killed by you. We basically took 2 lives from them when all's said and done. No doubt their family won't give up on cutting off our heads. Fukin froze slightly and grumbled in dissatisfaction, how was I to know that Rock Chime would show up at that time? He could only blame his bad luck, getting in the middle as Shu Yuhi and I were fighting. He's ineligible to cry injustice when he died that way at our hands. Xia Fei quipped, I almost forgot about Shu Yuhi. The dark spiritualists may be assaulting the collapsed expanse of founders, but that doesn't mean that they won't try to deal with us anytime. I must guard against their possible attack, too. Man, what bad luck. To think trouble would come knocking at my door. Fukin sighed. They'll be coming for you, that's for sure. As for me, I'm an innocent party that has been implicated because of your crazy actions. Xiafei laughed as he asked cheekily, what? Are you starting to regret having met me now? Humph. I've long been regretting it. You twerp, you're nothing more than an evildoer. Following this exchange, Xiafei, Fukin, and Zisur Knight all could not help but share a laugh together. This was one of Xiafei's talents. What was originally a rather tense atmosphere had been significantly eased by him. At the Aurora clan's headquarters on Guard 83, a planet located in one of the Alpha Universe's core star regions. Halfway to their trip back, Xiafei sent off Zisur Knight. He had not spared the Venus of Eternal Night's young lady much thought and was even a little curt with her during their time together on board the Silver Spectre. As per his modus operandi, Xiafei warned Zisur against revealing his secrets to others and committing any forms or acts of betrayal. Toward that end, Zisur was completely helpless. This was because Xiafei had only ever viewed her as someone expendable. Alas, the less he cared about her, the more interested in him she became. She felt indignant. Just what rights did Xiafei have to treat her so poorly? This was a question that many women had asked themselves time and again. It could not be helped, this was just how Xiafei was wired. He had never been the sort to humble himself before the fairer sex. When it was time for him to act, he had no qualms on doing anything, even if it was to kill others, regardless of their sex and beauty or lack thereof. It was the one thing that men who only thought with their loins could never imitate. Guard 83 was bustling as always, looking hardly any different from before, but as soon as Xiafei arrived in the Aurora clan's external compound, the great pressure of a coming storm suddenly weighed on him. Why are there so many people out and about? Xiafei wondered as he continued forward without breaking his pace. His trip to and from Aquamarine's lair took a dozen days or so, and at this time, the compound was practically overcrowded. He had no idea what had caused every young descendant of the Aurora clan to come, there were even some seniors with heads full of white hair among them. Just as he was wondering about this, Wistful Northgaze came walking toward him from afar. He motioned for Xiafei to join him in a quiet room, and when the latter entered, the former said, "The external compound is already at maximum capacity. I'm aware that you don't like staying in the old mansion, so I arranged for you a new lodging on the city outskirts. Though it's smaller compared to your room here, it's rather quiet there." Xiafei nodded. "I don't really mind where I stay. By the way, why does it seem like everyone is suddenly so interested in the academy? I had a look around, there appears to be tens of thousands of people present." Wistful Northgaze waved his hand. "More than that. In total, there are 123,177 people, and that's only after our patriarch carefully filtered the people. The reasoning behind this is very simple, your academy has promised to give people soul weapons if they pass. Who doesn't want to own a soul weapon? Naturally, the Aurora clan is no exception. You probably already know about the dark spiritualists making a comeback and how they're on their way to the collapsed expanse of founders. It's a sign that the Alpha Universe will soon enter a chaotic period. Right now, every organization and clan throughout the Alpha Universe is gearing up for it. Though we are a Tier 2 clan according to Chaos Society's latest clan evaluation, our ranking is enough for us to receive soul weapons from the Spiritualist Association, and we'll be going there in a few days' time. Alas, while we can get a slice of the pie, it's no more than a drop in the bucket. The Patriarch and I discussed it, and we decided to call over all our clan's promising youngsters. Adding those who are willing to join, we ended up causing the situation at hand. We're sorry for making things difficult for you. We don't know how many soul weapons you can obtain from your master, but if possible, please set aside some for the clan's reserve." Xiafei's great-grandfather, Wistful Northgaze, made this somewhat solemn request. Xiafei frowned. Naturally, he was the spiritualist in question. If he did not stick to forging only high-grade soul weapons, making common soul weapons as well, it should be fairly doable for him to provide everyone a soul weapon, but the problem was he did not have much spirit energy. Previously in that intense battle, to induce his fiendish blades, Nirvana's promotion, Xiafei had used up a large amount of spirit energy, and now he only had 120 standard units left in his 7th brain region. How could he forge several tens of thousands of soul weapons with only that much? Besides, even if Xiafei had the intention to do that, he lacked the necessary mental strength, so accomplishing would definitely exhaust him to death. Soul weapons were like guns in the hands of warriors. At this moment, Xia Fei had finally understood just how terrible the Aurora clan's current state. There were so many clansmen, yet none of them had a soul weapon. Thinking up to this, Xia Fei stated, "Don't panic just yet. I'll, of course, do my best to help the clan, but I'll have to discuss this with my master first." Wistful Northgaze nodded. "We'll have to trouble you with this matter. On another note, the Patriarch wants you to represent us when our clan receives soul weapons from the Spiritualist Association. After all, you have a spiritualist for a master, while the others in the clan are absolutely clueless about this field. It's because we lack the eye that we've been losing out a lot." This was a problem. Xia Fei and Fukin's relationship was unusual. The Spiritualist Association happened to be what Fukin hated most. If Xia Fei made the rash decision of going, Fukin might feel unhappy. He was already aware of the man's feelings toward the old monsters in the spiritualist circle, and there were still many things Xia Fei would have to rely on Fukin in the future, so it would be unwise to offend him. However, the Spiritualist Association had always been a huge temptation to Xia Fei. Being able to interact with countless spiritualists was surely better than Xia Fei progressing behind closed doors. "I'll need to talk about this with my master, too," Xia Fei said after giving the matter some thought. "Of course, it's important to show respect to your master. This is our Aurora clan's practice as well." People who were too kind-hearted tended to be very long-winded. Xia Fei's comment to defer this decision actually got mistaken by Wistful Northgaze as a show of respect to his master, eliciting verbose compliments from the old man. How was Wistful Northgaze to know that Xia Fei's stomach had been doing flips at the moment? Hearing such universal truths annoyed Xia Fei to no end, so he quickly found an excuse to escape from hearing any more. He took some time to pay Iron Tiger and his comrades a visit, instructing them to start preparatory work, make sense of what these people were made of and, more importantly, identify if they had hearts of steel, which were suited for combat. As for those people who were too soft-hearted, it was better to send them back home sooner rather than later. After he was done with his instructions, Xia Fei left to go see Fukin and relayed to him the Aurora clan's current situation. "That's really quite a problem. Equipping the entire Aurora clan. Even I can't do that, much less you. The lowest requisite to forge a soul weapon is 3 spirit energy standard units. How many tens of thousands of spirit energy would that be? It's impossible. No one can obtain that much energy all at once. Besides, forging so many soul weapons at one go will require hundreds of spiritualists working day and night. There's just you alone. Even if you exhaust yourself to death in the process, you still won't be able to complete that many soul weapons." Old Fukin waved his hand dismissively. "As for you representing the clan during its visit to the Spiritualist Association, I don't really have an opinion. It's good for you to see more of the Alpha Universe, for you can at least eventually understand the spiritualists that now populate it in the state that they're currently in." Xia Fei smiled. "I'm glad that you're not against me taking a look at the Spiritualist Association. As for the requirement to forge a soul weapon, I do have a solution." "What solution?" Fukin asked, curious. "Since we can't forge that many soul weapons, let's just steal." Xia Fei shrugged as he said this matter-of-factly. Cough. Fukin nearly collapsed to the ground. "Steal? How was that a solution?" The next day, Xia Fei secretly went to the Heavenly Treasure Firm and sought Suzu treasure. When that was done, he took a token from the Aurora clan without resting first and headed straight to the rendezvous point that Chaos Society had set, Ibis Galaxy. All the clans that had qualified to receive soul weapons sent representatives to the local sites of the Spiritualist Association to pick up those. Chapter 1130, The Soul Weapon Garbage Dump. Ibis Galaxy, one of the 4 major bases of the Spiritualist Association. The Silver Spectre did not choose to land at the main spaceport but at an alternate, desolate spaceport, instead. This was all because of the Silver Spectre's too-odd frame, which could easily attract people's attention. Also, as it was not convenient for old Fukin to show his face around here, they needed to keep a low profile and maintain their distance from others. Xia Fei put Furball in his bosom, got up, and moved to disembark from the ship, only for Fukin to stop him with a wave of his hand before handing him a card with a sunflower print. "What's this?" Xia Fei inquired. "Something that will help you move about freely in the Spiritualist Association. With this free pass, you won't be restricted and will have free access to the various rooms and compounds of the association." You also won't have problems calling up data and participating in transactions. Right now, your identity is that of a guest, someone from Chaos Society. After you enter, you'll be subjected to many heavy restrictions. I doubt that you're the sort to enjoy being watched like a hawk, or are you? Asked Fukin softly. Xiafei was surprised. There's something so useful? You mean to say that I won't be restricted once I have this card and will be treated no differently from other spiritualists, able to come and go as I please? Fukin knitted his eyebrows together. I'm starting to have regrets when you put it that way. Given your personality, who knows what shenanigans you might end up getting into. Remember, what I just gave you is for emergency use only, please don't go in there and cause trouble for no reason. Aside from that, I have another request, go to a place on my behalf and take back something. I just sent the general details for that to your terminal. Remember, don't go through those doors without any guards or signs. Any place with a sign on the door or manned by guards is part of public space. The rest are private areas. Even I can't save you if you end up provoking any old monster of the association. Xiafei chuckled. Don't worry, I know my limits. My main goal this time is to browse through the Spiritualist Association's database, nothing else. I shouldn't run into any trouble. Your words aren't necessarily reassuring. Fukin pursed his lips as he muttered this under his breath. Chaos Society's branch office in this galaxy was only a street away from the Spiritualist Association's agency. Xiafei first compared the two places visually before entering them. Chaos Society looked luxurious from the outside, while the Spiritualist Association actually appeared a lot more somber, with plenty of trees obscuring it from public view. No one from the outside could sneak a peek inside at all. The silence pervading the place made people feel uneasy. Comparing the two, the former was like a nouveau riche, flaunting its wealth and power, while the Spiritualist Association was like a dragon in hibernation, its might hidden amid the unnerving silence. Not many people were about, just 100 or so, but Xiafei could not recognize even a single face among them. The Spiritualist Association was of course no market, so though they agreed to give Chaos Society a batch of soul weapons, they had set very strict rules for it. Not letting too many people in at any one time was among the many rules they had imposed. The two representatives from the Spiritualist Association slowly droned away all these rules, not allowing this or that and only leading these various clan representatives into the Spiritualist Association after they had rattled through them. Xiafei, how could it be you? Tong Jinliang had been chatting with someone under a giant tree's shade when he spied Xiafei among the entourage. He immediately made his way over and gave Xiafei a warm greeting. Well, wasn't it because we scored 100 points in Chaos Society's evaluation? This time, I'm here to represent my clan in getting soul weapons from the association, Xiafei replied with a slight smile. I see that the esteemed elder is carefree, able to come and go at a place like the Spiritualist Association as you please. The guards searched my person several times when I entered the compound, those people even nearly confiscated my little pet. Tong Jinliang laughed. It's only natural for the Spiritualist Association to bar the rabble from coming in. Honestly, even I got searched through when I entered the place. It's fortunate that I have a few old friends in the association, so I managed to obtain permission, though barely, and can move freely within the premises. Tong Jinliang felt rather pleased with himself when he said that, as though having a card, which let one enter the Spiritualist Association's grounds, was something to be proud of. I wonder till what level of restriction this card Fukin gave can get me past, Xiafei thought to himself. The people around all felt shocked to find Xiafei chatting with Tong Jinliang, and hushed conversations started among them. Isn't that Tongzin Pavilion's owner, Tong Jinliang, the great collector known for hoarding more than 1 million soul weapons? That is him, all right. He seems so familiar with that young man. Does anyone know which clan that kid belongs to? I'm not sure, but I wouldn't even realize he's there if you didn't point it out. He's like a ghost that has suddenly appeared from nowhere. Still, anyone who can be so casual with Tong Jinliang is no ordinary person. They probably share a special connection. As the crowd whispered to one another, their impression of Xiafei rose. People who knew Tong Jinliang all stepped forward to greet him, only to be absent-mindedly waved away. These people were all the Alpha Universe's Tier 2 clan representatives, and in Tong Jinliang's eyes, they were hardly as important as Xiafei. After all, this young man had a great spiritualist master, someone who possessed rare healing-type soul weapons. I don't have anything on right now, why don't I accompany you inside to look around? Although this is the Spiritualist Association, the soul weapons here are inevitably assorted. It's a must for you to choose carefully, Tongjin Liang offered courteously. Xia Fei did not mind. The esteemed elder's offer is of course something I can't refuse. Let's go in together, then. Tongjin Liang, a man of stature, was naturally easily recognized by the Spiritualist Association's staff, who had been sent over to assist them. As such, Xia Fei and Tongjin Liang very easily entered the place together. Passing across a stone bridge by a man-made river, their group arrived at a tranquil 3-story building. The place, which had a retro style, hardly took up much space. Everyone, this here is the holographic simulation hall. You can pick any of the soul weapons inside, with each of them having a separate price. There's no need for any of you to go to the second floor, since no one can afford the items there with the little points you received. Browsing the selections on the first floor will do, the man with the little mustache that led the way drawled. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Having been closely watched the entire way in, he felt that he was following a tour group, taking in the sights. Since he had agreed to retrieve an item for Fukin, Xia Fei had no intention of wasting that pass at all. This trip could only be considered worthwhile if he managed to access the Spiritualist Association's database. I'll need to find a chance to slip away no matter what. Xia Fei made a mental note. Entering the hall, Xia Fei discovered that the place was a lot bigger than it looked from the outside. There were over 1,000 simulation cabins, as well as a lounge, a restaurant, and even a library, inside. It looked like a fairly pedestrian building from the outside, but its interior was actually very lavish. Everyone could not help but gasp in awe at the splendor and wealth of the Spiritualist Association. Tongjin Liang felt fairly enthused. As he was very familiar with many things related to the Spiritualist Association, he was more than happy to explain everything to Xia Fei. While Chaos Society said that every Tier 2 clan can get a batch of soul weapons this time, that's not exactly the whole truth, because every soul weapon taken here will cost one some points. Using 100 points, one may be able to redeem a few soul weapons of the lowest quality, but if they're seeking something of a higher grade, they'll have to pay more. They might even be unable to get one with only 100 points, Tongjin Liang said with a shrug. Tongjin Liang swiftly leaned into Xia Fei's ear and whispered, if you're willing to give me a healing type soul weapon, I can then give some of my points to you, allowing you to use them freely. I'll have you know that points aren't just something that you can use to exchange for soul weapons alone. Xia Fei shook his head firmly. I'm sorry, but I really don't have any more. Seeing how decisively Xia Fei had rejected his offer, Tongjin Liang could only sigh. He sat beside Xia Fei and pointed to the card reader on the table, saying, insert that card they gave you and you can begin. Everything will be done in the holographic simulation. Xia Fei took out a grey card. Tongjin Liang gave it a glance and said, a temporary ID, for one-time use only. The card will be rendered useless after use. I have a special visitor card from the Spiritualist Association, and the permissions, points I have can't be compared. With that said, Tongjin Liang pulled out his card. It was green in color. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. Tongjin Liang was considered to be rather significant. Because of his hobby collecting soul weapons, he would often come and go around the Spiritualist Association. If his card were green, it made Xia Fei wonder the difference in permissions he would have with Fukin's that golden card. Clack! Wearing the simulation helmet, Xia Fei was immediately brought to a mystical setting. What made Xia Fei unhappy was that, even inside the simulation, those people were still being very rude, constantly telling him to make his selection quickly and leave the place immediately. Tongjin Liang grew quiet, too. He waved the card he had in his hand once more, intentionally. This old man had quite the serious obsession with soul weapons, and the 2 healing-type soul weapons he got from Xia Fei was not enough for him, and he was still eager to get more. Unfortunately, Xia Fei ignored Tongjin Liang, minding his own business as he went browsing the selections in the simulation. The Spiritualist Association lived up to its name, as the catalogue they allowed visitors to look through numbered well in the tens of thousands. Standing among these was like stepping into an ocean of soul weapons, a dazzling spectacle that people would have trouble taking all in. Someone would even be unable to examine all these soul weapons once even if they were given several days to do so. Every soul weapon that Xia Fei selected to view, the system would proceed to create a holographic simulation of, allowing him to very easily understand the grade and attributes it had. Just that these soul weapons were often expensive, and the acquisition of each required several tens of points, with even some reaching 100 points. The simulation setting was like an ancient maze, it had countless corridors to stroll through. A holographic image of a soul weapon was placed every meter or so, and the more than 100 people very quickly spread out, disappearing into the complex and winding corridors around. Aside from viewing several soul weapons at the beginning, Xiafei did not bother checking them anymore. His speed was fast, and he kept running through the corridors, almost as if none of these soul weapons interested him at all. Xiafei had no idea that the place that they were visiting was jokingly called the garbage dump by the people of the Spiritualist Association. Every failed soul weapon, or weapons that had failed to meet requirements, was all gathered here and was exclusively sold to scam the layman after beautifully packaging them. Every year, there were simply too many who would beg their ancestors to come and search for soul weapons here, and Xiafei felt that all the soul weapons he had seen thus far were no different from products made from an industrial assembly line. There was nothing unique about them and would at most have a slight change in appearance. The usually picky Xiafei was of course not interested in any of these triflings. Nothing caught your eye, et? Tong Jinliang asked. Xiafei shook his head, wordless. Tong Jinliang nodded as he quietly thought to himself, he's the disciple of a spiritualist, all right, able to tell at a glance that everything here is just crap that is more form over function. I'm curious to see just what items he'll end up picking out in this dump. All of a sudden, Xiafei came to a halt. There was a look of puzzlement in his eyes. Chapter 1131, Nocturne. All of a sudden, Xiafei came to a halt. He stared at a rather fancy flute on his right. This flute had 3 segments, and each segment had a different color, namely red, white, and blue respectively. Honestly, this flute hardly looked like a soul weapon and more like a little plaything that a beggar on the streets would play to cajole passers-by. If those soul weapons from before had no powerful aura, then this flute generated even weaker fluctuations. It could very easily be overlooked by anyone passing by. Tong Jinliang, who had also worn a simulation helmet, was browsing through space with Xiafei. Upon seeing that a soul weapon had caught his eye, Tong Jinliang quickly hurried over to take a look. An auditory soul weapon? What, did this thing catch your eye? Tong Jinliang asked, curious. Among all the types of soul weapons out there, the auditory sort was a bit more unique. A low-grade auditory soul weapon hardly had any combat value, for sound was the hardest to locate. Given how sound could travel in any direction, an auditory soul weapon's grade would be deemed low if its attack range was too broad or imprecise, for it meant that the auditory soul weapon's lethality was fairly weak. Auditory soul weapons, which could normally reach grade 6 at most, would be viewed as powerful killer weapons only if they achieved precision. At this point, soul sound could make a warrior, who came under its influence, dance erratically, able to kill with pinpoint accuracy or affect a large area, becoming a hard-to-come-by existence. As for soul weapons below grade 6, they were simply no more than children's toys and could barely pose a threat to enemies. This flute that Xiafei was interested in was called Nocturne. While the name sounded impressive, the item unfortunately did not even reach grade 1. It must have been used as practice by some novice spiritualist. In fact, calling it a 0.5 grade soul weapon could already be considered a compliment. Xiafei shrugged as he commented nonchalantly, the color coordination red, white, and blue of this flute is rather nice. It has a rather refreshing appearance. Cough. Tong Jinliang was nearly left sputtering. He eyed Xiafei slyly. To think that even color coordination could become a reason for the other's choice in soul weapon. Tong Jinliang had serious doubts if Xiafei was truly a spiritualist's disciple after he heard that. At this moment, Xiafei had turned around and headed forward. It was almost as if that auditory-type soul weapon was just a small interlude, which he hardly paid much attention to. This was all just a show Xiafei was performing for Tong Jinliang, though, in actual fact, thoughts were already churning wildly deep inside him. Just what was so strange about that flute? Radix asked, curious. Having followed Xiafei for such a long time, Radix of course knew his personality well. The rule of keeping his thoughts hidden was not empty talk. The more Xiafei cared about something, the more he would do what he could to hide it. Its aura is different. Aura? Radix was taken aback. That's right. That flute gave me the feeling of a big-tailed wolf. It's pretending to be a rabbit, appearing harmless, yet something truly sinister actually lies hidden within, said Xiafei sternly. Radix mulled over what Xiafei had said and soon came to a resolve. I believe you because you yourself are a big-tailed wolf, which always pretends to be very weak. That must be why you have a far greater comprehension toward other things and their pretensions. This was by no means too great an exaggeration, but Xia Fei did not really care about such things. His keen senses and superhuman analytical thinking noticed that none of the tens of thousands of soul weapons was as weak as Nocturne, and that in itself became a sort of loophole. Like taking a test, no matter how well someone studied, achieving full marks was still a tall task. Conversely, it took a really amazing person to achieve zero. With so many multiple choice questions, even someone blindfolded could have guessed one or two rights, no? Thinking in reverse, to make a soul weapon as terrible as Nocturne, only two kinds of people could achieve it, a complete fool or a certified master. Having discovered these secrets, Xia Fei no longer had the mind to keep wandering about. There were simply too many trash soul weapons in this rubbish dump. As such, after walking around the area, Xia Fei found himself feeling slightly disgusted. He randomly picked 7 soul weapons and exited the simulation. Of course, Nocturne was among the 7, except that Xia Fei had acted rather well. The time he spent stopping at the other 6 soul weapons was much longer, so Tongjin Liang did not even suspect that the one Xia Fei was most interested in was actually that 3-colored flute. Xia Fei completed the exchange procedure at the front desk and got a container to store in his chosen soul weapons. The staff seemed to know that all 7 were garbage, so they did not even spare the soul weapons a glance before tossing everything to Xia Fei. Instead, it was Tongjin Liang by his side who had stolen a few glances, but it was not hard to tell from his expression that he felt rather disappointed with the choices Xia Fei had made. If it were me, I might not have picked out anything better from that dump. After all, there's nothing good there to begin with, Tongjin Liang thought to himself. Blinking a few times, Tongjin Liang spoke. 7 soul weapons are a bit too few. I have some points from the Spiritualist Association, why don't I give you these so that you can pick out a few more, bring back about 20 or so, enough that you won't lose face. Tongjin Liang could feel his heart hurting as he said this. Everyone knew just how precious these points from the Spiritualist Association were. He was not a spiritualist, either, so he must have begged and pleaded to get these points. However, Tongjin Liang felt that it was worthwhile to trade in these points for favorability with Xia Fei. When it came to gifts, Xia Fei was never the sort to reject any. He happily agreed readily to Tongjin Liang's offer, and so the old man transferred 200 points over to his temporary ID. According to the rules, you can stay here until it gets dark. You have quite a lot of time now, so aside from exchanging soul weapons, you can also browse some basic information regarding the Spiritualist Association. Since we're here, there's no sense in rushing. Let's go look around for a bit, Tongjin Liang advised sagely. Tongjin Liang mentioned he had other business to attend to, and so he departed for somewhere else. Xia Fei fiddled with the card he had in his hand. Checking his surroundings, he saw that the others were still busy picking the items they needed. Such was human nature, when faced with plenty of choices, people would often be at a loss. It was a very eye-opening experience to see tens of thousands of soul weapons here, so no one showed any intention of leaving. After some thought, Xia Fei pretended to be nonchalant as he strolled into the tea room and brewed himself a cup of tea. Inside was where he proceeded to open that box. He retrieved the flute, Nocturne, and carefully examined it. How is it? Asked Radix anxiously. It's as I suspected. There's this mysterious pressure the moment I hold it in my hand, almost as if something is intentionally suppressing the soul weapon's aura. This is not the place, so it'll have to wait till later when we get back for me to study it more. It also has some strange patterns, which didn't appear using the holographic simulation. Xia Fei had taken a few minutes to inspect the flute before storing Nocturne away. Aside from the 3 colors on the flute, a subtle pattern had been etched across every color. Xia Fei needed to observe it personally before he could see this, and the discovery only increased his interest in the flute. That was how unique it was. Xia Fei darted into a restroom and used an open window inside to take off after looking around and feeling assured that there was no surveillance device or anybody present. Let's go to where Fukin said and help him retrieve what he wants, Xia Fei whispered to Radix. Speed, movement technique, and breath control were Xia Fei's old trump cards that he relied upon for his success. He very quickly made his way into the innermost part of the Spiritualist Association's grounds, and following the route Fukin had instructed him to go, he arrived at a very strange-looking pagoda. 7 stories high. It stood out against the dozen or so pagodas around. Apparently, every building in the Spiritualist Association's territory was old-fashioned and understated. Any opulence would only be made apparent after stepping inside. What is this place? Why are there so many similar pagodas around? Radix was curious. I remember Fukan saying that any place without any signage is private property, so it seems like these are places the spiritualists can shut themselves in for seclusion. Xia Fei frowned and slotted that sunflower gold card Fukan had given him into the card reader at the entrance. Beep. Green indicator light shone, but the front door did not open. Instead, a small black door by the side opened. Xia Fei was startled. This was truly too strange. He had clearly used the card on the front door, yet it actually ended up opening the side door? What sort of logic was that? The side door had its own card reader. Did that mean that if he slotted the card to this side door, the front door would open? Mulling over this, Xia Fei gritted his teeth and walked over to the side door. These pagodas were too peculiar. People would feel a warm spring breeze just by standing outside. It gave a comfortable feeling to anyone standing nearby, but the moment one stepped inside, a bone-chilling sensation would flood their very being. This feeling was not because of the drop in temperature, for even dipping in icy waters in the middle of a fierce blizzard would not be a problem given his cultivation. What really chilled Xia Fei was the eerie silence and darkness pervading the air inside. This was a silence in which no sound could be heard. Stepping into the pagoda was like entering another world. Space and time had all but been sealed off. Clack! The moment Xia Fei took a step in, the door behind him closed. The sound echoed throughout this empty pagoda floor. It was an unnerving experience to those who heard it. Ocular cognition. Slightly waving his fingers across his eyes, Xia Fei had no choice but to use this technique to take in his surroundings due to how dark it was. A winding and elevated walkway appeared in front of his eyes. There were no stairs, no light, no door. Nothing. Xia Fei did not feel in the least bit panicky. He followed along this walkway. According to his calculation, he should have arrived at the height of the 7th floor. This was when a door appeared in front of him and also where the walkway ended. This door was different from the one outside. The golden sunflower insignia on it was the same as the one Xia Fei had in his hand. It was just that this sunflower had additional arms and body, making it look like a human who had grown a sunflower for a head. Just what exactly is this? It doesn't even look like a human or a monster, Radix grumbled under his breath. Xia Fei shook his head to indicate that he could not make sense of this strange humanoid, either. An amalgamation of human and plant? What logic was this? Whoosh! The moment Xia Fei stuck the card into the card reader, that door suddenly moved. The strange sunflower on the door then bloomed promptly. This was a very frightening scene, for the sunflower was grown on a human head, and as the head suddenly bloomed like a flower, the sight became very unbearable. Radix screamed and turned completely pale. Xia Fei looked at him in puzzlement. At that, Radix sheepishly scratched his head. He used to be a great soul hunter when he was still alive, and now that he was dead, he had become an immortal soul. It was really hard to comprehend how a warrior like him could have been frightened by a door. Why is the door not opening? Radix asked anxiously, drawing Xia Fei's attention to the matter at hand. Xia Fei felt equally baffled. There was a narrow hole from where that sunflower humanoid head had blossomed after, looking just like a chimney found in any home. It would at most allow a mouse to crawl through, and he could at best stretch an arm inside. An arm? Xia Fei hesitated for a few seconds at that and then inserted his right hand to that hole. His fingers prodded forward and he felt like he had dipped into a wet drain. Who knew if there were any rats in there? Xia Fei was ready to pull his arm out at any second when all of a sudden, he felt a pinprick pain on his wrist as if a bee had stung him. Chapter 1132, Spiritualist of Botany. Swish! Xia Fei quickly retracted his arm and saw that there was a small red welt on his wrist as if a bug had truly bitten him. This was when that strange door suddenly flew open, revealing a strange space within. A virtual space. Radix was startled. The top of the pagoda originally looked like it covered no more than 100 square meters, but what had appeared right in front of Xia Fei's eyes was a vast botanical garden, which stretched for well over 10,000 square meters. Many strange plants, which Xia Fei knew not the names of, grew in abundance here. An artificial sun bore down from above, allowing photosynthesis to take place here. Evidently, this place had been altered with the law of space. It's out. Xia Fei's DNA analysis report, Fukan, who had stayed behind on board the Silver Spectre, anxiously blurted out. A long message began to be transmitted into Fukan's terminal, and all sorts of characters, as well as data, unceasingly appeared on the screen. If Xia Fei were to learn of you looking into his DNA information, he'd very likely turn on you, Fukan's personal soul servant said from the sidelines. It turned out that everything had been prepared in advance. Xia Fei already knew that in order to reach Pagoda Central, his DNA would need to be extracted. As for why an analysis report of that would be sent straight to Fukin, that was for this old man to know. Fukin shrugged. It can't be helped. That rascal's far too curious. If I don't make sense of how he came to be the person he is today, I'll have trouble sleeping. The DNA report was fairly complex, with well over several million words. Fukin began reading from the very beginning the moment he received it as he sipped on a cup of tea in his hand. He was reading the data as if it were a very interesting novel. Inside the pagoda, Xia Fei stepped onto a path that led him deeper into the botanical garden. Square areas of flat land could be seen on both sides, nothing covering too large an area, with plenty of plants growing on them. Everything around made it apparent that this was someone's botanical laboratory. Fukin let you come here. A voice suddenly sounded from somewhere in this place. Xia Fei lifted his head to look, only to find a short old man seated on a circular floating disc. This person quickly drifted over to him. The old man had greyish-white skin and was no taller than half a meter. All in all, he looked like a child that had stopped growing after reaching puberty. Nothing but sparse hair grew on his head, and wrinkles filled his face. Yes, Fukin sent me over to retrieve something for him. May I ask who you are? Xia Fei asked courteously. Call me Ulan. Come with me. The old man stared at Xia Fei before leading him deeper into the garden. Something seems to have pricked me when I was coming in, Xia Fei said, puzzled. Ulan smiled and said, don't pay it any mind. That's just retrieving data of your DNA. If there's anything special about your DNA, then I'll use it to cultivate more plants, and if we're lucky, a new plant variety can emerge from it. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Using human DNA to cultivate plants, is that even possible? What are you so surprised about? Ulan countered breezily. Every life has always been intertwined, nothing is more nobler than the other. Don't think that humans are smarter than plants, many plants out there are far more intelligent than humans. Xia Fei was startled. This was a very refreshing take, which contained a kernel of truth. Take peacock blue as an example, it was just a plant, yet it had its own mind and powerful combat strength. Most warriors were definitely no match for it. What we, spiritualists of botany, study is precisely how plants can replace traditional soul weapons. As long as they're properly cultivated, plants can possess all the traits inherent to dark energy and be capable of destroy souls. It's just too bad that botany is an unpopular trade in the spiritualist circle, so not many know that we exist. Ulan sighed. Xia Fei chuckled. I won't lie to you, this was actually the first time I've heard of the spiritualists of botany's existence. Ulan waved off his hands carelessly. Forget it. Let's not talk about such annoying things. Look, this is the sunflower that Fukin wanted. Xia Fei followed Ulan's gaze and saw a small dirt mound, where over a dozen sunflowers grew. These sunflowers looked exactly like that image on the card. What a strange type of plant. To think that they'll be golden sunflowers, Xia Fei muttered, somewhat surprised. Ulan, who felt a little pleased with himself, gushed, the Spiritualist Association has 4 major bases, the one we're at is where all the miscellaneous experts of the association have gathered. That pass card Fukin gave you has a sunflower image on it, right? Xia Fei nodded. That's because we, spiritualists of botany, are the most successful in the 4th base. It was us who developed the golden sunflowers, and so that very same image of the plant is printed on every pass card in the 4th base. The other spiritualists don't have such an honor, Ulan said with a big grin. Xia Fei chatted with Ulan for a while. It turned out that the Spiritualist Association had 4 big bases aside from its headquarters, and Xia Fei was currently at the 4th base. On top of being spiritualists, many niche sects and lineages existed within the circle. The pagodas here all belonged to the spiritualists of botany, and including Ulan's, a total of 3 could be found across the Alpha universe. Though it looked like these pagodas were all plentiful, most were actually empty. There are only 3 spiritualists of botany in the entire Alpha universe. Xia Fei could not help but feel that these spiritualists of unpopular offshoots were very precious. Ulan led Xia Fei to his room. Since this entire pagoda only had him to manage it, Ulan had decided to just live here. In fact, his office and bedroom were next to each other. Acting all mysterious, the old man retrieved a palm-sized box and opened it in front of Xia Fei. Inside was a type of sunflower seed that glowed with a strange golden color as if it was made entirely of gold. Bring this to Fukin. Back then, I lost a bet with him, and this was the wager. Every harvest, I need to give him 100 of these precious seeds to satisfy his appetite. Just the sight of these emphasizes the huge losses I've made over the years. Ulan said through gritted teeth. Satisfy his appetite. Xiafei was speechless. After everything, Fukin had actually sent him here to retrieve some food. Being all secretive like that and even letting Ulan retrieve some of his DNA, all of it was just so that Fukin could get himself something good to eat. How ridiculous was this? Actually, considering the relationship I share with Fukin, it's not really a big deal even if I give it to him, but losing to him in such a manner just fills me with great dissatisfaction. Ulan lamented. Xiafei stored the golden sunflower seeds away and was about to leave when he spotted a holographic simulation system inside Ulan's study. Master Ulan, is this holographic simulation system connected to the Spiritualist Association's intranet? Xiafei asked. Yeah. That's the Spiritualist Association's holonet. You can give it a try if you want. This device is pretty much gathering mold here. Since you have Fukin's card, you might as well use it, Ulan pouted. Fukin, that old man, is so unorthodox you're sure to get hold of something strange or weird. With that said, Ulan left his office and went about his own business. It was almost as if he had not even been the least bit on guard against Xiafei. Xiafei thought for a moment and then took a seat in front of the simulation system. Since his original plan for coming here was to browse the association's database, rather than forcing his way into a private space, he could just fulfill his purpose from the safety of Ulan's pagoda. Since he was a friend of Fukin's, it was unlikely that he would betray the old man. Pulling out Fukin's card from his spatial ring, Xiafei's eyes suddenly sparkled. This card was originally golden in color, but after using it several times, Xiafei noticed that its surface had peeled off, and a very thin layer of mold was covering the card. Xiafei frowned and took out a toolkit from his spatial ring. Having studied machinery in the past, he always carried an Omni tool with him wherever he went. Several seconds later, Xiafei had succeeded in very carefully removing that thin layer from the card to reveal a completely different card. Black without any sunflower insignia. Just what kind of ID is this? Radix asked curiously. Xiafei shook his head. I don't know, but it isn't an ID from the Spiritualist Association's fourth base. Ulan said it clearly, all the cards being used in the fourth base have the sunflower insignia, even Tongjin Liang's card has it. Well, that's strange. Why would Fukin want to disguise this ID card? Does it perhaps contain a secret that he has no wish for you to learn? Radix asked, scratching his head. Xiafei pulled out a cigarette and began smoking it. No matter what, we'll know once we give it a try. Perhaps there might even be points in it, Xiafei said with a laugh. He proceeded to place the simulation helmet on and inserted the card into the card reader. Whoosh! Xiafei entered into the Spiritualist Association's holonet. It was completely different from his earlier entry. This time, Xiafei had truly entered the association's network, several portals headed to different parts of the simulated surroundings, with each of which having a description on top. Archives, confidential archives, auction house, training hall. We have access to all these locations. This card Fukin has is practically omnipotent, giving one access to any part of the holonet. Xiafei was shocked. This was an absolutely shocking discovery. Every single portal had different functions. Some needed a level 2 clearance, while others needed level 3. The highest was level 5, Fukin actually had the highest permission in the Spiritualist Association. Oh, heavens! Fukin must have had quite an important role in the association before, or else why would he have such a high level of clearance? Still, there's something I find to be very strange. Since he already left the association, why can he still carry this card with him? Radix was absolutely baffled. That's definitely questionable. The holonet is controlled by an AI computer, so even if they couldn't retrieve Fukin's ID, they should be able to cancel his privileges. From a technological perspective, that's not something difficult to do at all. Plus, there's something even more questionable. An ID card like this is bound by DNA, how come I can use Fukin's card? Xiafei's mind raced. Unless this is a card that circumvents the system. It's just like when I gave you special permissions in Fig Corporation all those years back. Radix blurted out. This only further highlighted the irregularities. Radix had been able to give Xiafei full permission only because he was Fig Corporation's mainframe. Was Fukin once the Spiritualist Association's mainframe, or had Fukin somehow managed to hijack the entire organization? Chuckling, Xia Fei said, no point in thinking about all that. Regardless, I've been presented with a rare opportunity, and I need to seize it well. Chapter 1133, Ancient Soul Ship. Spiritualist Association's Holonet, the Confidential Archives. This virtual archive looked like a traditional library, with rows of shelves 4 meters high, each one filled with countless, neatly arranged tomes. On the lowest floor were catalogued for users' guidance and ease of access to what each shelf contained. Xia Fei casually tapped on a book titled Dark Energy Conversion Theory, and then a very thick book appeared in Xia Fei's hand. He could feel the quality of this book, which was not any different from a real book in an actual library. In fact, its simulated scent was set to imitate the smell of paper. Looks like the Spiritualist Association is rather sentimental, to have even produced virtual copies of books from the olden days to AT, Xia Fei chuckled. To read Dark Energy Conversion Theory, 1,700 points are required. Would you like to proceed? Just as Xia Fei was about to open the book, this prompt leaped into his view. After he nodded to affirm, the system informed, "We are sorry. You do not have enough points." Xia Fei frowned. He tapped in the air to check his identity profile. According to what was displayed, he should be an anonymous user with super high clearance. No one could track him, but the points he had to his name were actually a big fat 0. Xia Fei was rendered speechless. Never in his wildest imagination did he expect that, although Fukin possessed this anonymous ID with super high clearance, it would be so poor it did not even contain a single point. He immediately transferred the 200 points from his temporary ID to this anonymous account so that his balance would look a bit better. Still, this much was not enough for Xia Fei to read Dark Energy Conversion Theory. Xia Fei felt very disappointed. Energy was the foundation of everything, and dark energy was of an even higher grade. Just how was it discovered and how many methods there were to convert it? These things had never been carefully explained to Xia Fei before, so he was very interested in knowing. From the moment he started on the path of a warrior, Xia Fei had not come to where he was no by chance. He was not only talented but also enjoyed learning and comprehending all sorts of strange and weird things. Roaming the confidential archives once, he came upon plenty of information that had piqued his interest. Unfortunately, he could not afford the reading fee for even a single one of the virtual tomes. As all of these books contained crucial data, the lowest was priced at 1,000 points. The balance in Xia Fei's account only amounted to a paltry sum of 200 points, so he was really far off. Frowning, Xia Fei left the archives and went to the trade sector. He was hoping to earn some points by trading some items. This virtual world was no different from reality. Without any currency, there was no way for anyone to survive out here in the simulated world. You should be able to earn a fair bit of points by selling some of your forged healing soul weapons, Radix said with a twinkle in his eyes. The sight of the numerous soul weapons and resources being traded here excited him endlessly. Xia Fei shook his head. Are you kidding me? The reason we're currently accessing the system using an anonymous ID card is to avoid revealing any personal information. If I were to sell healing soul weapons, many people out there would be suspicious of my identity. We need to keep a low profile right now and do our best to avoid attracting any attention. The trade sector was incomparably huge. Aside from allowing barter, there was a job allocation area. Xia Fei came to a stop and stood in front of a pair of short gloves. This soul weapon was called 4-star buffeting wines. It had a very interesting activation method. As a close combat soul weapon, the pair of metal gloves had 4-star shaped protrusions, and as long as someone wore them and balled their hands into fists, the punches that would land could send an enemy's soul flying out. Close combat was a rather risky business. Without superior strength, few spiritualists would dare to engage in a melee fight. Of course, the speedster Xia Fei was an exception. Distance meant nothing to him, and this was all because his movement speed was heaven-defying. This item is rather interesting. It seems to have been made a long time ago, and the damage it incurred isn't anything minor. In fact, the cracks look like the result of this soul weapon's deterioration over a long period, Xia Fei said with a hand under his chin. All the soul weapons that could be found in the trade sector were damaged goods. As long as the spiritualists had the ability to repair them, they would surely be paid handsomely for their services. Indeed, this really is a soul weapon from eons past. Soul weapons deteriorate over time as they're used often. As such, those precious soul weapons are used sparingly and strictly controlled, and this is to ensure that those can be passed down through generations. Just take your White Dragon's Screech, it's always been kept in the Aurora clan's hidden warehouse the entire time back then. I'm afraid that the number of times it was used then since its inception can't compare to how much you've used it in the recent year, Radix said. Xiafei nodded in acknowledgement. Primeval soul weapons were very different from the soul weapons made in the current age. The item grade of White Dragon's Screech was only a rough estimation, and even if the apex spiritualists of today might be unable to reconstruct another White Dragon's Screech, this would be due to the lack of the forging materials required for making it. Additionally, primeval soul weapons lacked any of the distinguishing features to pinpoint their exact grade. Everyone only had a rough idea of the White Dragon's Screech's grade as a soul weapon, but no one could give an exact number, and the same could be said for the 4-star buffeting wines, it was also a grade less primeval soul weapon. Want to give it a shot? If you succeed in repairing it, you'll earn 10,000 points, Radix suggested. Whoosh! Xiafei exited the holonet and went to find Ulan in the greenhouse, asking to borrow some points to make a deposit. To accept this job worth 10,000 points, Xiafei must first put forth the same points as insurance. This was the threshold set to prevent others from taking away the soul weapon and not returning with it. How much do you wish to borrow and what for? Ulan, who was busying about a very strange snake-like aquatic lotus root, asked. I need 9,800 points as insurance so that I can repair a soul weapon. Fukin's ID is good in every way except that it lacks even a single point. Xiafei shrugged. Ha! That old rascal is still as stingy as ever. Ulan laughed. As the spiritualists of botany's leader, Ulan was rich. He immediately transferred 10,000 points to Xiafei without so much as another word. However, he did look at Xiafei with a hint of playfulness in his eyes, almost as if he did not believe this young man could accomplish a repair job worth 10,000 points. Xiafei entered the holonet again and paid the insurance. Shing! A bright light shone and a pair of silver gloves appeared in that small transference station beside the simulation helmet. It was none other than the primeval soul weapon, 4-star buffeting wines. The Spiritualist Association had a comprehensive spatial transference network. Ulan depended on this system to survive in his pagoda. From what he said, it had been many years since he took even a single step out of the pagoda. He mainly relied on the spatial transference system to send him his every need. The association had truly gone the extra mile in ensuring that their spiritualists would be able to concentrate on research and cultivation with peace of mind. This actually made it very convenient for Xiafei. No doubt that he would raise suspicions if he retrieved or returned items with his unfamiliar face. Utilizing this spatial transference system could circumvent any of such potential problems. Xiafei began to inspect the 4-star buffeting wines closely once he got the pair of gloves. There was still quite a bit of difference between the simulation and the actual item. This was similar to how antiques worked. One would never be an antique connoisseur if their only interaction with the item was through books or photos. Only by having the real thing could anyone truly feel the uniqueness and the aura antiques radiated. Seems like soul weapons made by the ancients are a lot cruder, completely forged through inspiration and done overnight. Xiafei's eyes shone as he talked to himself. This was when Master Ulan entered the room, sighing. In ancient times, there's no such thing as complete diversification unlike what you see today. The spiritualists in the present day and age first map out the entire process, what embryonic vessels to use, the forging method, what grade the final product should be, and the soul weapon's function before forging a soul weapon. Every step must be outlined in advance. As for the ancient spiritualists, they all fought alone, making their own vessels, probing their way forward when forging soul weapons, etc. Many times, they did not have any idea what their final product would become, so in terms of accuracy, the forging specifications of today's spiritualists adhere to are far more comprehensive but lack inspiration. That's completely different from how the ancients did it, creating strange and weird soul weapons whenever they felt like it. Simply put, the soul weapons of today are more powerful, function-wise, but lack personality. Xiafei nodded. There had once been a period on Earth when Apple computers were all the rage, and practically everyone owned a piece, so a majority of people were using the same thing. It was a very weird feeling. If I knew that you wanted to repair this thing, I wouldn't lend you those points. Ah, forget it. Take it as a lesson that you paid to learn. You, young people, really don't know your limits. Ulan shook his head, almost as if he was somewhat disappointed with Xiafei. Is something wrong? Xiafei asked, curious. Something wrong? It's very wrong. Ulan rumbled in a deep voice. Do you know why there's such a high reward for repairing this pair of gloves? It's because this is a primeval soul weapon, and the spiritualists then are different from those now. The difference lies in the produced soul weapons. Repairing a primeval soul weapon requires the use of primeval techniques, and such ancient repairing techniques have already been lost with time. Xia Fei, who was a little taken aback, asked, the repairing techniques used in this day and age don't work on primeval soul weapons. Ulan chuckled. The logic is simple. Imagine an old table at your house losing a leg and you needing new wood to replace it. What do you think the result will be? It will be, neither here nor there, Xia Fei answered with some uncertainty. Exactly. Do you think that we lack skilled people in the Spiritualist Association? Nobody has accepted this job not because people are unable to repair it but because there's a strong likelihood of this soul weapon getting ruined after the repair. Primeval soul weapons are usable, but they're very unwieldy. Ulan sighed. With that, Ulan went back to his work. He was originally looking forward to seeing what Xia Fei had gotten, but all he felt was disappointment when he did. Taking the gloves with him, Xia Fei closed the door to Ulan's cultivation room. Since he had already accepted the job, all he could do was give it a shot. Xia Fei released spirit energy, causing his hands to glow faintly. He groped the soul weapon up and down, as the first step toward repairing soul weapons was checking its state of damage. Sure enough, the damage didn't originate from a human during a fight but was a result of overuse, instead. After so many years, the soul weapon has started to collapse from within. If it's not repaired, it'll be destroyed completely after a few more uses, Xia Fei said as he frowned. Xia Fei's heart ached as he made out a web of thin cracks on the soul weapon. All of a sudden, Xia Fei felt a very obvious resonance. Peacock blue, which was connected to his right hand, seemed to resonate strongly with the primeval soul weapon. It was now actively adjusting the pace at which Xia Fei approached the soul weapon. Peacock blue. Xia Fei was startled. Xia Fei could become a spiritualist of healing precisely because he had one of the 5 elemental immemorial armaments, Peacock blue. Could his healing work on soul weapons, too? Chapter 1134, Repair and Healing Superpower. Indubitably, Peacock blue had some inexplicable resonance with this primeval soul weapon. It was a rather strange feeling. Peacock blue's roots were in Xia Fei's right arm, and this was why his right arm was more sensitive to energy compared to his left, as if his 2 hands held an item each with unequal weight. His right felt light, while his left felt heavy. Strange. Could healing also work on soul weapons? Xia Fei muttered to himself. Xia Fei had always believed that healing was reserved only to treating other sapient life forms, but today, he had made a shocking discovery: healing also resonated with soul weapons. Have you ever had this feeling when you were repairing soul weapons in the past? Radix asked inquisitively. Xia Fei shook his head. No, this is the first time, perhaps due to this soul weapon being from the eons past. No matter what, this was a huge discovery. Healing was already a potent yet extinct power in the Alpha universe, so if it could be used to repair primeval soul weapons, then that would be truly incredible. Everyone knew that primeval soul weapons were different from the soul weapons of today. Each one was unique, all thanks to the lifelong research the ancient spiritualists had devoted themselves to. This was like classical symphonies: how as time passed, and technology developed, there was no longer anyone that could create complex and profound symphonies. This was because such things could only be created in specific eras and in certain environments. The ancient spiritualists lived very solitary lives, and they had coincidentally stumbled upon the might of dark energy. However, they had no one to share it with, unlike today, where the existence of the Spiritualist Association meant any new discovery could easily be spread across the universe. Indeed, the spiritualists of this day and age were stronger, and the research and studies were even more systematic, but no one could deny that those spiritualists' works when they were developing the field of spiritualities were valuable than their own. At the very least, the spiritualists then still had the spirit of exploration and were much fond of forging unique and special works. Shaking his head, Xia Fei put away the many irrelevant thoughts that popped into his head and turned serious. This wholeheartedness that Xia Fei was now demonstrating could be said to be another important trait of his. There were many people who could not concentrate while they were working or studying and would soon find themselves wanting to listen to music or watch a movie, but Xia Fei did not have such concentration problems. In fact, he had once spent several months in seclusion so that he could cultivate without being distracted by external factors. Every time Xia Fei became serious like today, Avril would admire him from the sidelines, for she adored this side of him. Retracting his left arm, Xia Fei discovered that stroking the soul weapon with his right hand could actually make sense of every point that he needed to repair. Peacock Blue. After he was done with his inspection, Xia Fei sent out his plant-type immemorial mystical armament. 13 grass blades created a furnace and enveloped that 4-star buffeting winds. Xia Fei's spirit energy was transmitted through Peacock Blue as it acted like a repair tool, except that it was not an actual one but was rather an authentic weed of mysterious nature. Peacock Blue moved around the soul weapon at a rapid rate, the blue color completely condensing. The entire room also turned turquoise green, making it look like they were surrounded by nature. It was a very soothing sensation. This was when a miracle happened. Those hair-thin cracks slowly closed up, with Xia Fei not even needing to use any of the repair techniques Fukin had imparted to him. It was simply the ability Peacock Blue could demonstrate whenever this most tenacious weed in the entire universe worked in concert with Xia Fei's spirit energy. Heavens! Isn't this far too miraculous? Radix gasped with bewildered eyes, excited. Ulan, who was still fiddling with the strange aquatic lotus root, furrowed his brows. He was not surprised when he felt spirit energy coming from Xia Fei's cultivation room. After all, a huge amount of spirit energy had to be used when attempting to repair a soul weapon. What had given him shock was the lotus root in his hands growing rapidly. The jade-belted aquatic anaconda was a plant-type soul weapon, which Ulan had spent decades nurturing from a mere plant to something usable in battle. It could bring ruins to the other soul weapons through a long process of genetic mutation. So far, no spiritualist of botany had managed to create a plant-type soul weapon that was truly capable of battle, and everything they developed was either below par or useless in combat. Even the golden sunflower, the precious treasure that the spiritualist association's fourth base had staked its fame, was merely an explosive soul weapon that could only be used once and was also just a top-grade food that had plenty of benefits. Old Fukin hardly regarded the fighting capabilities of the golden sunflower as anything worthy and merely treated it as a nutritious and delicious food. This was something that had angered Master Ulan to no end for a very long time. To a spiritualist of botany, the greatest sorrow was slowness. Plants had powerful life force and vitality, but they were regrettably all slow to grow. If even a normal tree would take roughly several decades before reaching adulthood, what more of these higher-grade soul plants? However, something was different today. The moment Xia Fei attempted to repair the soul weapon with Peacock Blue in Ulan's cultivation room, it was as if every plant in the botanical garden had received stimulation, and their growth rate climbed rapidly. Of course, there was a limit to this growth, and it was actually only because Ulan was a spiritualist of botany, who had spent so much of his years with these plants, that he could sense the change. After wiping dry his wet hands, Ulan made a beeline for the cultivation room with tightly knitted eyebrows. This was also when that sensation teeming with spirit energy abetted sends a warning, followed by Xia Fei walking out of the room rather excitedly. In his hand was that primeval soul weapon, 4-star buffeting winds. Stunned, Ulan pointed at that soul weapon in Xia Fei's hand and exclaimed, "You actually managed to repair the primeval soul weapon." Whoosh! This old man was quite impatient, and before Xia Fei could even reply, he had already grabbed the soul weapon and carefully examined it. Ulan equipped his hand with the 4-star buffeting winds and threw a punch at the wall. Kaboom! The explosion was great, the entire wall had caved in with that punch. There was also this strange white undulating shockwave, which spread across a great distance. Xia Fei wrinkled his forehead. This primeval soul weapon's attack was very unique. At that instant, a thought came to his mind. Ulan, despite being a fairly unknown spiritualist of botany, actually possessed a rather frightening combat strength. Judging from the movements he had made as he thrust and retracted his fist, Xia Fei reckoned that the man at least had 8 soul marks. You really repaired it. You've actually successfully repaired it. Ulan expressed with glee. Xia Fei shrugged. I might have repaired it, but I still ended up spending 1 standard unit of spirit energy. The price I paid is rather high. I'll set up a soul array next time to prevent spirit energy leakage, for if I don't, I'll end up spending much energy just to earn that bit of points for repairing a soul weapon. Presently, Xia Fei only had 120 standard units of spirit energy. This was already the lowest it had been since he entered the Alpha universe and learned the secret behind spirit energy. Energy was the foundation to everything and also Xia Fei's trump card. Excessively using energy had never been the best practice. Ulan interjected. You probably don't know it yet, but what's known as points in the Spiritualist Association can actually be converted to spirit energy standard units, so 10,000 points equal 1 spirit energy standard unit. Spiritualists can exchange spirit energy for points and vice versa, so you have at least not made a loss on this job. Ah, so that's how it is. Xia Fei mused this fact. He was never the sort that would be willing to take a loss, so if he failed to make a profit, he already considered it a net loss. Repairing the 4-star buffeting wines did not appear to be very bad for him. What are you stalling for? Quickly go set up a soul array. Preventing spirit energy from leaking is a very important thing to do. For some reason, Ulan had urged Xia Fei to carry on. Returning to the cultivation room, Xia Fei set up a simple spirit energy conservation array and sat down cross-legged. He carefully examined that primeval soul weapon, and as he did, he took detailed notes. His eyes gradually glistened, as Xia Fei realized that he had profited greatly this time. On the surface, he had spent 1 standard unit of spirit energy only to earn it back in points, but in fact Xia Fei had learned a lot from this. Primeval soul weapons were not something anyone could examine whenever they wanted, and most who could get hold of one were spiritualists of certain status or collectors like Tongjin Liang. It was as the saying went, one who sees more knows more. Knowledge enrichment was very important to spiritualists. Having just successfully repaired a primeval soul weapon let Xia Fei experience the already lost spiritualist techniques, so this was not an average enrichment at all. Aside from that, Xia Fei delighted in the development of the soul mark in his 7th brain region. He could vaguely sense his 3rd soul mark forming. His attempt at repairing the soul weapon was akin to cultivation, which had helped him advance. Earning money, enriching his knowledge, advancing. With all these 3 put together, it was easy to see why Xia Fei had gotten excited. Whoosh! Xia Fei finished recording everything in his notebook. He quickly dashed out of the cultivation room and entered the Holonit so that he could return the primeval soul weapon to its owner. The system determined that the repair was successful, and so Xia Fei's account was accredited with 20,000 points. Although he had earned some points, Xia Fei was not in a rush to spend them. Instead, he went through the trade sector looking for prey, targeting those primeval soul weapons that others could not repair. Soon, Xia Fei found yet another apex soul weapon. According to the information, this soul weapon had already been displayed by its owner for a very long time, but no one had bothered to accept this commission. The owner of this soul weapon was very generous, only requiring a deposit of 15,000 points, while success would generate 50,000 points. Perhaps this spiritualist had done this as a last resort, knowing that perhaps there was no way for his primeval soul weapon to be repaired. He did not set too high an insurance and attached an astronomical reward for a job well done, instead. Even so, despite this, the person still failed to draw the spiritualist's attention since his item was a primeval soul weapon. After all, no one was confident that they could repair it. Retrieving the soul weapon, Xia Fei returned to the cultivation room and shut himself in again. With the spirit energy conservation array in place, it would not be like the last time, where the operation had expended an exaggerated amount of spirit energy. Ulan quietly stood at the entrance while hugging that snake-shaped lotus root. The moment Xia Fei started his repair of the soul weapon, that lotus root's growth sped up, but its speed was not as significant as the last time, most likely because of the spirit energy conservation array, which prevented most of Xia Fei's spirit energy from leaking. Ulan frowned. He carried his precious and went a little further away, only for the plant to stop its accelerated growth. He brought himself closer to Xia Fei again, and the speed of growth in that lotus root sped up once again. After experimenting with it several times using plants of varying attributes, Ulan came to the conclusion that every plant in his laboratory could be influenced by Xia Fei's healing spirit energy. Of course, Ulan had no idea that Xia Fei was a spiritualist of healing, for this was something Fukin had not told him. Oh, my gosh! So this has really been because of Xia Fei? Ulan muttered, his eyes shining with shock as he stood rooted to the spot. Chapter 1135, Sweeping all the points. Using shock techniques to increase the dark energy consumption in the enemy, this is akin to throwing a warrior, who is good at battling on land, into the water. Though it won't kill them outright, it'll at the very least cause them to lose their advantage. Xia Fei jotted this down on his notebook after he was done repairing that second soul weapon. Radix said, enthusiastic, who said that the ancients had nothing good? This soul weapon's function is fairly unique. I'm afraid that it's hard to find such an environmental soul weapon, which doesn't seek to kill enemies outright. Xia Fei nodded and stowed away his notebook. Getting up, he prepared to return this soul weapon to its owner. Xia Fei felt that repairing soul weapons was a fairly interesting job. Just the experience he gained could not be measured by money. Walking outside the door, Xia Fei suddenly found Master Ulan staring strangely at him. I have a few items that I need to place in the cultivation room, Ulan said as he stroked his chin. Xia Fei shrugged. Well, this is your home to begin with. You can naturally do whatever you like here, and I don't have the right to interfere. Ulan slapped his thigh happily. Well, if that's your stance, then I shan't be courteous. Ulan quickly put tens of rare and strange plants in AI-operated flower pots and moved them all into the cultivation room. That empty room had suddenly become a lot greener, which made for a good sight and the place to seem more welcoming and relaxing. Ulan felt really excited upon seeing Furball sleeping soundly on the ground. He used his finger to give the beast a curious poke, and this caused Furball to let out a disgruntled cry. This pet was far too devious. While Xia Fei had been repairing those soul weapons, this creature had secretly been absorbing energy, too, and to do so, he had even pretended to be sound asleep. Fortunately, Xia Fei was already used to his antics, so he did not mind it that much. You spent close to 2 hours on the job this time, so you must have used quite a lot of spirit energy. Am I right? Ulan asked with a laugh as he patted Xia Fei on his shoulder. It's fine. With the spirit energy conservation array keeping things under control, I only used a single standard unit of energy at most, Xia Fei answered. He used up 10,000 points for the first soul weapon, while the second one was worth 40,000, so the profits he was raking in had evidently exponentially increased. This was not even including the progress Xia Fei had made with his cultivation and the experience he had garnered from the operation. Probably nothing else in the universe was as profitable as repairing primeval soul weapons. After thinking so, Xia Fei asked, "It looks like it's about to get dark. Will there be any trouble if I don't make it back to gather with the rest?" "What problem will there be? Relax. Fukin's anonymous card can't be tracked down. When others don't find you, they'll just assume that you've already left by yourself. After all, this is just a branch agency, not the headquarters, so security is rather lax here." Ulan thought nothing of his dilemma. Xia Fei nodded and entered the Holonet anew to return the second soul weapon. His account was instantly credited with 50,000 points, reaching 70,200 points. With furrowed brows, Xia Fei discovered that there were no more primeval soul weapons left for him to repair, but he was not panicking. Running over to the confidential archives, he took out that dark energy conversion theory and had a look. Honestly, Xia Fei was quite reluctant to leave the Spiritualist Association. Where else would he find a place where he could earn currency, cultivate, and enrich his knowledge all at the same time? Spiritualist Association's second base. Xia Fei was in the fourth base, where the miscellaneous spiritualists all gathered. The second base, on the other hand, was where spiritualists of combat were at. There were many branches in the spiritualist profession besides the main one, which was forging soul weapons. After many years, experience had taught them all that entrusting their lives onto warriors was unreliable. Even if they were spiritualists, they had to learn some basics in combat so that they could survive in the chaotic universe like before. Spiritualists of combat were actually not too different from ordinary spiritualists aside from having much greater combat power. As for those grandmasters that resided in the first base, they practically had no concept of fighting. Of the 4 bases under the Spiritualist Association's headquarters, only the infighting between the first and second bases was the most serious. Those decrepit old men in the first base believed that, since they were spiritualists, they should focus on researching soul weapons, that there was no need to occupy themselves with violence and such. Spiritualists were above those experts who wielded combat soul weapons, and if there was ever truly a need, they could just leave it to the soul practitioners to get their hands dirty. With how many people in the universe were eager to curry favor with spiritualists in this day and age, a single wave of their arm was all it took to gather a horde of warriors at their beck and call. However, the spiritualists in the second base did not share such a sentiment. Many of them were obsessed with the thrill of fighting, so they were all the more less willing to leave their safety to others. As such, the Spiritualist Association was internally divided between the combatant and non-combatant factions, which were called the Doves and Hawks respectively. Moria entered the Spiritualist Association's Holonet as per usual to check on that soul weapon, namely the 4-star buffeting wind, she had placed in the trade sector. Though Moria was a woman, she had a very handsome androgynous face that made maidens blush. Her eyes were sharp like swords, and her eyebrows looked like they had been drawn by a calligraphy master, sharp and straight. Because of how she looked, Moria would often find herself on the receiving end of her fellow women's seduction. It could not be helped, she was bound to find herself in such situations given her penchant to dress like a man, combined with her handsome features. She was different from Moonsong. Moonsong was called a tomboy because of her personality, but her looks was completely feminine. Meanwhile, Moria had the personality of a lady but dressed like a man. What? Moria discovered that the green indicator light was shining beside her soul weapon and exclaimed involuntarily. The Holonet had an intelligent recognition system, and this green light meant that someone had managed to repair her soul weapon. Who was it? Did someone really manage to find a way to repair soul weapons from eons past? Moria was skeptical. Her fingers tapped speedily across a screen, and she had that soul weapon transported back to her home. This was the Holonet at the end of the day, and the difference between examining here and back in reality was great. It was best if she went back home and tested it out herself. Almost at the same time that Moria exited the Holonet, that soul weapon was delivered right to her table. Grabbing the soul weapon, Moria quickly ran to the cultivation room next door and slipped on the 4 stars buffeting wines. Rumble. A huge explosion and the close combat soul weapon 4-star buffeting wines caused a powerful blast, creating a bright light. Moria's intrepid eyebrows became animated as she shouted excitedly, "It has truly been fixed. Heavens! I'm not dreaming, am I?" Moria ran up to the 2nd floor as she tightly clutched her precious soul weapon. There was an antiquated room there, and inside was stocked full of primeval soul weapons. Each one had been wiped clean, looking like someone had been keeping them tidy every day. Staring at the gloves in her hands for a good long while, she saw how those fine cracks, which were a result of deterioration, had disappeared. In their places were faint brilliance, which illuminated the entire soul weapon, making it appear completely brand new. "This is wonderful. Too wonderful," Moria said over and over again. Moria placed the 4-star buffeting wines back onto its shelf grid and stared at the entire room filled with primeval soul weapons, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Right at this moment, she looked very much like a gentle lady. She took down 2 soul weapons, which looked like they were about to deteriorate completely, from the 100 grid shelf. Moria very carefully mulled about it and soon opened the lowest tier of the 100 grid shelf. From inside, she retrieved a black bundle and gingerly closed the door. She almost seemed to fear causing too much movement from her actions. "Father, these primeval soul weapons of our clans will finally have a chance of seeing the light of day again." This was the thought that had crossed Moria's mind, as her eyes began to fill with tears. It was not that Moria was someone who cried easily, rather, she had been leading quite the torturous life until now. The Moor clan had once been prestigious among the spiritualists, but as the profession's decline started, many clans were no longer as glorious as before. The Moor clan was especially tragic, and all that was left was this young lady, Moria. The elders of the 2nd base all affectionately called her their little Ye. The Moor clan's heritage went way back in history, with countless ancestors of theirs had forged soul weapons. Unfortunately, because of the long passage of time, many of these soul weapons were no longer usable. Many generations of the clan had, time and again, attempted to repair these primeval soul weapons, but all of them were met with failure. These had all been deeply etched in Moria's memory, so it could be imagined the surge of excitement this young lady had felt when she learned that the 4-star buffeting wines had been repaired. As such, she decided to take out even more primeval soul weapons in hopes of trying her luck. Moria let out a long sigh after placing these 3 items down. She did not depart but, instead, waited to see who would walk away with these soul weapons. This was in hopes of expressing her gratitude to the person. Too bad that Xiafei, who was currently engrossed in reading that book he had retrieved from the archives, had long forgotten that many more primeval soul weapons awaited his repair. After waiting for several hours and seeing no movement whatsoever, Moria disappointedly exited the Holonet. So that's why. There's an acceleration node that exists when converting between dark energy and conventional energy, and only within the acceptable parameters of this node can the conversion rate become higher, or else it'll only be a huge waste, Xiafei said as he set aside that book titled Dark Energy Conversion Theory. Radix yawned, apparently bored. He was not a spiritualist, so he of course could not understand what was written in that book. Waiting for time to pass this whole while had bored him immensely. Most likely because it was around the evening, Xiafei noticed the Holonet gradually filling with more people. Wrinkling his forehead, he turned to make his way back to the trade sector. Xiafei looked around and was slightly taken aback by what he saw. There was a distinct increase in soul weapons, at least several dozen times more, that needed repair in the trade sector. There were even some hollow figures standing around, seemingly waiting for something. Xia Fei went over to look and noticed that this increase of goods requiring repair could mostly be observed in primeval soul weapons. Most likely, someone had spread the word, so everyone began to put forth the primeval soul weapons that they had in their possession. Xia Fei did not immediately make his move but secretly jotted down the numbers of these soul weapons. Returning to Ulan's pagoda, Xia Fei entered these numbers into the system so that he would not need to show his face when retrieving these items through the holonet. 2 soul weapons appeared on the spatial transference device. Xia Fei took them into the cultivation room, only to find that there were dozens more plants that had been placed around the room. What had been a refreshing splash of green in that drab room had turned into a display of colors, which could leave people dazzled. He shrugged. This was Ulan's property at the end of the day, and it was not his place to stop the old man from placing things in his own room. 68,500. 98,500. 143,500. Overnight, at a time when everything was silent, the points in Xia Fei's account had climbed at a crazy rate. At the same time, his third soul mark had gradually become clearer. Chapter 1136, Level 3 Spiritualist. His third unrestricted soul spirit mark had completely formed. After 3 consecutive days of intense usage, Xia Fei had finally acquired his third soul mark. You got promoted. Ulan came rushing into the cultivation room without any regard for his status and exclaimed. Just how did you do it? Xia Fei shrugged and, setting aside the soul weapon in his hand, nodded his head slightly. Repairing soul weapons is already a very good form of training, I didn't do anything else intentionally. This is completely the natural progression I experience as I repair soul weapons. Natural progression. Ulan was left speechless by how easily Xia Fei had said that. Others had to waste troves of treasure just to advance, meanwhile, here was Xia Fei, who could actually earn money while leveling up. In 3 days' time, Xia Fei had earned a total of 600,000 points. Even Ulan felt envious, since 10,000 points was equivalent to 1 standard unit of spirit energy. That much energy was enough for Xia Fei to use for a very long time. Ever since Ulan learned that Xia Fei possessed the rare ability of healing, Ulan had seemingly lost his soul, zealously guarding the cultivation room's entrance, wanting to check on those precious plants inside the room the moment Xia Fei stepped outside. The plants were not simply seeing a spike in their growth rates by basking in the glow of Xia Fei's healing energy, in fact, they were experiencing a full year's growth with each passing day. This was a crazy speed, something Ulan would not have imagined had he not met this Xia Fei. Of course, Xia Fei was aware that Ulan had been taking advantage of him, but compared to the enormous benefits he was reaping while staying here, what little energy he was paying in exchange could be deemed as more than worth it. As such, he did not really mind this small setback. Xia Fei did not say much and continued to carefully record down the unique aspects of each soul weapon, almost as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. What are you doing? Ulan asked, curious. Jotting down notes, Xia Fei answered simply. Ulan was surprised. You just got promoted to a spiritualist with 3 soul marks? Why aren't you celebrating a little and still writing notes? Never in my long life have I seen anyone advance at such a crazy speed. Xia Fei replied softly without even lifting his head, this is nothing really. It has always been the case for me, so over time, it has become something I don't feel thrilled about. It's only my 3rd soul mark, compared to you or Fukin, I'm still ways off. So really, this isn't anything worth celebrating about. Ulan blinked and said, how could you compare yourself to us? We are old codgers who have been on this path for many years. Fukin, who has actually been in this line even earlier than I have, is practically an old monster. As for you, you've only come into contact with the spiritualist lineage recently, yet you're experiencing such rapid advancement. It's too crazy. Seeing Xia Fei unmoved, Ulan examined his precious plants and then returned to his garden. He appeared to have plenty on his mind. The many plants in the greenhouse had once been Ulan's lifeblood, but now, he was finding it difficult to get excited over them. This was because those plants he had placed inside the cultivation room with Xia Fei were growing at a far more ridiculous rate that Ulan had come to spurn these plants outside. Xia Fei's healing ability sure is powerful. It's good that he's decided to stay here with me for now, but what am I supposed to do once he leave? Ulan patted his half-balding pate with a glum look on his face. This was akin to someone who had been introduced to the wonders of automobiles suddenly being asked to walk again. Knowing the difference between the two was pure torture, and Yulan suddenly found himself not wanting Xiafei to leave. Sending the 3 soul weapons through the spatial transference network, Xiafei received the payment he deserved. Points totaling to 450,000. With how these people are jacking up the prices higher and higher, I'm afraid that you'll find it difficult not to strike it rich if this continues. Radix burst into gleeful laughter. By this point, Xiafei's points had accumulated to a shocking sum of 683,000 points. The news of a mysterious person repairing primeval soul weapons had spread like wildfire, and many people had been taking out their prized soul weapons in hopes of Xiafei being able to repair them. At this time, the number of soul weapons that Xiafei could repair was limited, so there was no way he could serve everyone. As such, the whole lot had begun to raise the service fee, from the initial tens of thousands apiece to hundreds of thousands. It did not look like the climbing of prices was slowing down, either. Xiafei frowned as he muttered, "I recall Fukin telling me to keep a low profile. Didn't he say something to that effect?" Radix shook his head hurriedly. "When did he ever say that? Since there's money to be earned, it of course makes sense for us to make as much as we can. What's the use of being low-key? Keeping a low profile isn't going to feed us." "You're right. What you said makes sense. Let these people continue to raise the prices then. I'm not earning much even if each item goes for 1,000,000 points, anyway, so who's to say no to more money? Come, let's read some more books in the meantime," Xiafei said with a smile. Spirit energy originated from nature, and it was not easy to retrieve such. If Xiafei went around scouring the stars for regions with spirit energy and gathering it bit by bit, who knew how much time and energy he would have to waste? If he did not have this current opportunity, Xiafei would surely go forth and look for more no matter how much time and effort he had to waste. This was because energy was the foundation to everything, and a warrior without energy was one without any weapon. How could that work? The situation right now was people rushing to give their hard-earned spirit energy to Xiafei, while Xiafei merely needed to repair their soul weapons, and he would have spirit energy rolling to him. There was no reason for him to miss on such a lucrative deal. Of course, Xiafei did not let this get to his head, either. He knew that he still needed to keep studying, so he practiced M.Uke restraint, spending half his time reading and studying while he spending the other half earning money. He read 2 books cover to cover before leaving the archives for the trade sector. By now, the virtual space was already packed with people. Everyone was curious to learn just who had been successfully repairing their primeval soul weapons. There were plenty of people. It was a good thing that everyone present was just holographic figures, so it did not cause overcrowding. Xiafei had his eye on those unique and highly priced soul weapons and those who stood at the side. This was no longer how it had been at the start. Now, Xiafei must choose which soul weapon to repair from the many. He only looked at those with unique traits and were highly priced, since the experience he could gain from the process was also an important aspect of his work. A lady, who appeared to be the same age as Xiafei, stood beside him at a corner beyond the crowd, looking mightily worried. This was none other than Moria. Xiafei was the only one who could repair primeval soul weapons, and there were plenty of them awaiting him to work his magic. As a corollary, those soul weapons Moria had brought over were easily buried, and Xiafei had yet to see them, causing this young lady to feel very flustered. Xiafei inadvertently glanced at Moria once or twice, yet it had unexpectedly caused that lady to fire off a question at him. "Are you here to get your soul weapons repaired, too?" Moria asked. Xiafei looked behind him and saw that there was no one there, only to realize that Moria had directed this question at him. "No, I'm just here to join in on the fun." Xiafei smiled. Moria nodded her head, a little disappointed, clutching her 2 hands tightly. Xiafei was curious. "You seem to be very nervous." Moria nodded honestly. "There are too many people and too many soul weapons here. I wonder when it will be my turn. Everyone's prices are climbing higher and higher, and at this rate, I'm afraid that I won't get the chance to." Xiafei chuckled. "You don't have to worry about that. Actually, that spiritualist isn't only looking to repair the highly priced soul weapons. Look at the record for the past 3 days and you'll understand that he's looking specifically for the unique and well-priced ones. If your soul weapon is different from the others, it will still be chosen, even if its price isn't that high." Moria's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiafei with slight admiration. "Oh, why haven't I realized that? Indeed, it isn't the price that decides this spiritualist's hand but rather the uniqueness of the soul weapon. Moria was pleasantly surprised at first, but her pupils soon dimmed. If that's the case, I'm afraid that the soul weapons of my clan won't have a chance, either. Oh, why do you say that? Asked Xia Fei curiously. Well, we of the Moor clan are well versed in close combat, and what we have left are soul weapons that require their users to get close, but such soul weapons are no longer very popular nowadays, explained Moria anxiously. Xia Fei found this to be rather interesting. Close combat soul weapons were indeed rarer, and aside from that first primeval soul weapon, 4-star buffeting winds, which he helped fix, he had not seen anything similar in these past few days. Startled, Xia Fei suddenly smiled and shook his head while sighing. Ah, how could I have forgotten about that? Moria looked at Xia Fei inquisitively, causing him to ask quickly with a straight face, Lady, which are your soul weapons? Moria pointed to a corner opposite from where they were standing. Xia Fei had a decent memory, so he easily recalled just where those soul weapons were without him needing to look closer. Close combat is also considered a fatal fighting technique, Xia Fei mumbled as he quietly exited the system. Moria found Xia Fei to be very strange, but she very quickly forgot about this interaction in her elation, for 3 of her close combat soul weapons had been taken for repair. Inside the cultivation room, Radix asked, Are you saying that the unique characteristics of close combat soul weapons suit the Skywings like fate? I haven't thought about this before, but it is true that only that group of speed maniacs can maximize the potential found in close combat soul weapons. Xia Fei held onto one of Moria's close combat soul weapons, which had been passed down through the generations in her clan, and smiled. I've only thought of this just now as well. Close combat soul weapons shouldn't be extinct as a distinctly special category on their own. As such, provided that they can be placed in the hands of the right warriors, such soul weapons can easily demonstrate their greatness. With this said, Xia Fei began to devote his concentration on repairing the 3 close combat soul weapons one by one while he strove to comprehend their essentials in hopes of one day being able to make powerful and heaven-defying close combat soul weapons for his Skywing clan comrades. Those speed maniacs were not very far along in terms of cultivation, and if they could get their hands on soul weapons, which were capable of augmenting their traits, it would not be impossible for them to carve out a place in the Alpha universe someday. In less than half an hour, Xia Fei had managed to complete his repairs of the 3 soul weapons. He then sent those 3 right back. After which, he made notes in his notebook and moved to run off to the archives again. When he returned to the trade sector, Xia Fei discovered that Moria was still standing on the same spot as before, and the expression on her face was still as anxious and hesitant as ever. Xia Fei got curious. He had already repaired this lady's 3 soul weapons, why was she still looking so glum? So we meet again? Xia Fei chuckled. Moria nodded. I realized that you're really quite the good luck charm for me. The moment our conversation ended, that spiritualist actually selected my soul weapons and had them all repaired. Thank you. Xia Fei shrugged. No need for thanks. That was just a mere coincidence and had nothing to do with me whatsoever. Since you've managed to get your soul weapons repaired, why do you still look so unhappy? Moria rubbed gently that black leather bundle in her hands and replied softly, I went back home and searched for rather unique soul weapons, and this was what I ended up finding. With that said, Moria very carefully undid the black leather wraps to reveal the item within. Even though they were inside the holonet, Xia Fei's eyes nevertheless glowed the moment he saw it. Say, do you think that this soul weapon is a bit too weird? Moria asked in a low voice. Chapter 1137, The Most Powerful Close Combat Soul Weapon. Say, do you think that this soul weapon is a bit too weird? Moria asked in a low voice. Xia Fei was stunned. The soul weapon in Moria's hands definitely looked unusual. Most primeval soul weapons were not too far off from the appearance of traditional weapons, yet this one actually took the form of a sharp fang. His fingers involuntarily touched his spatial ring. This soul weapon reminded Xia Fei of the White Dragon's Screech, a legendary sword said to have been forged using the fang of an ancient dragon. However, upon closer inspection, there was actually a jarring discrepancy between the two. No matter what, White Dragon's Screech still held the aura and the texture of an actual dragon fang and would even often let out a piercing scream that no one could explain whenever it was used. A good majority of exotic beasts and even divine beasts would involuntarily tremble all over the moment they heard its screech. Meanwhile, Moria's soul weapon exuded nothingness, almost as if it was not even real. Indeed, what you've got there is quite strange. Tell me, Where did you get this? How is it used? Xia Fei asked, his interest piqued. Moria tugged at her hair and shook her head. This soul weapon is something I found in my father's study, wedged between the pages of his diary. It was originally a pair of soft gloves, but the moment I took it out, the gloves actually stretched into half a fang, almost as if it had its own consciousness. Oh? Why did it disappear again? Moria gasped, startled. Just as the two were chatting, that holographic representation of the fang turned back into a pair of half-cut leather gloves, looking as tough as crocodile skin. It was as though the item would be very uncomfortable to wear. Xia Fei could find no clue in this simulated environment, but he already had developed a deep interest in the pair of transforming gloves. Thinking for a while, he said, "You'd better put your father's diary together with those gloves. Perhaps that can help the spiritualist if they choose to repair this soul weapon of yours. Put my father's diary alongside it. When my father was still alive, he was very secretive about his diary. Even I wasn't permitted to get anywhere near it." Moria furrowed her brows, hesitant. Xia Fei reassured her. "I don't know what you're worried about. Since that spiritualist is capable of repairing primeval soul weapons, I'm sure that they must be someone of upstanding character, so they shouldn't end up squirreling away with your father's diary. At most, he'll likely look at the contents." Moria nodded. She took the pair of gloves with crocodile skin and placed it between the pages of her father's precious diary again. Judging from the considerable attention she paid when doing so, if this soul weapon got repaired, at the very least, it could leave a memory for her ancestors. "I believe you. Ever since I met you, my luck seems to have taken a turn for the better." Moria giggled. "Oh, right. What's your name?" "You may call me Xiao Fei," replied Xia Fei with his signature smirk. Watching his back as he departed, a little voice in Moria's mind went, "Why didn't you ask for my name?" Ulan's cultivation room. Xia Fei opened the diary of Moria's father and was instantly shocked. The most powerful close combat weapon isn't a soul weapon but rather a fist. Xia Fei read. Quickly flipping through more pages, Xia Fei's eyes brightened. To think that the Moor clan would be so crazy. Their ancestors have done intensive research throughout their lives just so they could forge the strongest close combat soul weapon. It's truly unexpected that they'd end up choosing the fist. Fist? Isn't that a bit too hard to believe? Radix looked at his two hands and commented. Doesn't this also mean that they've turned themselves into soul weapons? Do they intend to resist all dark energy with their bare fists? Xia Fei was still flipping through the pages of the diary. He had this habit of reading something 100 times till every content would be self-evident to him. Xia Fei was never the type to read important information just once and also never felt tired repeatedly studying something. Only until he had every word ingrained in his memory and every detail between the pages etched in his mind would he stop. Right now, Xia Fei was only on his first read of this close combat diary. Thump. Placing down the diary, Xia Fei heaved a long sigh. It was pretty clear that he felt thrilled. Turning hardened fists into soul weapons. This had opened up a completely new line of thinking for Xia Fei. The Moor was truly a very stubborn clan, holding fast to melee combat and not once giving up on this aspect. It had fully researched the pinnacle of close combat. Even to this day, with the advent of ranged soul weapons and their promising future, they had steadfastly stuck on to their pursuit of the clan's tradition. Xia Fei could not help but admire such perseverance from the bottom of his heart. "I've really found myself a treasure this time." Xia Fei closed his eyes and lit a cigarette. "What, is it really possible to turn fists into soul weapons?" Radix asked, curious. "The diary is very clear-cut on this, so the moment close combat is demonstrated to its zenith, the soul weapons will become an impedance, which prevents warriors from making further improvement. Over-reliance on soul weapons isn't a good thing, and that's why the Moor clan sought to abandon soul weapons, coming up with this crazy method of reinforcing fists with dark energy." Xia Fei extended his arms and stared at his hard fists, saying, "Fists are part of our body, and so in terms of agility and power, they're truly unmatched by any soul weapons out there. If I can imbue my fists with the power of close combat soul weapons, can you imagine just how frightening that will be?" The Moor clan has already advanced its research to the finishing stages of making fists soul weapons. What I need to do is research more deeply and choose the appropriate material as well as method for forging soul-imbued gloves. As long as I can wear this sort of gloves, my two fists will be able to wield the power of soul weapons. Xia Fei lifted a clenched fist in his excitement. Radix blinked. Are you telling me that Miss Moore basically gifted you the research that her ancestors poured their hearts and souls into? Xia Fei shrugged. I didn't expect the Moore clan to have researched this topic till such a degree. I was merely curious at first. Radix was utterly speechless, sighing. What a strange situation. You didn't care about the crowd of people, yet you just happened to have chosen that woman from the Moore clan to chat with. Meanwhile, who knew that she'd take out these very strange gloves? Is this what it means to be lucky? If you hadn't struck up a conversation with Miss Moore then, would you have gotten your hands on this pair of gloves and her father's diary? Xia Fei shook his head and replied in a low voice, well, you're not being very accurate here. Many things are actually not coincidental. I noticed that she had a very similar air to me. Perhaps she shared the same upbringing as me, having been alone since young. Radix nodded as if he had gotten an epiphany, as if he had seen the truth hidden in the minutiae. Many times, the reason Xia Fei got lucky was his adeptness at observing his surroundings while having a free spirit. Even the people Xia Fei chose to interact with would often have quite the personality, he was never the sort to fraternize with ordinary people. The mysterious spiritualist who could repair primeval soul weapons had disappeared. This news spread internally in the Spiritualist Association. It had been 3 whole days, and they had not heard anything from Xia Fei. It was as if he had come breezing in and out like the wind. Those who had not managed to get their primeval soul weapons repaired were naturally very upset, while those who had 1 or 2 of their soul weapons repaired, instead, felt that they were very fortunate, for they had heard of his arrival early. Though there would be people waiting in the trade sector every day, hoping that Xia Fei would make a return, he did not do that. Gradually, everyone began to lose their patience, and the crowd slowly thinned as a result. Xia Fei did not waste any time in these few days, however. That legacy diary from the Moore clan had inspired him, and he was now organizing his notes, in an attempt to forge a pair of unparalleled soul-imbued gloves. Master Ulan seemed to have figured something out, and so he was in a fairly good mood. No matter what materials Xia Fei needed, Ulan would take the initiative to scour the trade system to help him purchase those. He did not even make Xia Fei pay for these items and gave them to him for free. Xia Fei quietly marveled at this development. Just what could Ulan be planning to do? Studying the diary, reading books, and attempting to forge a soul weapon were the 3 activities Xia Fei had sunk his time into the entire week. While this week was uneventful, it was very fulfilling. Success! Success! Inside the cultivation room, Radix yelped out of excitement. He gazed at the deep cavity on the wall with apparent glee. Whoosh! Ulan came rushing in, flustered. What happened? It sounded like an explosion had gone off. The entire pagoda shook from that blast. Xia Fei laughed as he glanced at the traces left behind on the wall and said sheepishly, it's caused by a new soul weapon I came up with. I didn't expect the attack power to be so strong, so I ended up accidentally puncturing a hole on the metal wall of this room. Ulan was surprised but soon began laughing as if nothing had happened, dismissive of the damage. Here I was wondering what happened. It's just a wall, no harm done. As long as you didn't damage my plants, I wouldn't mind it even if you ended up toppling the pagoda. He had spoken so casually it caused Xia Fei to frown slightly, unsure as to what Ulan's intention was. During this period, Ulan had been spending money on Xia Fei like an open tap. He had made a large number of purchases through the Holonet for him and had even given away many of the plants he was growing in his laboratory, selling quite a lot of them. It had gotten to a point where this large botanical garden was beginning to look rather sparse and empty. It must be noted that the plants here were Ulan's life work, and normally, he would not even let anyone touch them, much less give them away. Ulan strolled off, leaving Xia Fei and Radix staring at the grey, half-cut soft gloves. After many rounds of experimentation, Xia Fei had finally settled on the skin of a rank 9 exotic beast spirit horn rhinoceros to be the soul weapon's vessel. Forging the soft soul-imbued gloves with it, a soul weapon in a class of its own was born. About its combat strength, Radix had seen it in action with his own eyes. The moment the warrior wearing these gloves got into melee range, they could use their fists to blast away their opponent's life and soul with a single hit. Violent. It was completely violent. The strongest melee soul weapon in all of history was born. The fist. It was the most unusual and unexpected soul weapon. A masterpiece in close combat. After storing away this precious experimental item, Xia Fei returned the fully repaired soul weapon and Morya's father's diary to her. After that was done, he headed over to the archives and picked out a trove of books. He then got ready to depart from the Spiritualist Association. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Old Fukin must have been waiting impatiently for him on board the Silver Spectre. Ulan's room had something called the Spirit Energy Boon System, which was unique to the Spiritualist Association. As long as anyone placed their arm to it, they would be able to convert points into energy, and vice versa. It was highly convenient. A total of 705 Spirit Energy Standard Units. Adding the 62 units you still have in your 7th brain region, you now have 767 Standard Units in reserve. Radix gushed in excitement after reading the numbers displayed on the screen. When he first arrived, Xiafei only had 120 Standard Units of Spirit Energy left, but now he was departing with more than 6 times that number. This was not mentioning Xiafei's promotion in terms of cultivation and his acquisition of a unique type of close combat enhancement method. He had truly reaped quite a bountiful harvest here. Without warning, Master Ulan entered the room, too. He rolled up his sleeve and put his arm to the energy boon system. "What are you doing?" Xiafei asked curiously. "Oh, I'm exchanging all my points into energy and then leaving," Ulan answered breezily. "All of them? Are you done living here?" Xiafei asked, curious. Ulan did not reply. All he did was look at Xiafei with a rather strange expression on his face. Chapter 1138, 500 Aurorine. The Silver Spectre. The moment Xiafei stepped on board the warship, he could hear the sound of 2 men laughing raucously from the command deck. "Don't you laugh at me! You haven't forgotten about that time you stole 2 ice dragon fruits from Master, causing that old man to go into such a blind rage he spent 3 whole years chasing after you, have you? It's a good thing you're quick, or else given my master's temper, you'd surely have your 2 legs broken or worse." This voice was very familiar. When Xiafei entered the command deck to look, he was greeted by the sight of Fukin chatting with Ulan. "Master Ulan, why have you run all the way here to where I'm at?" Xiafei asked, curious. He had just bid this old man farewell earlier, but in the several minutes he took to return to the warship, he had met the botanist once more. Was this not a tad bit too soon for a reunion? Fukin chuckled. "Let me tell you a piece of good news. Ulan has decided to leave his lousy pagoda and travel with us. From today onward, no matter where we go, he'll be following along. Though Ulan is a spiritualist of botany, he is very formidable. If we ever fight, I may not necessarily hold a distinct advantage over him." Ulan waved his hand disapprovingly. "Listen to the way you described me, you made me out to be some hitman. We, spiritualists of botany, place a strong emphasis on peace and harmony, so don't either of you expect me to fight and kill like the both of you." Turning his head, Ulan told Xiafei, "Honestly speaking, the reason why I made my decision is that unique ability of yours. Those plants of mine grew many times faster with you in the pagoda, so as long as you are willing to let my plants remain in your cultivation room, whatever your business will be mine as well." Ulan's attitude was absolutely sincere when he said this. Xiafei thought about it and smiled. What more could I ask for with a great spiritualist of botany choosing to travel with me? All you're asking from me is to nurture your plants in passing, and that's hardly an issue. Fukin and I are on our way to the borderlands to settle a score with the inverse. We'd be more than happy to have your company." Ulan frowned and turned to Fukin. "The inverse? Aren't they just a minor undeveloped species living in the fringe region? How did they find themselves in your bad books?" Fukin replied, "That's a long story. I'll explain it to you slowly as we travel." The 3 chatted for a while. Meanwhile, Xiafei activated the Silver Spectre and began liftoff. Having Ulan around was by no means bad for Xiafei. He was ultimately a great spiritualist. In fact, plenty out there wished that they could befriend a spiritualist. Since Ulan had come knocking on his front door of his own accord, it made no sense for Xiafei to drive him away. It was just that Xiafei soon discovered that Ulan had a very bad habit. Every day, the old man would urge him to cultivate. He had even filled the entire cultivation room with his plants in advance. It could not be helped. The moment Xiafei used spirit energy, all these plants would automatically experience rapid growth, and for the sake of his plants growing faster, Ulan hassled Xiafei to cultivate every waking moment. The Silver Spectre had an uneventful trip back to Guard 83. Xiafei led Fukin and Ulan to the Aurora's compound so that the two could enjoy tea in the guest hall. He then went to find Iron Tiger, Wistview, and Little Shot. "How goes the screening?" Xiafei asked. Iron Tiger answered, "We're almost there. We haven't not slacked off all this while. About 6,000 individuals made it past the first and second rounds of tests. The Ororeen sure live up to their name as a major clan, plenty of their warriors have high potential. We've been fretting senselessly just to narrow down the number to 6,000. Xia Fei nodded. Little Shot and Westview were somewhat pleased with themselves. Their moniker as a major clan was by no means just for show. The Ororeen also had their method of nurturing warriors, it was just the clan's teaching that interfered, making it so a lot of them did not look too kindly toward violence. It was this very point where they differed greatly from Xia Fei. Xia Fei's line of thinking was clear-cut, since these people were warriors, they must be tyrannical and rude. There was no room for reason. They must exude an aura that could kill the world. It would be great if they could all act like that group of madmen from the Skywing clan. The moment the Skywings were met with any disagreement, they would just charge right up and kill the dissenters. Alas, at present, the cultured and gracious Aurora clan reaching such a degree of unreasonableness was hopeless. The fact was, across the entire universe, the Skywing's existence was unique, and Xia Fei could only lower his standards and settle for the next best thing. This still isn't enough, Xia Fei intoned. We need to thin their numbers down to 500, this time, I'll be bringing them to perform a special test. Iron Tiger was startled but soon nodded. Understood. I'll do my best. I don't want your best. Tomorrow morning, get all those chosen together. I wish to give them a surprise, Xia Fei ordered with a growl. Oidman Westview asked out of curiosity, what is so urgent? By the way, what do we do about those who aren't chosen? Xia Fei answered, those who aren't chosen won't be joining me in the operation this time. There will still be plenty of chances next time. As for what they'll be doing, you'll naturally learn what it is when I come back. After he relayed these instructions to Westview, both rushed away to deal with their respective businesses. Xia Fei lit a cigarette on his way back to Ulan and Fukin's room. Done with the arrangements so soon? When are we leaving? Fukin asked. Tomorrow night. I told Iron Tiger to choose 500 individuals. These 500 will be joining us, and when the time comes, I'll still need Master Ulan to lend a hand, Xia Fei said. Me? Ulan smiled and asked. What do you need me to do? Incite them, Xia Fei replied. They're all people with potential, so as long as they are sufficiently inspired, even Mr. Nice Guys can turn into maniacs. That's why I hope to borrow your status as someone from the Spiritualist Association to stir up those warriors. Ulan nodded. That's nothing. I'll do as you asked. Do you need to inform Aurora clan's Wistful Hejus when you leave with that batch of warriors? Xia Fei was amused. You know Wistful Hejus? Ulan chuckled. Of course, I do. There are several powerful figures in the Aurora clan, and Wistful Hejus is one of them. They simply hide their foundation very deeply, so not everyone knows. Xia Fei replied, we can forget about reporting to him. Honestly, though I'm these Aurorians' kin, I am still independent from them. Since they agreed to me setting up an academy here to teach my fellow clan members, then whatever I say goes. Just as this conversation was over, Little Shot informed Xia Fei that Suzu Treasure from the Heavenly Treasure Firm had arrived. Fukin and Ulan smiled at each other as if they were sharing some questionable thoughts. Xia Fei did not pay the two any attention and left to meet Suzu next door. Have you prepared everything I asked for? Xia Fei asked. Suzu Treasure appeared to be somewhat ill at ease as she placed a spatial ring before Xia Fei. 500 soul weapons, most of them at the basic grade, with none being of a high grade still, they're all usable, Suzu reported. Xia Fei did not even bother to check the soul weapons in the ring and directly stored it in his pocket. He then smiled. The Heavenly Treasure Firm has helped me immensely again. How should I repay you? Suzu only sighed in relief after seeing that Xia Fei was satisfied. He had really shown his lion appetite this time, asking for 500 soul weapons at one go. Heavenly Treasure Firm had no choice but to go searching everywhere and barely managed to collect the goods in a timely fashion. Blinking, Suzu replied, now you're the one acting like a stranger here. No need to be so courteous when we're merely mutually helping each other out. It was a sly choice of words, and Suzu Treasure lived up to her title as a lady with a mercantile background. The key was in the phrase mutually helping each other out. Ever since Xia Fei began a business relationship with Heavenly Treasure Firm, Suzu had helped Xia Fei many times, while Xia Fei had merely given her 2 healing soul weapons thus far. As precious as healing soul weapons were, they were hardly a fair trade for 500 basic soul weapons, and so Xia Fei still needed to provide an appropriate recompense toward this end. Giving the matter some thought, Xia Fei pulled out a few items from his spatial ring, one of which was that pair of golden soul eyes. The moment Suzu saw it, her expression changed drastically. "Isn't that a pair of soul eyes from the legends?" Suzu gasped, flustered. Xia Fei nodded. "That's right. It's a pair of soul eyes. I wonder if these items can make up for the price of soul weapons this time? If it's not enough, I can throw in a couple of healing soul weapons when I have the time later." Suzu nodded her head repeatedly, pleasantly surprised. "I won't deny it, the last time you gave us those 2 healing soul weapons, it's our original intention to treat those as our prized possessions, but somehow, an old friend of my father's learned of the matter and he got his hands on one of the 2 after paying an astronomical price. If we include these rare soul eyes into the equation, not only will the price of the soul weapons be offset, we'll even be making a profit." Suzu's words were somewhat exaggerated, as these 500 soul weapons had practically emptied the firm's coffers. They had only managed to afford everything because they were one of the 4 leading firms in the Alpha universe. However, there was something even more important than money being transacted here, and it was the networking. Because of Xia Fei's healing soul weapons, Heavenly Treasure Firm had managed to forge a relationship with one of the highly prominent figures in the Alpha universe, something that they would never have even considered in the past. Money could be earned back, but networking was something that took months and years to establish. This was especially true for businessmen like them who had low status to begin with. It was truly not easy for them to climb up. The ambitions of the Treasure family had never been confined to just earning money. What they hoped was to be a mega-rich clan like the Venus of Eternal Night, hoping to one day become a wealthy family that people across the universe would respect and admire. Xia Fei replied nonchalantly, "Take it. We can talk more next time if you have any further needs. I won't seek to take advantage of you. As long as you can diligently keep to the rules of our cooperation, I guarantee that you'll see more coming your way in the future." Suzu was slightly taken aback and quietly collected the items Xia Fei had laid out. This was the immense difference between spiritualists and businessmen. Whether it was Xia Fei's healing soul weapon or this pair of soul eyes, either was an item that he could easily acquire, while Suzu Treasure viewed such stuff as priceless artifact that no amount of money could buy. Around noon the next day, the Aurora clan's external compound teemed with people. The difference was clear. On one side were the 500 warriors that had been selected because of their great potential, the other side were all those not chosen this time. Those who had been chosen were, of course, lifting their heads proudly. It was just that, given how the Aurorine had always emphasized on humility as how they carried themselves, Xia Fei felt that all these warriors lacked the pride that they ought to be showing. Xia Fei silently made his way up on the platform, sweeping his gaze across those gathered in front of him. He then gave Master Ulan a slight nod, as the corner of his lips curled up into that strange smirk. Ulan sighed. He recited the script that Xia Fei had given him in his mind. Today, he would be putting on a show with Xia Fei to help pump up the blood in these honest warriors. "My name is Xia Fei. Everyone here should already know about me, so I won't waste time elaborating. It is common knowledge that this academy in the Aurora clan came to be at the whim of my master, and today, though he isn't here in person, my master's friend nevertheless came in his stead, the level 8 great spiritualist of the Spiritualist Association, Ulan." Xia Fei said with a grin. With that, Xia Fei reached out one hand and did a welcoming gesture. Whoosh! Everyone's gaze swiftly turned toward Ulan, a level 8 great spiritualist from the Spiritualist Association. This was too eye-catching a title, causing everyone's eyes to sparkle at that moment. Chapter 1139, Kill your husband, beat your daughter, and rob your in-laws. A level 8 spiritualist. A real figure of importance from the Spiritualist Association. The warriors of the Aurora clan were all shocked. To them, Ulan was a glaring sight, but what they had no clue about was that Ulan was a spiritualist of botany, which was regarded as a very unpopular lineage in the spiritualist circle. Clearing his throat, Ulan's expression turned very severe as he gave off the dignity expected of an important figure. After a minute of pause, everyone began to grow restless. Why had this important figure not said a word yet? Today is the inauguration of this academy established by Xia Fei. I heard that 6,000 candidates have been accepted and a further 500 elites will have the chance to join us in an important exercise. Ulan finally spoke. Xia Fei frowned, for the speech Ulan was giving was different from what he had prepared for the botanist. The warriors below the platform grew very excited. Especially the 500 warriors who had been selected out of the 6,000, they were eager to get started. Xia Fei had already admitted before that anyone who managed to graduate from the academy would at least come away with one soul weapon. There was nothing else that could get a warrior excited other than this. This time, I didn't bring anything with me, so treat these trinkets as the welcome gifts that me and Xia Fei's master have for you all. Thump. The moment his speech was over, Ulan lightly brushed his finger across his spatial ring. A crate full of soul weapons then landed heavily on the stage. Soul weapons. These are soul weapons. Oh, heavens! There are so many soul weapons. Hundreds of them. Is this real, or am I dreaming? The moment they saw the soul weapons, the warriors under the stage went crazy over those. It was essentially even more effective than any words of encouragement. These soul weapons will be given to that first batch of 500 warriors, with each of them getting one. I'll be honest with you. Xia Fei and his master are very powerful, and they have plenty of soul weapons. As long as you are willing to accept their teachings properly, you'll definitely become indomitable warriors in the future. However, you mustn't be too proud. While you all are given soul weapons, they can easily be taken back at any moment. These are just the most basic soul weapons, don't you wish for even more? Soul weapons of better grade? Then you'd better begin working hard starting now. Roar. 3 cheers. Finally, I got my hands on a soul weapon. The atmosphere was extremely lively, and Xia Fei helplessly shook his head from the sidelines. While Ulan did not follow the prepared script, he could not help but admit that the botanist's method was also very effective. The temptation that the soul weapons brought was simply too great, and when Ulan dropped that crate in front of everyone's eyes, all the warriors present immediately had goosebumps. We will be heading out tonight, embarking on a very difficult assignment. Do any of you have any questions? Ulan shouted with a wave of his hand. No questions. We're willing to go. Ulan burst into laughter. Good. Head back and pack your bags then. The rest of you who will remain here shall train hard as you await my and Xia Fei's return. When we return, anyone who performs well will be well rewarded. Hooray! The entire external compound exploded with cheers. The voices of these people echoed so greatly that they broke the very skies. In the evening, Old Westview prepared a table of good food so that Xia Fei could join Fukin and Ulan together for a meal. Fukin's eyes were squinted. He took out that box filled with golden sunflower seeds and placed 6 on his plate. Come, each of us will have 2. Let's have a taste of this absolute delicacy known to man, Fukin said with a laugh. Ulan furrowed his brows unhappily and sighed. It wasn't easy for me to get these golden sunflower seeds, yet you're actually eating them. If my master were to learn of this, he would surely have your head. Fukin scoffed, thinking nothing of his comment. Delicious food, of course, has to be eaten. Besides, your master is long dead, so don't try and scare me with him. Xia Fei ignored the playful bickering of these 2 old men and took the 2 seeds from his plate, dishelling them and then tossing both into his mouth. This was a very vulgar way of eating, and Fukin actually slapped his own face in his distress. You ought to chew them. The golden sunflower seeds smell fragrant and have plenty of benefits to solidifying a spiritualist's soul, Fukin said painfully. Solidifying my soul? What's that? Xia Fei asked curiously. Ulan sighed. You know that the spiritualists are on a decline with each passing day, and it's rare for another spiritualist to appear. The reason is a big problem that people in this line bear, where many high-level spiritualists find themselves having difficulty guarding their soul roots. Just as how we succeed and fail by our 7th brain regions, soul marks in spiritualists are different from those found in soul practitioners. While we possess even more powerful abilities, there's now a phenomenon where spiritualists find their soul marks scattering and their level deteriorating. Some of the more severe cases even have their soul marks collapse inwardly, their souls instantly dissipating. Xia Fei was shocked, gasping, to think that such a thing is happening. Still, I find that my soul marks are fairly stable, and I don't see any signs of them becoming unstable. Fukin chimed in. It isn't that everyone will experience their soul marks collapsing, but there's an obvious trend here, where high-level spiritualists easily find themselves becoming sick. This golden sunflower seed is a miraculous thing that can prevent soul marks from collapsing, and it's all thanks to Ulan, this great spiritualist of botany, otherwise, we would never have the chance to eat something so wonderful. Okay, enough with that. No need for your flattery after taking advantage of me. Ulan took a swig of wine. You, unrestricted, don't have immortal souls to begin with, so it's a real waste for you to complement the golden sunflower seeds with wine. With that said, Ulan handed a little case to Xiafei. I heard that you'll be heading to the collapsed expanse of Founders soon. I'm giving you these 10 golden sunflower seeds of mine as protection. They can help protect you from a dark energy attack in a critical situation, thereby saving your life, but you mustn't be like Fukin, eating something so precious as if it's a snack. Xiafei chuckled politely as he stored that case in his bosom. Ulan paused for a bit before saying, old folks like Fukin and me won't go to the collapsed expanse of Founders, as it's not worth the risk, so you have to be extra careful. After all, though you possess unrestricted soul spirit marks in your 7th rain region just like Fukin, you don't have an immortal soul. Any conventional or dark energy attack can very well take your life, unlike me, who can be reborn if someone deals me a fatal blow. As such, unless a dark energy attack ruins my brain region or soul marks, I'll essentially be able to live forever. Xiafei nodded. The reopening of the collapsed expanse of Founders was nearly upon them, and this was the main reason Xiafei was in a hurry to spare the Lore Realm from any future threats. After all, the moment he entered that space, there would be no way for him to know just how things were outside. Xiafei wanted to seize the present, while he still could, to open the cosmic gate and connect the Lore Realm to the Alpha Universe, helping the warriors from the Lore Realm familiarize themselves with a higher level of fighting styles and also marry Avril. This was why he must eliminate the inverse. Despite the inverse chasing after Xiafei back then, who he was today could not be more unlike how he had been back then. Xiafei had since grasped dark energy, and the Lore Realm also had more than a few founders now. Adding the 2 apex spiritualists on his side and the 500 elites from the Aurora clan, Xiafei may not necessarily lose this time. Deep into the night, the Silver Spectre silently set off to its destination. As a cruiser, it hardly had any problem ferrying 500 warriors. It was just that their accommodations would be slightly Spartan, as Xiafei had temporarily turned the cargo hold into a place for leisure and cultivation of everyone on board. After they obtained their first ever soul weapons, these warriors were all in festive mood, so the moment they got aboard, everyone was eager to begin their cultivation and training, not in the least bit concerned about the simple living conditions that they were given. With regard to the inculcation of combat techniques, Xiafei had to do nothing, since these warriors, who had been chosen out of the 1,000 others, were by no means weak. The only thing they lacked was bloodlust. The moment they nurtured that, each of them would well be worth 100 men. Xiafei was very strange, not paying attention to these 500 warriors after shutting them together. 1 day, 2 days, and by the time the 3rd day came, the atmosphere had become evidently tense. After all these people joined Xiafei on this excursion sans knowledge of what to expect. No one had any idea what they would be up to, so they could not help but start speculating. In the afternoon of the 3rd day, while the Silver Spectre still cruised at high speeds, it now traveled at a much slower pace compared to how it was earlier at noon. The more attentive warriors began to polish their weapons, thinking that their exercise might begin today. Command deck. Xiafei was currently pointing at the screen showing a large star map for Suzu treasure. The lady had been secretly brought aboard the ship by Xiafei, and none of the warriors knew about her presence. Suzu, who was holding onto a set of holographic star charts, used her maps to check the Silver Spectre's real-time scan result. It seemed that she was searching for something. It should be this planet, the old lair of a peak-level exotic beast, the spirit-horned rhinoceros, which belongs to the Fuefeng clan, Suzu said. Xiafei flashed that signature smirk of his and said, "Good work. That's all you have to do. I thank you for all your information, or else, I wouldn't be able to find such a hidden location easily." Suzu answered, "The Heavenly Treasure Firm is a business, and all sorts of people seek to establish connections with us. This location was revealed to my grandfather by those people in the illegal poaching business. Sometimes, one must do things that can't see the light of day when they're doing business." Xiafei opened the door indifferently. "I understand this completely. Right now, you may take this small shuttle and return home. It's not safe for a lone girl to accompany us. Besides, you are still needed to manage your family's business. I heard that you'd been transferred over to the headquarters. You're set to take up as the chairman's new assistant. I believe that your next step is to take control of the entire Heavenly Treasure Firm." Suzu blushed, appearing to be very pleased. However, seeing that Xiafei was still expressionless, she realized that he had simply made a passing comment. Whether or not she took control of Heavenly Treasure Firm did not matter to Xia Fei at all. Meanwhile, it was Suzu who had been so excited to share the news with him. Oh, right. Zisir has been clamoring to see you. It seems like you have offended her or something, so if you've got the time, Suzu puffed her chest and took the initiative to mention this to Xia Fei. We'll talk about future matters next time. A lot of times, my hands are tied, Xia Fei replied softly. Sending Suzu Treasure off, Ulan chuckled. That lady seems to be rather interested in you. There's also that Zisir Knight lady. I remember that she's the apple of the old donkeys, knights, You're not simple. Fukin had a serious expression on his face, frowning. Did Suzu Treasure say that that planet is part of Fufeng clan's territory? If I remember correctly, Rock Chime's wife came from the Fufeng clan. Rock Chime is dead, while you've injured Orchid Chime. Are you now planning to snatch territory off Rock Chime's widow? Aren't you a bit too vicious? Ulan was stunned when he heard this, looking at Xia Fei in bewilderment. That's right. We'll be raiding Fufeng clan's territory. I received news that Rock Chime's wife had turned to her family to bring calamity on us. In this day and age, anyone who wishes to make me suffer will learn what it truly means to suffer. Whoosh! Xia Fei turned on his communication device and announced to the 500 Aurorine warriors in the ship's cargo hold, everything is ready. In 15 minutes' time, the warship is going to land, we'll begin our raid thereafter. Chapter 1140, Colorless Sky Cow. Xia Fei turned on his communication device and announced to the 500 Aurorine warriors in the ship's cargo hold, everything is ready. In 15 minutes' time, the warship is going to land, we'll begin our raid thereafter. This was a fairly simple statement, yet it sent the warriors of the Aurora clan into a state of confusion. Each of their eyes was wide open in complete bewilderment. 20 minutes later, the warship landed on a planet covered in red valleys. The 500 Aurorine warriors were in neat formation, fairly well organized. Xia Fei could not help but recall the pack of wolves from Skywing clan, which were the exact opposite of these people. Those madmen were not in the least bit concerned about structure or arrangement, with some joking around, others drinking, and the rest either sitting or lying down. Penny for your thoughts, Xia Fei. Radix quietly brought him back to reality. Seeing these warriors had caused Xia Fei to think of his Skywing clan comrades, and he was momentarily in a daze. Xia Fei sighed. Look at how neat and tidy they formed themselves, and with completely serious demeanors, too. I just don't feel comfortable seeing this. Radix shook his head. It's not bad. Warriors, of course, will have their own code, and given how well trained the Aurora clan has always been, it's only natural for these people to be courteous and to strictly observe regulations. Xia Fei was unimpressed by this. Regulations? Rules have always been the least I cared about in my life. The Aurora clan is far too rigid, and none of these warriors has any personality to speak of. They're no different from manufactured robots, devoid of any passion. Personality and passion were always the two things Xia Fei valued the most, and seeing all these warriors in front of him so far away from his ideals had only bolstered his resolve to remold them from the core. With this thought in mind, Xia Fei's lips curled into that strange smirk as an evil look crept into his face. Radix trembled from the sidelines, for reality had proven that, whenever Xia Fei showed this side of him, he was not far from assuming his crazed state. This here is the Fufeng clan's territory, where plenty of high-level exotic beasts like the spirit-horned rhinos can be found. Your task today is to hunt 100 of those exotic beasts, with everyone forming up teams of 5. Whoever finishes the task first shall report back to me, is that understood? Xia Fei bellowed. Everyone was at first shocked but soon appeared to be extremely reluctant. An older warrior from the crowd made the move to become his fellow's representative. Since this is someone else's territory, it's not right for us to set foot here without permission, not to mention slaying the exotic beasts around. It would be very rude of us to do that. Xia Fei laughed. He had already expected these dullards from the Aurora clan to raise objections. Actually, I'm just like you, I detest violence. Xia Fei swept his gaze across the people present before somberly speaking, but for the sake of survival, violence is a must. As warriors, the most important thing we must be clear of is who our friend and who our foe are. To my friends, I naturally show them all kinds of care, but to my foes, I can only kill them. I won't talk about this further with you all, but I want you to remember this: the greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. You're elites of the Aurora clan and shoulder the responsibility of protecting it. This is not just flippant commitment but something you must prove with your fists. Whoosh! All 500 warriors spread out in teams of 5, with each group moving independently as they hunted for the spirit-horned rhinoceroses. The hide of these exotic beasts made for the best material to create close combat gloves with. Xia Fei needed a lot of this hide so that he could forge the aforementioned soul weapons for his Skywing comrades. Your encouragement appears to be effective. At the very least, they're no longer showing that much resistance now. Fukin told Xia Fei this as he stood by his side. Xia Fei sighed. It's really not easy getting these people to change completely, and I think that words alone aren't enough, I need them to see blood first. Fortunately, they'll soon be given this opportunity. Ulan chuckled. Killing some exotic beasts won't be a problem for these people. I suppose that you're making them do this mainly to get them used to the smell of blood. Am I right? Indeed, everything must be done step by step. These are people who have practically never really gotten mad at anyone before, nor have they seen just how terrifying war can be. I'm testing the waters by letting them experience combat and killing by a bit, and we'll begin with these exotic beasts, Xia Fei said. The combat was nothing too intense, for these Aurorine warriors all had decent cultivation, with many even reaching the founder tier and were capable of using dark energy. As such, they should have no trouble dealing with mere level 9 beasts. Soon, dozens of spirit-horned rhinoceroses had been gathered in the area around the Silver Spectre. Fukin and Ulan were bored, so they returned to the ship to drink some tea, leaving Xia Fei alone to supervise the warriors who collected the spoils. I heard that spirit-horned rhinos are very decent ingredients. After skinning them, just wait till the evening and then one can roast their meat, Xia Fei said with a smile. Soon, the beasts were properly sorted out and stored in the Silver Spectre's cargo hold. Xia Fei still needed to organize the hides, and only then could they become suitable raw materials for soul weapons. Why are we still missing one team? Xia Fei asked curiously after doing a head count. It had only been a little over 2 hours since they set off, and even the most foolish warriors would have accomplished their task by then. Could something have happened to them? Oh, yet. Wistplum's team still isn't back. I bumped into Wistplum's team over valley yonder. They seem to be tracking an exotic beast. Their team probably went deeper into the valley on the beast's trail. I'm not getting a response from my communicator. We've lost contact with Wistplum's team. Everyone panicked immediately, only for Xia Fei to swing an arm out to silence everyone. Don't panic. I refuse to believe that the formidable warriors from the Aurora clan will have trouble dealing with a mere spirit-horned rhino. Hold on a bit. No one is allowed to go search for them. As warriors, they must learn to depend on their own strength. Seeing Xia Fei's seriousness, no one made another comment and could only worry about Wistplum's team in silence. It was normal for people to spread out given how large the planet was, but the fact that the communicator had not gotten a response did not bode well for them. All of a sudden, the shrill cry could be heard from somewhere deep in a valley, far out where the sun was setting. As Xia Fei's companion Holy Beast, Furball immediately jumped to his paws while he was in the middle of a nape and let out a roar in that direction. This was a confrontation. A contest between exotic beasts. Furball was also a holy beast. For a cry to elicit such a reaction from him meant that the other must be a high-level divine beast. Other beasts could only lay spread-eagled on the ground in fear otherwise. Whoosh! Xia Fei lifted an eyebrow. Grabbing hold of Furball, he went dashing toward that valley in the direction of the setting sun. He moved at light speed, covering several hundred kilometers in a second. As the valley came into view, a terrible battlefield appeared before him. 100-year-old trees had been uprooted, the entire length of the valley looking like it had been dug repeatedly, with smoke billowing from several places. Xia Fei somersaulted into the valley with a tap of his foot and followed the traces of battle left behind. He lifted his wrist and checked his communicator. Sure enough, he had lost signal the moment he entered the valley, almost as if something weird was interfering with it. Tap! Xia Fei hid behind a large boulder and kept an eye out for danger. In front of him were the missing 5 Aurorine warriors. They were currently engaged in a fight with a spirit-horned rhinoceros. This spirit-horned rhinoceros was a mutation. It was very skinny and small, resembling a household cat. There was this pink, half-carat horn on its head, too. Its skin was translucent, so Xia Fei could clearly make out its internal organs, its skeletal structure, and its bloodstream. Xia Fei found this to be very curious, for the creature was giving off a killing intent far greater than a normal spirit-horned rhinoceros. Its 2 eyes, which were scarlet red, took up half of its head. Like a tiger that had gone mad, this spirit-horned rhinoceros made anyone who saw it shudder involuntarily. Rumble! This strange spirit-horned rhinoceros launched an attack on those Aurorine warriors. Its style of attack was fairly savage, throwing itself straight at the enemy like a cannonball and with great explosive power. It looked very similar to Furball whenever he went wild. "Why aren't you going up to help them?" Radix urged. Xia Fei shook his head and pointed at the leader of the team, Wistplume. "That woman is rather intriguing. I want to see what she's going to do." Xia Fei's eyes deserved praise for even being able to tell that Wistplume was a woman, for she was rather beefy. She was not too old and had no curves, owning a big and an elegant head like Zhang Fei's. Her voice was also loud and booming, which was hardly ladylike. However, it was precisely because of Wistplume's uniqueness that she left quite an impression on Xia Fei, able to be recognized at a glance. "Block this bastard off for this old lady. Don't let it run away!" Wistplume hollered. Radix and Xia Fei broke out in a cold sweat. According to the information they had, Wistplume was merely 19 years old, yet she was already calling herself an old lady? How was this appropriate? The four warriors, who teamed up with Wistplume, got busy following her command. Xia Fei discovered that Wistplume was very talented as a commander, and the key was her loud voice, which was thunderous enough to leave people stunned. Leadership required one to have profound wisdom and to be capable of remaining clear-eyed while giving an air of dependability. In this way, they could hold down the fort and prevent the people under them from panicking. Bang! That strange spirit-horned rhinoceros, which was currently surrounded, slowly went crazy. Xia Fei saw the beast make a crazed charge to a warrior at its side with its horn in an attempt to bore a hole in that person's chest. Careful! The situation was dire. Xia Fei was about to intercept from where he hid when Wistplume came rushing in, pushing away that frozen warrior and letting its horn pierce her arm, instead. Crunch! The sound of breaking bones. The heart-rending pain caused Wistplume to sweat profusely, but the woman gave a low grunt and got herself upright, continuing to battle despite the pain. "Now that's some stout-hearted manliness." Radix could not help but gasp. Radix felt that his words were off immediately after uttering them because Wistplume was clearly a woman. Should it be a stout-hearted woman? That did not sound right, either. "Forget me. Just this much isn't enough to kill this old lady. Use your soul weapons to blow it up for me." Wistplume boomed. Xia Fei frowned. It was clear that this spirit-horned rhinoceros was different, and using it to forge soul weapons would be perfect. Would it not be a waste if it got ruined just like this? Roar! This was when that translucent spirit-horned rhinoceros let out a thunderous roar, then a single figure came landing from the sky. Boom! The figure landed with a ringing explosion, which blew up the valley directly. Once the dust and flying rocks had settled, everyone present saw the spirit-horned rhinoceros leaning close to a warrior in silver war armor while looking proud. It seemed that this creature's owner had arrived. "Who are you people? To think that you dared to make a move against the Fufeng clan's colorless sky cow?" That warrior raised one hand to Wistplume and coldly asked this question. Chapter 1141, The Fufeng Clan. "Who are you people? To think that you dared to make a move against the Fufeng clan's colorless sky cow?" That warrior raised one hand to Wistplume and coldly asked this. Wistplume yelled her response almost immediately. "This old lady doesn't care who you are. In any case, I'm going to take the head of this exotic beast and complete my task. If you dare to get in my way, then you shall die at this old lady's hands." Wistplume acted very domineeringly, assuming seniority by calling herself an old lady while speaking in an uncouth manner. That person from the Fufeng clan had actually been piqued when he heard her. Xia Fei could even tell that the person's graceful and fair face had already turned purple. Radix noticed how thrilled Xia Fei had gotten. He even muttered, "A talent. To think that there'd be a person of such caliber in the Aurora clan." Radix was unamused. Xia Fei would apparently only be satisfied if every member of the Aurora clan was like Wistplume. At the end of the day, the Aurora clan was a legacy clan that had thousands of years of history. Its great reputation had always been geared more toward knowledge and wisdom, so if everyone became as barbaric and unreasonable as Wistplume, just how would they give an account to their ancestors? Minute chemical reaction abruptly took place the moment Wistplume began using foul language, and the four warriors beside her pulled out their own weapons without missing a beat and positioned themselves around Wistplume. As long as she gave the order, these men would pounce on their enemy without hesitation. "That's strange. Wistplume is behaving so savagely," Why are these clansmen of hers still protecting her? Radix asked, puzzled. Xia Fei chuckled. That's what it means to have charisma. Just moments ago, Wistplume sacrificed her arm to save her comrade, and everyone saw that. Their hearts have already been completely convinced by her action. This is what it was like to devote themselves willingly to their confidant. Hot-bloodedness is the very lifeblood of warriors. It's just that the Aurora clan has focused its studies on civility and education, burying the hot-bloodedness of its warriors, but some things can't be hidden away forever. When given the right opportunity, these warriors' inert hot-bloodedness will surely resurface. Hearing Xia Fei's words, Radix felt that it made a lot of sense. Xia Fei had never asked to be a leader, but everyone gradually accepted him as one precisely because Xia Fei was good to his people, and he was willing to put his life on the line for them. All these various benefits far outweighed the brutality he showed toward his enemy. This was why, even with Xia Fei's extreme personality, most people were willing to accept him. After all, his crazy side would only be shown to his enemies, and this was what made Wistplume very alike to Xia Fei. Remember, my name is Feng Jianbo, and this is the Fu Feng clan's territory. I'm going to kill all of you now in the name of my clan. Young Master Jianbo of Fu Feng clan declared grimly. Fu Feng. Facing collapse, the wind shall assist, that Fu Feng clan. The Aurora warriors began to waver, but while they had been affected by mention of the Fu Feng name, Wistplume showed no change. She was still glaring at Feng Jianbo. Of course, the lack of expression could also be due to Wistplume's face being too black to notice any difference in the first place. Xia Fei had checked the data on the Fu Feng clan before. Whereas the Aurora clan was part of Chaos Society, Fu Feng clan belonged to a major organization called the Grand Flame. Apparently, the various major forces of the Alpha Universe had broken apart and even gone to wage a devastating war against one another. Because the Grand Flame's power was insufficient, they had nearly been wiped out by the others. However, right at the critical juncture, the originally independent Fu Feng clan joined the Grand Flame, and they survived the catastrophic war, which had lasted thousands of years. As such, the saying facing collapse, the wind shall assist came to be. This ascribed to how the Fu Feng clan had aided in the Grand Flame's continued survival. In the Alpha Universe, the Fu Fengs were not considered a top-rate clan and were still a little ways off compared to major clans such as the Venus of Eternal Night, but their reputation preceded them, far more so than the humble Aurora gentleman. This was why when Feng Jianbo shouted his family name, the Aurorine all began to hesitate. After all, in terms of strength, the Fu Fengs could be considered giants, while the Aurorine, who had always been taught to be kind to others, forget about offending powerful entities like the Fu Fengs, they might not even be allowed to harm a passing kitten or a puppy. Unfortunately, these warriors were out with Xia Fei right now. Never in their wildest imagination did they imagine that they were actually in the Fu Feng clan's territory. Xia Fei had misled them into joining him in his raid of the Fu Feng clan. Wistplume, what do we do now? An Aurorine asked. What else can we do? Accomplish our task, of course. No need to think about anything else. Wistplume ordered. Just as those words left her lips, Feng Jianbo made a sudden assault. He could already tell that Wistplume was the leader of these men, so as long as he could get rid of the loud-mouthed woman, the others would naturally scatter. Though Feng Jianbo had revealed his identity, he was still afraid of going up against the enemy with their numerical superiority, afraid that he might be unable to deal with them all. Whoosh! With a lift of his palm, a sneaky light shot out from Feng Jianbo's wrist and flew straight at Wistplume. The speed of this move was so quick that Wistplume had hardly been able to take any precaution against it. This was when Xia Fei came rushing from the side. With a lithe step, he successfully tugged Wistplume to the left, so that light merely tore her armor, only scratching her large frame as it passed. That was close. Wistplume gasped in shock. She pointed at Feng Jianbo's face and chided, to think you'd call yourself a Fu Feng clansman. You actually employed such despicable means like a sneak attack. Xia Fei could not help but shake his head. Though Wistplume was much stronger than the other Aurorine, the influence of the clan on her was still deep, actually having the notion that combat must be clean and fair. No need to reprimand him. He's already dead, Xia Fei replied nonchalantly. Dead? How's it possible? I didn't see anyone make any move at all. This was when, under everyone's astonished gazes, Feng Jianbo's body split right down the middle. The fiendish blade Nirvana, controlled by Radix, was behind him. Meanwhile, the colorless sky cow looked like it had died, too, after Furball took a huge bite out of its neck. Everyone was flabbergasted. Just what an awesome display of crazy speed, both in action and movement, that was. Their attention had been drawn completely to Xiafei saving Wistplume that none of them had seen Nirvana and Furball execute their sneak attacks. Just as Feng Jianbo launched a sneak attack on Wistplume, Xiafei actually launched his sneak attack on Feng Jianbo. Everyone only saw the result, but the entire process was a complete mystery. Remember, this is what a real sneak attack looks like, Xiafei faced these dumbfounded warriors and said genially as he lit a cigarette. Very soon, the people who had been left at the Silver Spectre arrived at the scene. Those warriors who had managed to escape from Feng Jianbo's clutches described animatedly how Xiafei finished off the enemy like a ghost, to the point that none of them saw how he had done it. Well, none of these people were originally too convinced, but after what you did, I'm sure that no one will ever underestimate you from today on, Fukin said. Xiafei laughed. Actually, assassination techniques were what I learned when I first started down the warrior's path. It's just that the level of fights I get into and the adversaries I face as I progress higher and higher also become stronger and stronger. Sneak attacks like these have become much harder to execute, which is why I no longer resort to such things nowadays. Today, I guess that person who went by the name of Feng Jianbo got unlucky. The most dangerous isn't the enemy in front but rather the one unseen. The most dangerous opening isn't when waiting in cover, but the moment when someone attacks. This young man was clearly an amateur. Any true killer will always leave themselves a means of escape when attempting a sneak attack. He failed to do just that, so he lost his life as a result. Fukin and Yulan nodded. Xiafei, who was considered an expert when it came to assassination, was the most adept at grasping the perfect timing. No matter how insignificant a flaw was, the moment Xiafei could identify it, he would be sure to fatally exploit it. Xiafei waved his hand to call Wistplume to his side and gave her some medication for treating her wounds. She looked rather sullen because she would have fallen prey to Feng Jianbo's assassination had Xiafei not intervened moments ago, and this thought sat unpleasantly in her mind. You performed well today. You saved your comrade at a critical moment, and you did not back down an inch even in the face of a strong foe. These are all very rare traits, Xiafei commended. However, he quickly changed the line of conversation. Still, you must remember, it is not the gallant who will always emerge victorious on the battlefield. Sneak attacks and schemes, as long as they can be employed, there won't be problems with resorting to them. Just because you don't sneak attack your opponent doesn't mean that they won't. Xiafei was a measured man. He naturally had no wish to suppress a talent like Wistplume. Given the natural wildness inside her, he firmly believed that she could become a decent warrior if she was given the chance to experience more combat. I plan to let Wistplume be in charge of these warriors, Xiafei said as he watched her leave. Fukin laughed. You've got quite the eye. That woman's far stronger than most of the men in the Aurora clan and at the least isn't hypocritical. Radix was slightly taken aback as he hesitantly mentioned, I heard that Wistplume does not have too good an origin. Don't you think that letting her take command is kinda appropriate? Xiafei rolled his eyes at Radix, disregarding his comment. Who cares about her origin? I've seen plenty of people of good origin who aren't any better. I wouldn't bother to use her if it were just her background. Xiafei had always been opposed to the belief that a person's pedigree dictated their success as a warrior. To him, being a warrior had nothing to do with one's heart and mind. What truly mattered was whether they were crazy or vicious enough. It could not be helped, for only the most paranoid and the craziest had the hope of living long in this universe. Those who usually died were just not crazy enough. This was when Furball came running to Xiafei with that strange beast in his mouth, fawning over at him. This pet was too cunning. He used his body to rub on Xiafei's calf, then placed his prey on the ground, and looked pitifully at Xiafei, acting all cute. It was as if he wanted to be rewarded. Furball had learned early on that Xiafei responded better to placation rather than coercion. It could not be helped, for Xiafei was the unreasonable sort. Furball would end up being kicked aside if he acted too desperately, but if he instead acted pitiful, Xiafei would be helpless toward his demands. Fine, I get it. Xiafei smiled as he patted Furball's head. He picked up that colorless sky cow from the ground and said, this is definitely not an exotic beast, but it doesn't seem like a divine beast, either. Any of you recognize this thing? Fukin and Yulan stared at it for a good long while, and then astonishment appeared on their faces. Fukin asked, that thing's anything but simple. How did you end up killing it? It's an enemy, Xiafei stated matter-of-factly. In his mind, the word enemy explained everything. Any enemy that crossed his path could only die. Ulan stroked his chin. What a strange beast. It looked very high level, and its brain was developed enough. Wait. Look. Xiafei looked at where Ulan was pointing and saw a minuscule bite mark left on the colorless sky cow's neck, exactly where Furball had bitten it. Furball normally had no teeth, but when it was enraged, a row of diamond-hard teeth would grow on its mouth. Xiafei was well aware that when Furball went wild, his teeth were more than capable of biting through steel. Nothing could resist his biting force. However, the skin of this colorless sky cow was actually even tougher, able to withstand the full force of Furball's bite, leaving just the slightest trace of teeth imprint. Just how tough was its skin? While the three of them were feeling astounded by what they had just discovered, someone reported that they had spotted a cave. A cave? What's so shocking about that? Xiafei thought nothing of it. Who knew how many hundreds and thousands of caves there are on a planet? There's nothing surprising about it. No, this cave is very strange. It seems to be a cultivation spot of the Fuefeng clan. Chapter 1142, The Puzzling Star Map. On this planet covered in red valleys, Xiafei led the warriors to an unassuming cave and immediately noticed how bright it was inside upon entering. It's evident that people used to live here. The entire cave interior has been altered. There are lights installed and this place's climate is controlled. There's plenty of advanced equipment, too. Based on the energy feedback I'm reading, this place should be where Feng Jianbo resided. There are even traces of energy from other Fuefeng clansmen, Fukin said with a nod. In order to avoid any accidents, Xiafei called everyone to wait outside and had entered the place with just Fukin and Ulan. This place was like a hermit's dwelling. It was not exactly luxurious, but the facilities were fairly comprehensive. There were plenty of hermits in the Alpha universe, as high-level warriors were immortal, it was unavoidable for them to feel bored after living for too long. Besides, seeing those same few faces around was not conducive to the prosperity of the clan, so those high-level warriors with plenty of foresight would choose to recluse themselves after reaching a certain age, departing for some place away from people to devote themselves on cultivation. Hermits were their clan's treasures. If war broke out, these old monsters in hiding would be equivalent to 100 men on battlefields. They could form a formidable force when gathered, and the reason clans rarely had conflicts devolving to war was also their apprehension toward the hermits their enemies had. At this point, who knew just how many of such hermits had been doing closed-door cultivations all across the universe, but they actually all joined forces, the ensuing tragedy would be completely unsalvageable. This was why the various major clans treated one another with restraint, allowing all those reclusive old monsters not to show their faces, secretly preserving their strength. A hermit's dwelling? Feng Jianbo shouldn't be at that age where he needed to hide himself from the world at large, right? Fukin said with a furrowed brows. Ulan chuckled. Even an old monster has yet to go into reclusion, what more for someone as young as Feng Jianbo? The one who apprised us of the cave's existence said that this could be a cultivation location of the Feng clan. I think that sounds rather logical. Let's take a closer look at things here first. The three split up and searched the place. Xiafei used ocular cognition, and as a speedster, he naturally took the lead on this. Oh, there are some very interesting carvings here. Xiafei shouted from deep inside the cave. Fukin and Ulan hurried over to him and saw a fork in the cave. At this point, plenty of ancient murals could be seen on the rocky walls of both sides. A lot of the images had already fallen off, indicating that these murals had been done a very long time ago. These murals tell of a story, a poacher hunting an exotic beast. He incidentally discovered a very strange creature, and chasing it down to this cave, he inadvertently stumbled upon a legacy from the ancients. This poacher was thus changed forever, becoming a first-rate warrior. Xiafei examined the art as he attempted to interpret what was being depicted. This first poacher apparently succeeded, becoming a very powerful expert, and then he eventually settled down and sired a child. As he and his clan grew, so did the troubles. Though this warrior and his clansmen were powerful, they still failed to earn the appreciation of various major forces, for they lacked a long history and were considered a relatively new power. Later when war broke out, this first poacher thought of an ingenious idea. They didn't seek shelter with the major forces but chose to side with a weak organization, which was facing the threat of extinction. Their addition ultimately revived the organization, and as a result, he and his clan became famous following this war. At a later date, this ancestral founder of the clan became heavily injured, but before he died, he set a rule: the descendants of the clan shall come to live in this cave when they're young, just like their ancestors had before them. They must spend 3 grueling years on reflection and cultivation before they're allowed to return home. Everyone understood at this point. This was the pioneering history of the Fu Feng clan, but what everyone had not expected was that the clan originated to its founder's inadvertent discovery of this place as he engaged in poaching. No wonder the Fu Feng clan suddenly experienced a meteoric rise despite its lack of long history. So this was what had happened. Ulan nodded. They had reached the end of the fork in the cave tunnel at this time. The place looked rather shabby, with a few straw mats and empty walls around them. Fukin felt somewhat disappointed. Looks like this was where Fu Feng clan's forebearer found the legacy. Feng Jianbo must have followed tradition and came here to do some independent cultivation. Unfortunately, your arrival ended his life. I'm afraid that none of the people from the clan know about this. Too bad that there's nothing valuable here, and it's merely a location for cultivation. It's really not worth deepening the animosity between us and the Fu Feng clan just for this. Xia Fei laughed it off dismissively, his lips curling into that signature smirk of his. First, I killed that kid who went by the last name of Feng because he's my enemy, and all my enemies must die. Second, I obtained a very strange exotic beast, including those things on the ceiling, Xia Fei corrected. Ceiling? What's on the ceiling? Fukin and Ulan hurriedly lifted their heads and saw that at the highest point of this room was an impressive sculptural carving of what looked like a star map. Humans tended to keep their gazes level, so the actual dead angle was of course not the left or right side, front or back, but rather up. Such an obvious sculptural carving had easily been missed by even Fukin and Ulan. What? What is that? Ulan gasped in shock. The Silver Spectre's command deck now contained the strange carving of a star map. Xia Fei, who was thorough, simply cut out the entire ceiling and brought it back aboard his ship. Weird. The star map we saw in the cave looks quite different now. It no longer seemed so mysterious right now and looks more like a normal 2D star map, Ulan said with a frown. Xia Fei thought about it and said, "Come, help me with this." Soon, that mysterious star map was moved to the ceiling of the command deck and was temporarily fixed to the ceiling with steel bolts. Everyone lifted their heads and observed the map again. How magical! So the map must be viewed in a specific way, and putting it on the ground will render it useless. What's the logic behind this? Ulan marveled in surprise. This rock slate had given him plenty of pleasant surprises with its mystery. It was merely a sculptural carving, yet it could actually achieve the effect of appearing different depending on the angle it was viewed at. What was the explanation behind this phenomenon? The three were perplexed, and none could make sense just what the trick behind it was. I believe that the ancestor of the Fu Feng clan passed down the order for his descendants to cultivate where he had made his discovery for some reason, and this star map might be part of that mystery, Fukin said. Xia Fei nodded. That makes sense. Radix, compare the star map. See if it points toward any place in the Alpha universe. Also, do a carbon dating test on this rock slate. I want to get an accurate read on just how old it is. Radix proceeded to use his AI system to do a map comparison as he began the test. The result of the comparison is as follows: across all known star regions in the entire Alpha universe, no star maps match. Also, I encountered problems with the carbon dating test. The rock has no carbon-14 element at all. Radix reported his findings. The Alpha universe is vast, and the star maps aren't complete. It doesn't mean anything if we can't locate where this star map is, but for this piece of rock not to have a single trace of carbon-14, what does that mean? Ulan wondered. Carbon-14 was an important element when dating objects. As time passed, the carbon-14 atoms in items gradually decayed. Humans had learned how to infer the age of an item from the degree of decay. However, this rock slate had no carbon-14 at all. This fell far beyond existing knowledge and was hard for anyone to fathom. Fukin and Ulan became engrossed in this matter. They spent an entire night just poring over the mysterious star map above their heads. There seemed to be some kind of attraction toward it, making it hard for them to forget. Eventually, both felt fatigued and decided to lie down on a blanket, chatting as they still looked at the star map, even having a serving of snacks and tea while they were at it. Xia Fei was not as unrestrained as those two. This time, their destination was inverse territory, and they were about to wage war against those vicious creatures. He still had plenty of things that needed dealing and preparing. Suzu Treasure had already prepared everything Xia Fei needed prior to departure, so all he had to do was follow along step by step, and that would be all. What made Xia Fei feel heartbroken the most was that colorless sky cow. That extremely tough translucent skin, which was impossible to peel no matter what tool Xia Fei used, was an unprecedented conundrum that he found himself facing. Every tool that Xia Fei could possibly use in his spatial ring had been used. Unfortunately, the colorless sky cow's skin was simply too tough that even his legendary sword, the White Dragon's Screech, was useless against it. Let me try. Use Nirvana, Radix said. Xia Fei shook his head. Nirvana is a draining weapon, so even if it can cut open the colorless sky cow, the skin will end up getting absorbed into nothingness, and that's just too bad. Radix shrugged. Well, we can't carry on this way, either. If even the White Dragon's Screech is useless against it, then I really can't think of any other method. All I know is that this will be an extremely risky move, but it doesn't mean that there's no chance of success, either. This creature's skin is exceptionally tough, and if you can't use it to make a pair of gloves, perhaps it can be used as a top-grade material for something else. Letting it go to waste by doing nothing is the real shame. Xia Fei naturally knew just how precious the skin was, but he did not think that it was right to use Nirvana for this. It was a blade that absorbed anything and everything indiscriminately. Suddenly, Xia Fei had an idea and reached out to touch that horn on the colorless sky cow's head. The logic that all things exist to overwhelm each other, perhaps the solution to this problem lies in this ugly carrot-shaped horn on the colorless sky cow's head. Xia Fei said in his excitement. Crack! Xia Fei slashed with the White Dragon's Screech. As someone who would act the moment a thought came to him, there was not even a hint of hesitation in his action. He severed that pink horn in a single swing. It felt light in his hand, and compared to the colorless sky cow's skin, this horn was much more brittle and could not even withstand White Dragon's Screech's single slash. This pink horn looked quite ugly, and there were fine shell patterns all over it. Like a piece of rock that had been submerged in seawater for millions of years, plenty of parasites could be found attached to it. Xia Fei only wanted to experiment with it, so he casually used this horn to do a light brush over the head. Something miraculous happened. The pink horn gave off this burning warmth right on the tip of the horn the instant it cut across. It was like a laser but was in fact hotter than that. Whoosh! A small cut appeared on the colorless sky cow, of which the skin could not even be injured by any other weapon. Heavens! It turns out that the most powerful part of the colorless sky cow is its horn. Radix exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Chapter 1143, Invisible Gloves. Heavens! It turns out that the most powerful part of the colorless sky cow is its horn. Radix exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Xia Fei did not expect that the strange colorless sky cow's horn would actually have such a mysterious reaction, cutting open that indestructible skin almost at once. It must be said that even Xia Fei's White Dragon's Screech had failed to do just that. Xia Fei regarded that pink horn with astonishment as he inspected it closely. Just how did you do it? If you say that the colorless sky cow's horn has a strong decaying effect on the skin, then shouldn't your hand be burned off by it, but your hand clearly didn't have any burns even after you cut the skin with the horn, Radix said, curious. I poured a bit of spirit energy into this horn, Xia Fei said. He then proceeded to cut the hide with the horn once more, but this time he purposely did not insert any spirit energy. The pink horn did not show any of the effects it had displayed moments ago. Like using chalk to draw across a blackboard, all they heard was an ear-piercing screech. Looks like I was right. This horn is just a normal item without any spirit energy. As long as someone feeds it spirit energy, it can turn into a powerful blade that is able to cut through metal. Xia Fei marveled. Regardless, this discovery had solved the most important problem at present for Xia Fei. While he did obtain an amazing raw material, he was unable to process it for his soul weapon. The work on a pair of close combat gloves had, thus, finally been started. This was a whole new type of soul weapon. The difficulty of the forging process was nothing too tough, and what mattered the most was who would use it after. Against the powerful dark energy, only a madman would dare to engage in a melee fight. Thunique close combat gloves were something Xia Fei intended for the Skywing Wolf Pack. Those comrades of his were the maniacs among maniacs. They were the only ones who could utilize the potential of close combat soul weapons to their full capacity. Anyone else would hardly be able to understand the profundity behind these weapons and do them justice. His spirit energy rapidly got used, but Xia Fei did not feel that it was a waste at all. Just thinking of how greatly the strength of those Skywings madmen would skyrocket with these gloves, Xia Fei even found himself chuckling as he worked. There was nothing more reliable than those comrades of his, and helping them was as good as helping himself. 2 days later, 50 complete sets of close combat gloves had been forged. At present, the Skywing clan did not have too many founders, so 50 sets were already more than enough for them to use. It was only the pair of transparent gloves, which he had forged with the colorless sky cow's hide, that did not look like a success. It was like a sea sponge soaking in water, constantly absorbing spirit energy from Xia Fei. How much spirit energy has been used by you? Radix asked nervously. Now, he knew just how important spirit energy was for Xia Fei and felt very concerned about the reserves the latter had left. About 130 standard units. 100 have gone to all the normal gloves, and 30 to this pair of transparent gloves alone, Xia Fei replied solemnly. 30. So the normal gloves only consumed 2 standard units each, while this one has actually absorbed 30 so far. Radix exclaimed in his astonishment. Xia Fei let out a bitter laugh. I'm afraid that this is just the beginning. Even now, I have yet to see this pair of transparent gloves take shape. Radix pouted. It was not easy to obtain spirit energy, yet this transparent set of gloves took so much spirit energy to the point of ridiculousness. However, thinking back, the more spirit energy being absorbed by a soul weapon, the more powerful it would turn out to be once it took a form. Thus, everyone was waiting with bated breath to find out just what kind this pair of transparent gloves would be. In the evening of the 4th day, Xia Fei was on the verge of losing his mind. This was because he had used up more than 200 spirit energy standard units on the pair of transparent gloves. Those were 200 standard units. Someone could easily destroy an entire star system if they unleashed that much energy at once. Xia Fei originally earned 767 spirit energy standard units from the Spiritualist Association, and it was completely unheard of for someone to use up a full 300 units in such a short time. Xia Fei could not help but wonder if he should stop this seemingly endless work that he had gotten himself into. The forging of soul weapons emphasized on doing it all in one fell swoop. Thus, if Xia Fei stopped now, it meant that the 200 standard units he had already invested would go down the drain. In the worst-case scenario, such a move could even end up wasting those precious raw materials. I'm going to see this to the end. Xia Fei told himself. People might easily hesitate when facing such a situation and give up halfway, but that was not how Xia Fei did things. 202. 203. 204. 205. Spirit energy was rapidly being consumed till a strange yet violent reaction suddenly occurred to the set of transparent gloves. A great amount of energy surged wildly, catching Xia Fei off guard and sending him slamming onto the Silver Spectre's metal wall. Bang! Whoosh whoosh! At the same time, 2 figures dashed into Xia Fei's room. They were none other than the 2 great spiritualists, Fukin and Yulan. What happened? We were by the door moments ago when we heard a commotion in your room. You gave us a fright. Both Fukin and Yulan spoke one after the other. They saw a rather exhausted Xia Fei wipe his mouth with his sleeve and then heard him say, I succeeded. The soul weapon is now complete. Still, that huge reaction far outstripped what I expected. Fukin and Yulan were stunned. They hurriedly looked around and saw that the entire room was empty. Where was this soul weapon? Xia Fei, are you daydreaming? There's nothing in this room at all. Fukin shrugged. Yulan's expression turned strange, and then his hand shot out. Wait a section. Don't you smell that scent of something burning? I can even hear small crackling sounds. Fukin pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Yes, I do hear the strange sound of something crackling. It seems to be coming from that corner. Xia Fei picked himself up from the ground and excitedly told the 2 men, yes, you 2 can't see it because these gloves are completely transparent, it has no color, basically making it invisible. Invisible? A pair of invisible gloves. Fukin and Yulan felt surprised, finding it to be unbelievable. Peace returned to Xia Fei's room. The 3 sat cross-legged on the floor and stared forward. It did not look like there was anything there, but the 3 knew that a pair of invisible close combat gloves was in front of them. This is interesting. That colorless sky cow sure was an odd creature. Never mind the fact that making this cost you more than 200 spirit energy standard units, it even turned into an invisible soul weapon. Fukin, have you seen anything like this before? Yulan asked between laughter. Fukin shook his head. I haven't, nor have I heard anything like it. Since Xiafei forged this following standard procedure, this must be an issue with that colorless sky cow. We don't have much understanding of the Fuefeng clan. I'm afraid that we'll only be able to understand this matter if we ask that clan's core clansman. Ulan concurred. You're right. I'm afraid that that colorless sky cow was a creature born with a genetic mutation and was somewhere between a divine beast and holy beast in terms of level. It's probably very strong, just that it unfortunately encountered Xiafei's ambush, so it failed to demonstrate its full strength before dying. We've always assumed that it was a mutation of the spirit-horned rhinoceros, but while it's true that it has a rather strange horn, it's actually completely different from a spirit-horned rhinoceros. Fukin patted Xiafei on his shoulder. In any case, you got yourself a very good soul weapon. Equip it all the time as no one will even notice that it's there. The gloves had been quiet after that initial explosion. Ulan also quipped, soul weapons that people can see inevitably stand out, but soul weapons that no one can see are lethal. Cherish these invisible gloves, for I doubt if there's a second pair of such. Given your style of combat and personality, you'll perhaps be the best at displaying its full potential. Xiafei nodded. Anyone could tell just how precious these gloves were. It was just that he still had to do some experimenting to find out just what sort of combat power they possessed. The two of you came searching for me for a reason. Did something happen? Xiafei suddenly recalled what Fukin had said and asked. Little Goldie's back. It's playing with Furball on the command deck at the moment, Fukin informed. Little Goldie! Xiafei shouted as he dashed to the command deck. All he saw was Furball and Little Goldie biting each other. Naturally, the two were not really fighting but were just having a very playful romp. Whoosh! The moment Little Goldie heard its master call its name, it went hurtling right at Xiafei's side, diving into his open arms, displaying great affection. Little Goldie had accomplished his task, safely making his return to the Lore Realm. Xiafei was of course delighted. It appeared that the seal was not completely sturdy, for even Little Goldie could make its way past that. Xiafei took the spatial ring, which contained messages, leaving Furball and Little Goldie to resume their rough housing. Furball, who was already a level 8 holy beast, tied or was slightly stronger than Little Goldie or Peacock Blue. That was why its attitude had changed immensely. In front of Little Goldie, it acted like a legendary expert, and given how simple-minded Little Goldie was, it naturally fell for this act, becoming Furball's lackey as a corollary. How's things on their side? Fukin asked. Avril agreed to my engagement proposal. Xiafei laughed. My friends truly gave me face and threw a grand gesture on my behalf. Ulan smiled and congratulated Xiafei, while Fukin shook his head. I was asking about their combat strength. How many founder-tier warriors are there in the Lore Realm right now? Xiafei replied, not quite bad. Under the Aurora clan's Golden Blade, Hoso's direction, the Lore Realm's combat might has been rising rapidly. Since ancient times, the Lore Realm has never had any lack of good warriors. Too bad those DMN founders colluded with the inverse, using all means to suppress the Lore Realm inhabitants' strength. With the suppression gone, the Lore Realm experienced a round of explosive growth. Apparently, more than 50 warriors broke through to the founder tier. Just my Skywing clan alone has 11. Fukin nodded. That's interesting. Now I'm really curious how they managed to get this explosive growth like what you said. After all, I've never been beyond the Alpha universe all my life. Ulan also felt rather excited at the prospect. The cosmic gate leading to the Lore Realm had always remained hidden, it was also among the rarely seen unstable sorts. Usually breaking out of a cosmic gate was by no means an easy feat, and so Ulan and Fukin were both very interested in traveling to another universe to look. Though the Lore Realm was substantially lower in level than the Alpha universe, it was still an unfamiliar universe, and being able to traverse through a cosmic gate was already considered an important step to great spiritualists like Ulan and Fukin. Set a date so that we can all coordinate and have the inverse wiped from the very stars they inhabit. Killing intent suddenly radiated strongly from Fukin as he growled. We're definitely snatching away those pairs of golden eyes. Chapter 1144, Barging into the Inverse Territory. Killing intent suddenly radiated strongly from Fukin as he growled, we're definitely snatching away those pairs of golden eyes. Ulan was stunned, asking curiously, golden eyes? What are those? Fukin retrieved the golden soul eyes from his spatial ring and showed them to Ulan, saying, the inverse have some high-level warriors who have grown pairs of golden eyeballs. We can use those to forge soul eyes. Soul eyes? Ulan anxiously held the soul eyes in his palm and stared at them for the longest time before grumbling. Now these are truly very powerful stuff. Too bad that we spiritualists of botany don't have the ability to forge soul eyes. Fukin shrugged and pointed at Xiafei. I didn't make this set of soul eyes, Xiafei did. Ulan gasped as he said hurriedly, Xiafei. I recall that he only got 2 soul marks when he was staying at my pagoda, and now he only has 3. How could he forge such a high-grade soul weapon? Fukin casually answered, indeed, this soul weapon was something Xiafei had forged when he used to have only 2 soul marks. Ulan was instantly rendered speechless. He knew very well just how powerful soul eyes were, but he was ultimately a spiritualist. In his view, Xiafei successfully forging such a high-grade pair of soul eyes with just 2 soul marks was far more impressive than the item itself, and he truly had no idea how this young man had managed to achieve that. Ulan regarded Xiafei with a strange look, which made the latter feel somewhat uncomfortable. Xiafei said quickly, we'll definitely harvest their golden eyes, but more importantly we must eradicate the inverse, roots and all. I have no desire to let them go underground, only for them to trouble us in the future again just because we get sloppy in eliminating them. Ulan gave the matter some thought and said, I know of the inverse. They're just some insignificant alien species in the Alpha universe, and wiping them out won't be the problem, but they do have extremely strong reproductive capabilities, so I'm afraid that Fukin will have to pull out a major killing weapon in order to thoroughly vanquish them. Fukin suddenly appeared and, as if struggling with himself, repeatedly waved his hand. What are you looking at me for? I already used a large number of soul weapons in that fight with Shu Yuhi last time, so neither of you should look to me for help in that matter this time. What items I have left are all precious treasures to me, and I won't ever them for just this operation eradicate the inverse. Fukin turned to regard Ulan. As for you, you're an old monster that has only recently stepped out from your place after several thousand years of staying there. Shouldn't you have some pretty good stuff stored away? Why don't you become the main force this time? Ulan slapped his thigh abruptly. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm a spiritualist of botany, so what kind of powerful soul weapons do you think I have? Fighting and combat has never been the work of us, spiritualists, in the first place, so don't you think of passing this responsibility to me. Xiafei laughed. While these two bickered like children in front of him, they actually shared a very good relationship with each other. No need for you two to quarrel. A genocide like what we are about to perform has to be carefully planned. There's an immense population of inverse out there, so there's no way we can accomplish it with just a few soul weapons, Xiafei said. I've always wondered, during that battle, all I encountered were the inverse's male warriors, I didn't meet a single female. I still don't know how those creatures reproduce. Fukin and Ulan were startled, with the former saying, that's strange. Though the inverse are very different from us, they're ultimately still sapient life forms. Are they multiplying, perhaps, by the means of fission? That doesn't seem to be the case. Biological fission is generally a method only used by low-level life forms. Xiafei replied, I really don't know. In any case, we must sneak deep into the inverse's territory before we can begin our assault. If we succeed, from within, we can just study our enemy's bottom line. Ulan nodded. What you said makes sense. I'm also curious why those strange creatures living on the fringe of known space have not been surrounded and eradicated. Given the various powerful forces in the Alpha universe, any one of them can easily eliminate those scourges, yet so far, no one has taken the initiative to do that. After a round of discussion, the three settled with having Xiafei and Fukin infiltrate the inverse territory, while Ulan would provide them support. Furthermore, Radix would be joining Xiafei in his operation. The Silver Spectre was still operational even without Radix at the helm, and the only difference was that it would not be considered a highly intelligent soul ship. After finalizing all these details, Ulan and Fukin resumed their pondering of the star map on the ceiling. Over time, everyone has gotten into the habit of relying on Xiafei. His superbly excellent analytical mind had proven itself, time and again, so be it planning or pulling schemes and tricks, all were well within his wheelhouse, allowing Fukin and Ulan to relax and focus their minds on their leisurely pursuits. I'll have to ask you to work hard again, bring with you this batch of soul weapons when you journey back to the Lower Realm. Xiafei rubbed little Goldie's head as he spoke to it. He was rather reluctant to send it off on its way again when it had only just returned. Little Goldie immediately looked up, a serious expression on its face. Though it was rather dull, it was intensely loyal. The moment it heard that it had been given a new assignment, it instantly became excited. The demon Chrysalis was completely unlike Furball, who would skive off any task every chance it got. Aside from the 50 gloves for the Skywing clan were the seldom used soul weapons of Ulan and Fukin. Those two were great spiritualists and had plenty of items in their pockets. Helping Xia Fei supply the Lore Realm with lower grade soul weapons hardly hurt the two, so neither minded giving some away. Xia Fei did a rough mental calculation and felt that these soul weapons should be enough to equip every Lore Realm warrior who had grasped dark energy. Zoom. Soon, little Goldie, this unofficially designated courier, was once more on its way back to the Lore Realm, carrying important messages for Xia Fei. Of course, among those was an intimate letter Xia Fei had written for Avril's eyes only. Xia Fei used what remaining time he had afterward to make specific arrangements for the 500 Aurorine warriors on board. Whist Plume, who was chosen as the leader, would be picking out other leaders. Some of the warriors had a few objections over having this unladylike woman lead the troops, but these objections were all cruelly squashed by Xia Fei. Only using people whom he trusted had always been his policy, since Whist Plume had been his choice, it was all the reason he must stand behind her and give the lady his utmost support. Whist Plume, of course, felt extremely grateful towards Xia Fei. She was actually not a direct descendant of the Aurora clan, in fact, her father was just a hunter, and had Lu as his surname. She was adopted and raised by her grandmother after both her parents died in her childhood and was given the adoptive surname of Whist, making her a half-blood of the Aurora at best. It was all thanks to Xia Fei's academy choosing merit over legacy that Whist Plume had gotten the chance to join and prove herself. Now that Xia Fei had given her a boost to take center stage, becoming to so many warriors, it was practically a huge opportunity she could not miss. As they got closer to the inverse territory, the atmosphere on board the Silver Spectre became even more tense. The warriors, knowing that they were there to eradicate the inverse, gave it their all and stepped up their training. Truly, none of them had thought that Xia Fei wanted to go rob the Fufeng clan and kill the inverse when they first set off on this voyage. Rumble. The inverse territory. A weird silver-colored warship blasted past, an apocalyptic plume of fire shooting out from its engine thrusters as it hurtled through space at an unimaginable speed. Against such a terrifying warship, the inverse could only watch in bewilderment. No one had ever seen something like this before. To think that a warship could reach such speeds, traversing through space like that. It was a completely irresistible assault. This was the Silver Spectre, the #1 warship in the Alpha universe. Xia Fei had chosen a very flamboyant way to announce his arrival, using the Silver Spectre's powerful capabilities, so the inverse were helpless to stop them. "There's a battleship from the inverse up ahead, right in the middle of our path forward," Radix said. "Ignore it and continue the charge. Full speed ahead," Xia Fei ordered. Kaboom! The center of the Evernight galaxy exploded into brilliant flames. That inverse warship exploded following the Silver Spectre's charge at it. Countless inverse lost their lives instantly. The nightmarish scene did not end there. The Silver Spectre pierced through the hull, coming in from one side and exiting from the other. The plume of flame coming out from its behind had turned the wreckage of the ship into slag. Ulan knitted his eyebrows together. Today was the day he learned that the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower was what powered this Silver Spectre's engine. This energy equipment, which was hidden under the control panel, would only reveal itself when the Silver Spectre went charging at full speed. No wonder the Silver Spectre is so powerful. Xia Fei actually used that trinket to power its propulsion system. Ulan thought to himself. Ulan turned to look at Fukin with a slight worry on his face, only to find the latter slightly shaking his head at him, a signal to Ulan not to say a word or to ask any questions about this matter. The Inverse's defense force, which was situated on the fringe, was completely no match for the Silver Spectre. They were simply skewered by the super warship as it came flying into the formation. Any maneuver that the Inverse attempted to resist this assault was all rendered inutile. The super propulsion force the Silver Spectre possessed was not something from the Alpha universe. "Almost there. Get ready," Xia Fei looked at the star map and said. Fukin nodded and began making his way toward the life preserve pods. Xia Fei went to the command console and removed Nirvana. At the same time, he transferred control over to the onboard AI so that it would accept Ulan's commands. "I'm leaving control of the warship over to you," Xia Fei told Ulan. Ulan played it off coolly. "Well, get on with it. Nothing will go wrong with me holding the fort here. Remember, I have a special communication method with Fukin, and there's no fear of it getting blocked. As long as you aren't too far away, I can arrive at your location to lend an extra pair of hands the moment I receive the word. Xiafei and Yulan entered the ejection chamber and sealed the cabin. The former tapped on a red control key and a deep robotic voice sounded. Countdown to ejection, 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Launch successful. 1 minute and 15 seconds until landing operation. At this time, the Silver Spectre suddenly turned around and went charging for beyond the inverse territory. Pushing into the inverse territory from the outside would take time and effort, so Xiafei made the decision to just barge in while piloting his warship. He would let Fukin and himself get off before making the ship go out. What defensive line? No defensive line could withstand the Silver Spectre's extremely sturdy hull. The inverse watched blankly as that silver warship came crashing to their doorstep and then flew away again. They were completely helpless to stop it, roaring impotently while they all panicked. Unfortunately, no amount of panic could be of any use in this situation. By the time they gathered a fleet in response, the Silver Spectre had already departed without a trace. However, what these inverse did not know was that, despite the Silver Spectre's departure, 2 very restless seeds had been planted in their territory. Whoosh! The oval-shaped life preservation pods opened, and out came Xiafei and Fukin from left and right, setting foot on this ominous, dark soil. While Xiafei managed to maintain his cool, Fukin was somewhat impatient, yelling, "What are you standing around for? Quick, let's go and gouge some eyes out." Chapter 1145, Large Numbers of Golden Eyes. Whoosh! Xiafei moved very quickly as he dragged Fukin with him by the hand. The lightning-fast speed caused Fukin to cry in pleasure, and when paired with Xiafei's movement technique, he felt as though he were riding the most exhilarating roller coaster. The scenery passed in a blur, he barely had time to see anything. The inverse territory occupied a large region of space. While Xiafei and Fukin had landed near the core, they still needed to travel across a rather significant distance. Xiafei's goal was very clear: reach the most central location of the inverse territory. On the radar, this was a pitch-black star system that even lacked a sun. It was difficult to imagine what the Earth would be like without sunlight, yet the inverse had lived in such a bizarre, cold and sinister place, completely setting up their nest here, for many years. It was as if these wicked creatures had never belonged to the light. The temperature began to drop. This star system comprised 9 planets, with a dead star at its very center. From what had been detected by the radar, it was easy to see that this star had gone out eons ago. The closer they got to it, the colder it became. Fortunately, Xiafei and Fukin were both wearing decent suits of armor. The armor Fukin was wearing under his clothes seemed to possess flexibility on par with Xiafei's celestial soul warning. It was a rare treasure that could resist the cold without a problem. The coldness could not penetrate their armor, but the darkness seemed to stretch endlessly. At this time, Xiafei's ocular cognition played a role. He could see all the layers of sentries, allowing his mind to analyze the most well-concealed route. Do these sentries all possess golden eyes? Fukin asked, spotting an inverse force. Nope. They're just puny soldiers. How about those? Not either. Xiafei was simply speechless. Fukin seemed far too keen on those golden eyes, hoping that every inverse he saw had a pair. In this way, he could dig out their eyeballs. Our goal this time is to scout, so even if we do find a large number with golden eyes, you can't attack them, Xiafei warned. Fukin felt rather dejected, pouting and falling silent thereafter. They arrived at the dead star, which was unbelievably large, the size of which was equivalent to several hundred suns. Xiafei would not find it strange at all if trillions of inverse lived on it. There were volcanoes wherever he looked, the inverse had even dug out caves on the slopes where they resided. Xiafei did not rush in, instead opting to search along the dead star's surface. Someone's nearby. We'll make an effort to avoid him. Xiafei pushed Fukin behind a giant stone and activated breath control to conceal their presence. Still no female? Are the inverse really a race that reproduces through cell division, or? Before Xiafei could finish speaking, the commander of this force of inverse soldiers looked over to Xiafei and Fukin's hiding place. He had a pair of golden eyes, which glimmered like the eyes of a predator in the darkness. Golden eyes. Look, softly said Xiafei to Fukin, his hand moving to pat the latter on the shoulder. Alas, his hand struck nothing but air, and he discovered that Fukin was gone. Whoosh! Plush! Plush! Fukin had charged out the moment he discovered the golden eyes. By the time Xiafei noticed this, the old man had already used his dagger to dig out the enemy's eyes. Such a troublemaker! Xia Fei grit his teeth and rushed forward at the inverse force. There were 11 soldiers in all, and they soon became his prey under the fiendish blade Nirvana, leaving behind no traces. What are you doing? Didn't we already agree on us being here to scout? Why attack? Xia Fei questioned Fukin. Fukin nonchalantly weighed the golden eyeballs in his hand and smiled. I couldn't help myself. These eyes, which are exceptionally good materials, are extremely valuable to us spiritualists. If we can build a stockpile of these, we'll be rich. Xia Fei sighed. It seemed like Fukin really liked the golden eyes, the old man's eyes even shone as he spoke. Don't make so much trouble next time. Now isn't the time for killing. Completing our mission takes priority. Xia Fei frowned and sighed. Fukin nodded, but just as Xia Fei was about to give Fukin some more warning, the latter pointed at an extinct volcano and said, Gold. More golden eyes. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. In the space of a few seconds, 3 golden eyes had appeared halfway up that volcano. So many. Is this a base of golden eyes for the inverse? Xia Fei exclaimed in surprise. Fukin smiled. Let me ask you something, do you know why soul eyes are so valuable? Xia Fei shook his head. Technologically speaking, soul eyes could be considered portable soul arrays, but while they were powerful in function, they were not that amazing. Their functions did not match up with the awe normal people regarded them with. First, it's not easy to get the materials to make soul eyes. Second, soul eyes have a more powerful use. If one has many soul eyes, they can be combined into a powerful moving offensive soul array. In short, the value of soul eyes is far greater than it seems. Do you understand? Golden eyes have an extraordinary value. Fukin said solemnly. Xia Fei was not surprised. Given the awe people showed soul eyes, it was not hard to estimate their real value. Fukin pointed at a cave midway up the volcano and said, that place is probably a nest of golden eyes. Let's go inside and look. I need to know just how many inverse have these golden eyes. Several minutes later, Xia Fei and Fukin appeared in front of that pitch-black cave midway up the side of the extinct volcano. There's wind blowing out from the cave, meaning that these caves are connected, though I don't know how far they extend into the mountain, Xia Fei said. The two swiftly sneaked in. Although there were no guards at the entrance, Xia Fei knew that they were truly entering the tiger's den. After all, this was a real base of the inverse, their mother planet. Whoosh! An inverse appeared in front of them, and Fukin stepped forward and ended that creature's life at once, not even giving the other a chance to make a sound. Xia Fei swiftly followed suit, using fiendish blade Nirvana to absorb the inverse and turn him into dust, leaving no evidence behind. Xia Fei was surprised. Though they had infiltrated this place, Fukin was still showing some impressive combat power. His movements were instant yet methodical. The two of them quickly built up a good rapport, Fukin killing and Xia Fei getting rid of the corpse. Let me, Xia Fei said. A fork had appeared in the path, and at the intersection were 3 slack-eyed inverse guards. As they were rather far, Fukin would risk exposing himself, for he was no speed warrior. Thus, Xia Fei had decided to attack. Fukin smiled and waved off Xia Fei. You're looking down on me too much. I don't need your help with this. Fukin opened his mysterious bracelet, releasing his personal soul servant, Wraith. Whoosh! Wraith, like a white streak of light, passed through the 3 inverse. As it was a soul, Wraith did not deal any physical damage, but with his sharp claws, he dragged out faint black masses from their bodies. Those were the souls of the inverse. Wraith had seized their souls. Creatures naturally could not survive without their souls. Before the corpses could fall, Nirvana flew out in a perfect arc and turned them all into ashes. Wraith quickly returned back into Fukin's bracelet, apparently afraid of meeting Xia Fei. Xia Fei frowned. He did not like Wraith, but he and Fukin had agreed that he would not attack the soul as long as Fukin lived, so he decided to act as if he had not seen anything. 3 paths. Which one shall we take? Fukin whispered. It was rather strange. They had seen at least 3 golden eyes inverse appear, but once they were inside, they did not find a single one, though they had already traveled a dozen or so kilometers into the branching caves. Xia Fei pointed at the center path. This one. You're sure? Fukin asked. I'm certain. 2 of the 3 guards were standing in the middle, their gazes intersecting over this entrance. I'm thinking that they're all just guarding the center path, Xia Fei said. Fukin was surprised and then went in. For Xia Fei to have been able to tell what way his enemies were looking before attacking exhibited a level of observation that few people had. There would be no problem with trusting him. Heavens! This is a treasure house! Fukin cried in shock not long after he went in. The passage suddenly opened up. Several dozen inverse were sprawled out on the ground, and around them were statues, fountains, etc. There was even some piercing and bizarre music playing in the background. The main point was that these inverse all had golden eyes. All of them possessed pairs of golden eyes. It seems that eye color decides the intelligence of the intermediate. These inverse with golden eyes aren't as dumb as their lower class comrades. They know how to enjoy life and know how to live in elegant surroundings. They don't seem very violent when they're not doing anything, Xia Fei commented. Most inverse had pitch black eyes, and those were bestial existences. All the lower class inverse knew to do was eat, drink, and fight, but these one with golden eyes were clearly on a much higher level. There are still no women even among the higher class with golden eyes. I really don't know how this wicked race reproduced to the point of establishing such a massive presence in the universe. Xia Fei shook his head and muttered, feeling rather uneasy for some reason. Inverse were very different from humans and all other sapient life forms. Fukin smiled and said mysteriously, I may have a guess, but before I come to any decisive conclusion, let's go deeper and look for more clues first. We have two choices, keep going by going through these inverse with golden eyes or go back and take another route with fewer enemies. After some thought, Xia Fei pulled out the fiendish blade Nirvana. Let's kill them and take a few eyes. Fukin was very happy, taking out his soul weapon as well. That's exactly what I was thinking. Chapter 1146, The Inverse's Ultimate Weapon. Your mind is pretty sharp. The moment you heard that these ones with golden eyes have extraordinary value, you decided to kill them, Fukin said with a smile. It was not too long ago that Xia Fei had been advising him not to be rash, but now, the other was going to slaughter all these enemies. It must be because Fukin's reason had convinced him. However, Xia Fei shook his head and said, value is only one of the considerations. What's more important is the current situation. Look, all these warriors with golden eyes before us are resting. This is our chance. If we work together, killing one or two isn't hard, but killing several dozen is very difficult. Only now will we have such an opportunity, and missing out on such a chance just isn't my style. Fukin shrugged. Xia Fei had remained calm and objective this whole time. He was cautious when it was time to be cautious and made a lethal assault when it was time to attack. This ability to react to the situation and this resolve to kill were precisely why Fukin appreciated Xia Fei. He was one of those warriors who had both talent and formidable mental fortitude. 1 minute later, the rest chamber of these inverse with golden eyes became empty. Xia Fei and Fukin beamed. We're rich, rich. 47 pairs of golden eyeballs for each of us are an enormous fortune, Fukin said as he stored the golden eyeballs in his spatial ring and chuckled. This old monster, Fukin, was a great spiritualist, so there must be a reason he valued the golden eyeballs so much. Although Fukin was normally rather petty, always asking Xia Fei to pay his bills, Xia Fei knew that the old man actually did not care much about money. If the items in this old monster's ring were sold, they would fetch an astronomical price. Thus, he was not completely sure why Fukin liked these golden eyeballs so much. Still, it was not a bad idea to gather these things, which the old man valued so much, even if they could only be used to make soul eyes meant for defense. Suddenly, just as the two were about to keep going, Xia Fei tottered for a moment. What's wrong? Fukin asked in concern. Nirvana is getting stronger and stronger. After its recent advancement, it seems to have started sharing more energy with me. Maybe because I received too much energy at once or the golden eyes, but there's some turmoil in my 7th brain region. Still, it's no problem, Xia Fei replied, shrugging. Fukin was confused. These inverse with golden eyes weren't that strong. None of them had a soul mark or was capable of using dark energy. How can you be suffering from energy disorder now? Maybe it's because you're too sensitive to energy. Maybe. Right, what was the rank of that first one with golden eyes you fought with? Fukin asked suddenly. Xia Fei shrugged. He might have had 6 or more soul marks, a real expert. I had to go to some pretty great lengths to finally kill him. That's a little weird. These were all juvenile with golden eyes, but they didn't seem all that different. It's only when they actually attacked that we could tell they're pretty weak. Fukin waved his hand and said, forget it. Let's not think about these things and keep going. Whoosh! The two left the rest area and traveled farther into the inverse space. A bizarre energy began to permeate their surroundings, and the place was frighteningly quiet. It was as if they had arrived at some mysterious deserted planet, which was devoid of life. There was only deathly stillness, with no signs of life. Suddenly, Xia Fei grabbed Fukin. He then strengthened his breath control to spread out a force field. Xia Fei used his hand to tell Fukin that he needed to be quiet, for there was strange movement up ahead. Fukin was unconvinced. He did not believe that Xia Fei was so sensitive he could sense danger before him. It had been proven, time and time again, that Xia Fei rarely made mistakes. The farther they went, the louder the sound, and this was a very weird sound, like a mix of a rumbling machine and roaring beast. Light appeared, the inverse appeared, and a miracle appeared. Xia Fei and Fukin did not dare to believe their eyes. This enormous star, the size of several hundred suns, had actually been hollowed out. Its center was completely empty. It had probably taken countless years for the inverse to do so to this massive dead star, and even more unbelievable was that this massive space was being used to build a warship. It's nearly done. Even the last layer of defensive armor on the outer shell is complete. Now, they're in the middle of dismantling the aerial platforms used in construction. If my guess is right, the super warship will be able to set out in 2 days, Xia Fei said with a frown. You're sure that this is a warship? Fukin asked. They were located at the very top of this enormous space, and from the top, this thing looked like a humongous spiked ball. It has to be. The inverse have adopted a very clever design, distributing the engine across the entire ship, allowing it to move in any direction. It has no such thing as a prow or a stern. This carapace armor can withstand a lot of impact force, and the warship also has energy shields, allowing this warship's defenses to reach absurd levels. Xia Fei said with a frown. What about inside the ship? Fukin asked. He was no specialist, but he understood that a good ship was not just about its outer shell. It required powerful electronic systems and firepower to unleash its full power. I'm not sure about the interior, but from the exterior design, I can conjecture that the inverse who designed this enormous ship wouldn't neglect the interior parts. They have that ability at least, Xia Fei said. It was clear that the technology level of this warship was extremely high, even surpassing the production height of the Alpha universe. If the exterior was this good, the interior would not pose any difficulty to the inverse. This super warship was extremely powerful. Fukin sighed. If it can take flight in 2 days, I have to wonder, where is this super warship bound for? He turned to look at Xia Fei, who had adopted a gloomy countenance at this point. There was no doubt that if this warship set out, its first target would be the Lower Realm. That year, Xia Fei and his comrades in the Lower Realm fought a desperate battle and repulsed the inverse. These wicked life forms could not possibly have forgotten their grudge, and now that they had this universe-dominating warship, they would undoubtedly make the Cosmic Gate and the Lower Realm behind it their first target. Danger. Unprecedented danger. Xia Fei and the Lower Realm had agreed to launch their coordinated assault in half a month, but it would be 2 days before this enormous ship took flight. Xia Fei did not have little Goldie at his side, so he had no way of communicating with the Lower Realm. His comrades would be unable to know what sort of calamity they were about to face. Xia Fei clenched his fists, his eyebrows rising as an unparalleled killing intent flashed in his eyes. We have to destroy this ship, Xia Fei said grimly. Fukin shook his head and pointed at the inverse below. They were like countless ants. I have to say that you are very impulsive, but if you and I charge in, we'll basically be signing our death warrants. My skin has already picked up at least 1,000 warriors who can use dark energy. This is probably the full combat might of the inverse. We don't have the ability to deal with this many high-level warriors. 2 people challenging an entire race. This idea was just too insane. With an eerie smile on his lips, Xia Fei chortled. Fukin was right, but he had forgotten one important thing. While Xia Fei was normally a cold analyst, at times of danger, he could explode in insanity. Furball, follow me, Xia Fei said coolly. Furball was a holy beast, so he was born with incredible daring, and he charged right after Xia Fei without hesitation. Pa! Fukin pulled Xia Fei back. As a peak spiritualist, a monster among spiritualists, he was sweating hard, a clear sign of how nervous he felt inside. You had better have thought this through clearly. Fukin said solemnly. Xia Fei was startled and then smiled. I'm a madman, but I'm no fool. You need to trust me. Fukin was surprised and then released his grip. Upon which, Xia Fei disappeared. With a sigh, Fukin contacted Ulan. There's a problem. Fukin's first sentence had Ulan shivering. Once the former explained everything that was going on with the inverse, Ulan only felt his head starting to swell. Truly, their plans could not keep up with the situation. No one could have expected the inverse to accumulate such enormous strength under the nose of the Alpha universe. This truly is a problem. Xia Fei is the type of person who will abandon everything to protect his home. It seems that we'll have to formally start the war with the inverse within 3 days. You're sure that the inverse has more than 1,000 founders? Ulan asked. I'm certain. I already performed a scan, that number isn't an overestimation, Fukin replied gravely. The scan of a great spiritualist was much more accurate than that of a radar, but it had consumed quite a lot of Fukin's energy. Ulan collapsed into the spacious captain's chair of the Silver Spectre, one hand massaging his head. What should have been a very simple pre-battle scouting mission ended up like this. Anyone would have been caught off guard. What's your plan? Ulan asked calmly. Fukin shrugged helplessly. The problem right now isn't what I plan to do but rather what Xia Fei plans to do. I saw the look in his eyes, and that boy is on the brink of insanity, so one can say for sure what he will do next. Wu. Fukin and Ulan sighed. It was so weird. Simple missions like this one would always become messy when Xia Fei was involved. Now, these two peak spiritualists had been caught up in it. Back on the Silver Spectre, everyone realized that Xia Fei had changed. That smiling and carefree young man was gone, replaced by a tense person who was brimming with killing intent. There's no need to think it over. No one is allowed to touch my people. That's my bottom line. This was Xia Fei's reply when Fukin and Ulan tried to persuade him to rethink his course of action. Ulan and Fukin glanced at each other. No one could clearly stop this young man now. Then when do you plan to strike? Ulan and Fukin asked in unison. Xia Fei looked at the time on the screen and answered, the decisive battle will be 65 hours from now. Chapter 1147, Twin Wing Roar. The decisive battle will begin in 65 hours, Xia Fei said after looking at the time on the screen. Xia Fei had naturally made a conjecture. Nobody could be sure about the exact time, but Xia Fei was certain that the battle was bound to be abnormally fierce and gruesome. In war, attack and defense were two completely different concepts. The offensive side needed to make meticulous preparations and strike only at the weak point of the enemy, while the defensive side would be caught completely off guard, disadvantaged be it in terms of morale, time, or place. Xia Fei had been thinking about using a blitzkrieg strategy on the inverse this time. Alas, he discovered that the inverse had secretly built an ultimate weapon to use against the Lower Realm. This made the situation much messy. I really don't understand it. The inverse aren't some highly intelligent and advanced race, so how did they manage to build such a massive warship? Ulan looked at the video and information Fukin and Xia Fei brought back and asked. Fukin replied, maybe some master is helping the inverse out? In any case, I've never seen this level of warship anywhere else. It's not that no one can make one, but there's no practical use for a warship this massive. After all, we're warriors with dark energy, and the days where we fought only with warships are long over. Right now, a warship's greatest use is simply transportation. At this time, Xia Fei started up the Silver Spectre. Where are we going? Fukin and Ulan asked. The battlefield. Besides that, there's one more thing I need to confirm, replied Xia Fei coolly. The Cosmic Gate, the only path leading to the Lower Realm. Xia Fei left the Silver Spectre on his own and only returned after around 1 hour. How is it? What did you see? Fukin and Ulan asked nervously. Xia Fei lit a cigarette, a profound look in his eyes. I measured the Cosmic Gate's width, and sure enough, the warship was built for punching a hole through it. The gate's width is exactly the diameter of that spherical warship. As for the giant spikes extending from it, they're designed to destroy the sealing lines of the Cosmic Gate. The Cosmic Gate was actually a rather fuzzy concept. It was not an actual gate but rather a spatial singularity akin to a black hole or white hole. The warship the inverse had created was not meant to go through the passage but rather to destroy it. It was like the main gate of a mansion, but rather than going through the gate, one destroyed the walls connected to it, instead. Once the passage had been widened, the inverse could use their advantage in numbers to sweep through the Lower Realm. Last time, they had been blocked off at the entrance by the Lower Realm warriors led by Xia Fei, something that had left the inverse feeling very frustrated. However, if the passage was made extremely wide, it would be much more difficult to block it up with concentrated force. This time, the inverse would come completely prepared. Once Fukin and Ulan understood the situation, they asked, "The plans of the inverse are clear, so what do you plan to do?" Xia Fei smiled, pointing at the distance node, which linked this universe to the Lower Realm. "The plan is very simple, we will engage in a second decisive battle with the inverse at the Cosmic Gate." The orders were sent out, and the Aurora clan warriors were all shocked. Xia Fei was too bold, fighting a decisive battle with an entire race? Here. Even the most imaginative warrior could never have imagined this. Ulan had to appear again, encouraging the Aurora clan warriors to bravely join the battle. After an excellent speech, Ulan joined Fukin in the command deck for some tea. "How are things down below?" Fukin asked. "It's okay. The Auroras aren't some clan without combat power. In these 500 warriors, around 120 have obtained their soul marks, approximately 1/4 of the total, and only the bolder members of the clan have been selected," Ulan said. "So you're saying that these warriors are pretty decent fighters?" Fukin stroked his chin and asked. "You also know that the Aurora clan is a cultured and refined clan, not exactly combat material. Even after selection, these warriors are still very far from being ruthless fellows. I think that it will be good enough if they can at least maintain their composure and hold off the inverse attack. We can't expect too much of them beyond that," Ulan said with a sigh. It was clear that he did not have much hope in the combat power of the Aurora clan, with the main force still being him, Fukin, and Xia Fei. After a pause, Ulan took out a plant incubator from his ring. Inside the incubator was a rare blood-colored sword orchid, its tough and sharp leaves like numerous swords. "Do you need me to use this?" Ulan said, his teeth clenched. Fukin was startled, and then he erupted in laughter. "From what I know, it's your master who left you this, and it's the last one in the universe. Are you really willing to use it?" Ulan sighed. "I'm naturally unwilling, but I also don't want to see Xia Fei die. You know about my experiments. Xia Fei only has to spend a day in the cultivation room, and he makes up to 1 year of their progress. This is an opportunity for me and an opportunity for the spiritualists of botany to make a name for themselves. I don't want to lose it." Fukin waved his hand. "Forget it. You should keep your treasure. I'm sure that Xia Fei has a plan. If it's really no good, you still have me." Ulan nodded and put away the blood-colored sword orchid, his face brimming with affection as he did so. Fiendishwing Villa, the Skywing clan's mountaintop fortress. The weather was bright and clear, and the snowstorm that usually engulfed the fortress year-around had surprisingly given way to sunlight, the warmth of spring in the air. Grand Ancestor Xiaogukin was sharing a boisterous laughter with his grandchildren in the rear courtyard. The Skywings had never cared much about the rules, so everyone from old to young, particularly the Grand Ancestor, liked playing around. "All right. You little cubs, stop messing around. Xia Fei sent over some soul weapons specifically designed for us, those can be used in close combat. I already tried some out, and they're astonishingly powerful. As such, I'm planning to issue one to everyone, which is why I've gathered all of you here. Even those who can't use them for the moment should get used to the special attributes of soul weapons. Once you obtain soul marks, you can come and find me to get one," Xiaogukin announced. Everyone instantly became serious. The entire Lower Realm was talking about soul weapons. Everyone knew that those weapons were extremely powerful, and the divine weapons of the past were nothing compared to soul weapons. At present, the elders of the Lower Realm, who had already mustered the use of dark energy, all had soul weapons, causing their power to multiply. The entire Lower Realm was discussing this, and with Xia Fei having sent a batch of soul weapons made specifically for the Skywing clan, the eyes of the elite clans burned with desire and joy. Whoosh! Xiaogukin took out a pair of gauntlets from his spatial ring and said, "These are called the Twin Wing Roar." Xia Fei gave them this name. Twin Wing Roar. That's a good name. The Skywings are inheritors of the law of speed, and at full speed, we can fly across the galaxy as if we had wings on our backs. That name is practically made for us. Of course. Xia Fei is part of our clan, so he naturally has to name this weapon after our clan's specialty. The Skywing wolves excitedly chatted. Xiaogukin waved his hand and said, "My cubs, let me finish talking first. This Twin Wing Roar is a very wicked soul weapon. Based on my experience using it, it primarily pulls out the body's energy, taking the dark energy granted by our soul marks and unleashing it through our fists, not through the soul weapon. Xia Fei's letter described the attributes of this soul weapon. I've thought it through and determined that it's basically meant for our soul use. Other people really can't do much with such a type of soul weapon. After all, this thing is meant for close combat, only working when one is right in front of an enemy, which is precisely what we excel at. Everyone nodded. Getting up close using their speed, charging in as one, was the standard tactic of the Skywing clan's Wolfpack formation. The twin wing roars would undoubtedly multiply the power of the Skywing's famed Wolfpack formation, perhaps even by several dozen times. A close combat soul weapon. That's truly wonderful. When we brothers surround our enemies and use such soul weapons to punch them, they'll be lucky if they only get pounded into dregs. Only a few punches? We're speed warriors. Give me 1 second and I can give them 10,000 punches. That's right. It's exactly what we speed warriors are good at. The Skywing wolves all began to give their opinions on how to encircle and tear apart enemies. Everyone here was an expert at that. I know everything that you're saying. I'll now teach you all how to use these twin wing roars. As for how to uncover these gloves' potential, you should think about it on your own, Xia Guoken laughed heartily and said. He was also very happy to have gotten twin wing roar. It was a huge deal for the Skywings to have their personal soul weapons. Xia Guoken put on the twin wing roar and prepared to exhibit the power of the gloves to the Skywing warriors. At this moment, the thundering of drums resounded through Fiendish Wing Villa. The demonic wing token. Grand Ancestor, the demonic wing token is flashing red. Our people are in trouble. The drums were a signal for the warriors of the Law Realm to assemble, and the demonic wing token would be activated whenever a member of the Skywing clan was in mortal danger. Within 1 second, the demonic wing token and the war drums had both sounded. All of the Skywing wolves became tense. Whoosh! The chief manager of Fiendish Wing Villa, Xia Ke, rushed over at top speed and said, "Hurry! Something terrible has happened. All of the Law Realm must assemble." The signal was sent out from the Cosmic Gate. The spatial gates have all been activated. We must hurry over. The Law Realm must assemble. Then what about our demonic wing token? Who's been attacked? Xia Guoken shouted. Xia Guanghai. It was his turn to guard the Cosmic Gate today, Xia Ke said sternly. The Cosmic Gate. The war drums and the demonic wing token all pointed to the Cosmic Gate. There was clearly a serious problem there. What are you standing around for? All Skywing warriors of Law Sage cultivation and above should head over to the Cosmic Gate at once. Xia Guoken ordered. The Skywing wolves were just about to go to the battlefield through the spatial gates, but at this moment, the armored Great Soul Hunter Hosu ran over from the front courtyard, his face pale and devoid of blood, his entire figure seemingly much thinner. What are you doing? Xia Guoken hurriedly went to support Hosu. Hosu had yet to fully recover from sealing the Cosmic Gate, and while he had Xia Fei's healing-type soul weapon to treat him every day, the injuries from that time were far too serious. He was still very far from his peak state, and so the Skywings had been tending to him all this time at Fiendish Wing Villa. My seal, it's breaking, the stern Hosu said. Hosu had laid down the seal, naturally, he understood its condition more than anyone else. Whoosh! The Skywing wolves went instantly pale at those words. Chapter 1148, Desperate Grounds. The situation around the Cosmic Gate was tense. Whoosh! Whoosh! The warriors of the Law Realm arrived in batches, their faces grave and many of them wounded. The frenzied defensive battle at the Cosmic Gate had yet to fade from memory, but a new danger was already here. The Law Realm would once more have to fight with its back to the water. The Skywing wolves strode out of a spatial gate, the various warriors around all looking at them with respect. The Skywings were no longer just a clan but a real legend, instead. Look! The Skywings are here. Grand Ancestor, hurry and give us your orders. Everyone is waiting, shouted the warriors. Xia Guoken waved his hand and replied, Everyone, don't panic. Let me get a clear understanding of the situation first. Leaders of all clans present, inform your warriors Law Sage and above to assemble at once. Xia Guoken's voice was loud and resolute, inspiring confidence in the warriors, causing their faces to relax. After all, the Skywings had proven their power multiple times before. As long as these madmen were around, the Law Realm still had hope, or at least that was what they all thought. Old man, we're in trouble this time, Xia Guanghai walked up to Xia Guoken and whispered. What happened? Xia Guoken asked. Xia Guanghai pointed down below. The Cosmic Gate has been under the constant surveillance of our search specialists. Several minutes later, those below sent word that the inverse had suddenly withdrawn their guards in the passage, and they were able to somewhat sense a massive metallic object moving in the direction of the Cosmic Gate. The seal prevents us from getting a complete understanding of it, but the three searchers at the time all confirmed that it's something of an enormous size, or else it wouldn't give off such a clear signal. Xia Guoken frowned and gave a slight nod. He waved his hand at his clan's searcher, Xia Geng, and said, "You go and take a look." Yes. Xia Geng went off, and everyone else restlessly waited for his report. The seal meant that even the strongest search specialist could only detect weak signals at the border region, from their conjecturing the movements of the inverse. Now that the huge warship was approaching, the signal it gave was coming in loud and clear. It was apparent that only something gargantuan could give off a signal that was able to penetrate through the barrier and enter the minds of these search specialists. Xia Geng quickly jumped out of the abyss, his face slightly pale as he walked up to Xia Guoken and whispered, "It's true. The signal is very clear. The enemy warriors have retreated, and all that's left is that giant object moving toward us. From the signal, it's easy to see that it's made of metal. It's probably a warship." "A warship?" Xia Guoken was startled. "A very big warship." Xia Geng exhaled. "It's extremely big. Xia Fei's titans are each the size of a planet, but a conservative estimate of that thing's size is several dozen planets." Everyone went pale in shock. The Lore Realm had utterly been shocked by Xia Fei's planet-sized warships. They simply could not believe that an even larger warship would appear. Xia Guoken turned to look at Hosu, who was the only warrior here from the Alpha universe, hoping that the former could offer some useful information. Hosu shook his head. 1. I don't know what that giant warship is. 2. That thing truly is an enormous threat to the seal I laid down, and this I understand more than anyone else. 3. I no longer have the ability to apply another seal. Xia Guoken thought for a few seconds, and then he erupted in laughter, his eyes exploding with bone-chilling killing intent. Relax. The Lore Realm is our home, so there's no reason to rely solely on your help. The Lore Realm isn't the same as before, and though the inverse are very strong, I'll make sure that they'll lose their arms. Xia Guoken said coldly. Everyone was taken aback. They all knew that the Skywing Grand Ancestor was not one to bluff, for these madmen always did what they said. Right. If we fight to the death, we're not guaranteed to lose. Skywings, we'll follow your lead. The warriors grew excited. In the previous war, the Lore Realm, which had lost many warriors, regarded the inverse as a mortal foe. Xia Guanghai, notify the Mech clan. Have them bring out all of Xia Fei's titans. I already notified them. Sentinel Goddess Sophie will be personally leading the force, and they're currently on their way to the spatial gate. Good. We'll wait here and kill anyone who tries to get through. Xia Guoken raised an arm and roared. The power of leadership was immense, which was why the saying went that a single burning soldier could set the entire army aflame. The Lore Realm might have been the weaker side, but it had the Skywings. The craziest of the crazies. On the other side of the Cosmic Gate, in the Alpha universe, which represented the higher realm of dark energy, a warship of unimaginable size was slowly approaching the gate. The Titans and the inverse warship were both warships of massive size, but they gave off completely different auras. The Titans were frenzied beasts, lions with their fangs bared, but the inverse warship was a mysterious sea urchin, its weird and enormous body inextricably associated with venom and conspiracy. Strange. Why are these warships backing up? On board the Silver Spectre, Ulan frowned. Xia Fei snorted. To pick up speed. For it to have the maximum effect, it needs some distance for acceleration. That way, it can ram into the Cosmic Gate with the greatest impact possible. Fukin and Ulan nodded. This method was similar to how Xia Fei used inertia to travel in a curve. It was all to build up speed. Something even more shocking happened next. Numerous small and medium-sized warships entered the massive capital ship, making up an uncountably vast army. There were so many ships and squadrons that they blotted out the stars. Why are they going into the warship? Wouldn't it be better to guard the perimeter? Radix asked curiously. Xia Fei explained. Maybe they know that the moment this super warship activates, it'll create an enormous shockwave that can damage the small warships nearby. Another possibility is that the inverse saw the crazy side of the Lore Realm in the last battle, and they no longer want to suffer too many losses trying to break out of the encirclement, so they plan to use this giant ship to send their army straight into the belly of the Lower Realm and get around the encirclement. Everyone was startled. Both of these conjectures implied that the inverse had put some thorough research into the Lower Realm this time, which was not good news. However, Xia Fei surprisingly smiled. He lit a cigarette and said indifferently, "You brought this upon yourselves, don't blame me for this." The immense warship moved slowly. Moreover, moving around an army was not easy, so Xia Fei ended up waiting a whole 4 hours. A tense mood filled the inside of the warship. In the cargo bay, the Aurora clan warriors waited. They had no idea what they were about to face, only that they were probably going to break the clan's law against killing. Xia Fei, Fukin, and Ulan were also waiting for what Xia Fei believed as the ideal moment. Strangely, Xia Fei had yet to give the order, allowing the inverse to complete their prep work. The Silver Spectre was like a venomous snake, quietly lurking in an asteroid belt. Rumble. The sea urchin-like ship began to spew dazzling flames. 1 flame, 2, 3. The entire back half of the ship was fitted with several dozen thrusters. All of them activated, creating sounds like the roars of a monster. The speed began to increase, the strange warship moving faster and faster. The warship was shaking. All of space was shaking. In this situation, Xia Fei still remained incomprehensibly calm. He silently smoked his cigarette, a sinister glint in his eyes. Xia Fei was very calm, but Fukin and Ulan could no longer hold themselves back. They did not know what Xia Fei's plan was, but they all felt like he was in the middle of losing his last chance. "You're still not doing anything. It'll be too late soon. Trust me when I say that this guy's energy value is terrifying. The cosmic gate won't be able to stop it." The two spiritualists offered their opinions, but Xia Fei just closed his eyes and said, "In my home, there's a saying that success can only be achieved when on desperate grounds. Trust me, what I want isn't a win but rather to wipe that wicked race off the face of the universe. As such, we must take on the maximum risk." Although Xia Fei's eyes were closed, his voice brimmed with a resolve that transcended all. No doubt that Xia Fei was a crazy gambler, and he was taking a gamble this time as well. He was gambling with his fate and the fate of the Lower Realm. Ulan and Fukin sighed and forced themselves to keep watching. Their overly nervous states prevented them from noticing that the normally talkative Radix had not said anything for several hours now. It was as if he were holding himself back, just awaiting Xia Fei's order. Rumble. The ship soon reached maximum speed, a speed enough to ram through space. The sea urchin ship turned red as it slammed into the cosmic gate that protected the Lower Realm. The Lower Realm. The fabric of space trembled, fiercely trembled. It was a sound that could break the mind. Even the inverse army of trillions from last time could not even match 1,000th of this sound. Pressure. Unbelievable pressure. No one knew what would emerge from the cosmic gate, and fear had many of the warriors verging on insanity. "Xiaogang, what in the world is it?" Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan asked grimly. It was clear that the Lower Realm's strongest war god was being rather serious right now. I don't know," responded Xiaogang rather frantically, merely repeating his words. Rumble. Finally, that giant warship rammed through the cosmic gate, its bizarre form flying through space. Frenzied killing intent engulfed the stars, as if countless death gods were looking out from the massive ship, staring at each one of them. "It's down. The cosmic gate is down. We're done for." Someone covered their head and yelled this. Everyone's hearts constricted, the blood in their veins freezing. Chapter 1149, Success Achieved. The cosmic gate had finally fallen under the attack of the inverse. A sea urchin-shaped warship of titanic size had rammed apart that spatial node. Like a giant behemoth, it charged in from that other universe. The shattering of space created unbelievably huge shockwaves, and many people were pushed into the depths of the universe by the ripples as if they were nothing but helpless ants in front of a hurricane. The entire defense line had collapsed. For a whole year, the Lower Realm had shipped over all the resources it could to the cosmic gate to set up a defense line, which had numerous weapons and defensive measures installed. Alas, with the entry of this super warship, more than half of these weapons had been destroyed, depriving the defense of its combat power. In the distance, the shockwave had also ruined the formation of the Titan fleet. Although the Titan fleet was swiftly getting back into formation under Sophie's orders, these Titans were large and slow creatures, so they could not present any combat power for a short time. Whoosh! Whoosh! A warrior crawled out of the ruins, dragging an old man with him. Patriarch, are you okay? The warrior roared. Forget about me. Hurry and reorganize our men. Go into battle. Their eyes suddenly widened, for the sea urchin-like inverse ship had already stopped in space. Countless firing ports opened up on every angle of the ship, a 360-degree coverage. Pa! With a clack, the countless hangars within the ship opened, and countless inverse warriors poured out. After executing their meticulous plan, the inverse army had finally made landfall in the Lore Realm. The most up-to-date noves are published on Fruitno.lo. The Lore Realm warriors were in the middle of getting back to their feet, not expecting that the first thing they would see was such a despairing sight. The inverse army flooded through space, blotting out the sea of stars. As the inverse warship accelerated, the Silver Spectre hidden in the asteroid belt quietly removed its disguise. Like a cunning hunter, it traced the route of the giant warship. Rumble. The inverse warship was traveling at maximum speed, giant flames coming out of its thrusters. The enemy has reached maximum speed. Radix reported nervously. Xiafei raised an eyebrow and said severely, engines at 50% power, activate. Whoosh. The Silver Spectre silently moved out of the asteroid belt, following the back of the giant inverse warship. Though it was only at 50% speed, the Silver Spectre was much faster than the inverse warship. Their positions were very distinct, the giant warship in front and the Silver Spectre trailing right behind. Rumble. Without any sort of suspense, the inverse warship rammed through the cosmic gate. At the same time, Xiafei sent out his order. Begin overclocking. Engines at 150% power. Prepare the escape pods. Radix immediately adjusted the Silver Spectre's energy distribution, and the Silver Spectre accelerated, resulting in a stunning sight. This ship was not too large, but it advanced at such an incredible speed it began to shudder visibly. It was as if it could fall apart at any second. Right now, it was even dragging a long tail of flame behind, more majestic than the trail of 1,000 comets. The speed was just too fast, and in 1 second, the Silver Spectre had caught up to the inverse warship. At this time, the inverse warship had just released its warriors from its hold. Before they had any time to attack, they were set upon by this crazy and weird warship. All of you can go now, Radix said sternly. Xiafei gave a slight nod. After taking one last glance at the determined Radix, he pulled Ulan and Fukin to the escape pods. Radix, this single soul, was left alone in the command deck of the Silver Spectre. This was not important. What was important was that Radix was looking very fervently at the giant sea urchin-like warship. His tall and thin figure standing next to the window, Radix felt like he really had flesh and blood, as if he was still alive. Young lord, I'm coming. Radix glanced at that warship, his eyes brimming with killing intent and disdain. Radix returned to the fiendish blade Nirvana, and the Silver Spectre continued to accelerate madly. Enter unlimited acceleration mode. Radix muttered to himself. Although Xiafei was not at his side to give orders, he gave himself orders out of habit. Unlimited acceleration meant sending all energy to the engine without caring how much the ship could handle. This was naturally very dangerous, but Xiafei had calculated everything out. Only the craziest of methods could turn the tables at one go. The inverse warship was far too large, so large that nothing could shake it. It was like using a hammer to pummel the earth. What damage could a little hammer do to a planet? The only hope was speed. Crazy and reckless speed. With the power of speed, even the small Silver Spectre could deal a lethal strike to such an enormous warship. Thus, Xiafei had decided on this crazy plan, warship versus warship. The fastest ship in the universe, the Silver Spectre, would ram into the inverse mothership at a speed never achieved before. The result was impossible to predict, but Xiafei knew that if he did not do this, he and the Lore Realm would not even have a ghost of a chance. Radix, as the controller of the Soul Ship, and the Silver Spectre's hyper-intelligent AI core, had bravely accepted this most dangerous job. Under his control, the Silver Spectre would complete this crazy assault. The distance closed, and the Silver Spectre reached absurd speeds. It was impossible to describe this scene in words. The inverse warriors forgot their mission, dumbly watching as the Silver Spectre crazily flew over. The Lore Realm warriors stared at that silver streak of light with widened eyes as it approached at unimaginable speed, sans a clue at what it was trying to do. Faster! 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 Radix bellowed savagely. Radix had long ceased to be that cultured and refined Aurora clan warrior, having seemingly been infected by Xia Fei's madness. Right now, his eyes were red with blood as Radix brimmed with much excitement. Either it would all be for naught or he would have his revenge. Finally, that giant warship and that grain-sized warship collided. Strangely, there was no sound on impact, as though everyone was watching a movie on mute. The small ship plunged into the giant warship like a knife slicing into tofu. Poof! The Silver Spectre disappeared. Many people thought that this was a dream, and perhaps it was only in a dream that something so crazy could take place. From unreal to real. Only a second. 1 second later, the giant warship became a ball of flame, a giant ball of flame the size of several hundred suns. Sound traveled to everyone's ears, causing most of them to cover their ears as their faces contorted in pain. Another second later, the Lorelm warriors all jumped in the air. This was the shockwave. After all, the explosion of such a huge warship contained a crazy amount of energy. Many people thought that this was what the end of days was like. The warship's calamitous explosion persisted for a long time. No one knew what exactly had happened, as no one had been able to keep their eyes open when that explosion took place. No matter how strong the warriors were, they were thrown about like fallen leaves in a tempest. It was difficult to imagine the misery the inverse caught up in the center of the explosion were experiencing. In this process, nobody noticed the several dozen escape pods that had been launched from the Silver Spectre before it went through the Cosmic Gate, and even more so, nobody noticed that a force had already finished assembling in the chaos. Bang! Xia Guanghai shattered the debris over his head and stood up in the ruins, frantically patting the dust off his face. At this moment, a strong and forceful arm pulled him straight out of the debris. Seems that you're not dead yet. Xia Guanghai's eyes flew open and saw Xia Fei's smiling face. Pa! Without a word, Xia Guanghai punched Xia Fei in the chest. He then said excitedly, "Of course, I'm not dead. I didn't think that you'd still be alive." Whoosh! At this time, the ruins became restless, debris flying up. The scene beneath the debris was very strange, for the Skywing Wolves had formed a human wall that had Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan firmly underneath it. It was as if everyone had worked together to protect the Patriarch from the moment the collapse started. "You cubs! Your Grand Ancestor is tougher than you think. I won't die that easily." Xiaogukan yelled, his face pale. Though he was scolding them, he could not hide the emotion on his face. This was just how the Skywings were. While they were normally very laid back, when a war began, they would display an astonishing unity. More than 1,000 people had worked in unison, all of them only thinking of protecting the Grand Ancestor, but this had resulted in a very embarrassing development. All of them rushing together had almost stifled Xiaogukan to death. "Xia Fei! It's really Xia Fei! You're not dead!" The Skywing Wolves realized what was going on and happily turned to Xia Fei. As for Ulan, Fukan and the Aurora clan warriors behind him, the Skywings had chosen to ignore their existences in the meantime. "Do you all want to see me dead that badly?" Xia Fei chuckled. Xiaogukan shook his head and sighed. "Was that your work again, you brat?" Xia Fei nodded. "Ha, good job." Xiaogukan waved his hand and said, his eyes erupting with killing intent. "Now isn't the time to chat, my cubs. Kill. No survivors." Xiaogukan raised his arms and called. Whoosh! This mood change was incomprehensibly abrupt. Just moments, everyone had been laughing and smiling, but when the Grand Ancestor gave the order, these laughing warriors became wolves, their eyes erupting with flame. "Only dead. Leave no one alive." Xiaogukan pointed at the wrecks of the inverse warships. He could tell that there were still some surviving inverse in them. Whoosh! The Skywing Wolves immediately began to move, charging into the fray. Those warriors who had also managed to shake off the shock of the explosion also joined the Skywings. Whoosh! A surviving inverse pulled himself out of the debris, only to be set upon by the Skywing Wolves. In the blink of an eye, he had been torn to shreds. His blood and guts littering the area. Chapter 1150, Loss. Bang! With a massive boom, Skywing founder Xia Xiang unleashed a thunderous attack that blasted apart the head of a surviving inverse. Gore exploded everywhere. The twin wing roar is so strong. "Xia Fei, I like it." Xia Xiang laughed heartily as he waved a pair of bloody gloves. As a peak law god of the Skywing clan, Xia Xiang had long ago ascended to founder, tapped into dark energy, and learned how to use a soul weapon. Xia Fei nodded. "It's fine as long as you like it. This is only the beginning." You will come to understand more and more the true power of the twin wing roar. Xia Xiang gave Xia Fei a heavy pat on the shoulder before turning around and throwing himself back into the fight. Fukan and Ulan came up to Xia Fei. Ulan said in surprise, "Is this the Skywing clan that you spoke of? These madmen are really quite powerful. Their rank isn't high, but when they fight, they're all reckless and ruthless." Xia Fei smiled. "As I've always said, the Skywings are invincible. This doesn't have much of a direct relationship with level, for they're crazier and more ruthless. It's rare for warriors to have such traits, and besides, the clan already has more than 10 founders. 1 year ago, when I left, the Grand Ancestor was the sole founder." Dust nodded. This sort of situation is known as level explosion. These warriors were repressed too hard in the past, but they actually had the strength to advance to the founder tier. Alas, someone forced them to remain at the lower levels, creating many challenges to advancing. Now that this limit has been broken, it won't be long for the Skywing clan to produce hundreds of founders. This is something that I'm very sure about. Just look at their 7th brain regions, all are very open. Once they can tap into dark energy, they'll undoubtedly soar upward. Xia Fei also appeared to be very excited. Not just the Skywings, the Lore Realm as a whole was much stronger than before. In the past, several founders had kept the Lore Realm under control, but now, the Lore Realm had several hundred founders. In 1 year, the number had even surpassed 1,000. To call this phenomenon level explosion was not an exaggeration at all. The longer one was repressed, the greater the explosion would be, and no one could say what the upper limit of the Lore Realm was and how many founders it would eventually produce. In short, as long as it was given enough time, this universe, which had been under the Inverse's firm grip for so long, would inevitably welcome its spring. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements, someone screamed. The voice seemed to belong to one of the Aurora clan warriors. Xia Fei was startled and quickly flew to the front. When he arrived, he saw an Inverse with golden eyes. This high-level Inverse had exploded with much killing intent. Several Aurora clan warriors had surrounded this surviving Inverse, but they did not dare to step forward, for this one exuding a terrifying strength had the power of an intermediate founder. Thus, the Aurora clan warriors had settled for merely surrounding this Inverse at a safe distance. "Where's the enemy? Where?" Xia Fei was just about to strike when several Skywing warriors arrived. Unlike the Aurora clan warriors, the Skywing came with eyes red from immense bloodlust. Murderous energy radiated from their bodies. Wolf pack formation. Kill him. Rumble. They moved far too quickly. The Skywing warriors instantly took up the wolf pack formation and charged in, tearing apart that surviving Inverse with golden eyes in a flash. The Aurora clan warriors were all left dumbfounded. These were the Skywings. When they saw an enemy, they would try to get at them first. The power of the wolf pack formation had far surpassed their actual level. Ugh! I was a little too slow. Xiaojing got here first. Xia Guanghai bemoaned his tardiness, apparently rather frustrated that he was unable to get in a few swipes. "There are still some alive over there." Awoo! Whoosh! The Skywing wolves instantly charged over with raised weapons, appearing like devils descending upon mortals. The Aurora clan warriors swallowed as they took it all in, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Surround and kill. These were only what could be seen on the surface. What was truly amazing was the Skywing's combat mentality. The Inverse with golden eyes were very powerful, but these warriors did not show the slightest hesitation, raising their weapons and charging in. Such an insane combat mentality was what made a true warrior. Xia Fei smiled as he grabbed an Inverse with golden eyeballs and said, "It seems like there's nothing to worry about. My brothers can already surround and kill Inverse with golden eyes. Their combat power is far superior to what it used to be." Suddenly, Xia Fei had an idea. The Aurora clan warriors had the level but lacked the intimidating aura, and who had a more intimidating aura than the Skywing wolves? Rather than having them study tactics on their own, it would be better to have them follow the Skywings. Would they not learn the real laws of survival? Thus, Xia Fei immediately sought Xia Guoken and explained the situation to him, to which Xia Guoken happily agreed. The 500 Aurora clan warriors were distributed among the Skywing squads and were tasked with guarding the perimeter. Any warrior would feel alarmed upon first contact with the Skywings. These reckless and unreasonable madmen were definitely unique in the universe. They seemed to have been born for battle, and when they revealed their savage side, the universe would pale. The shock was even greater for the refined and cultured Aurora clan warriors. Even the Alpha universe had never heard of such crazy warriors. They used soul weapons to attack, hands to tear, and teeth to bite. The Skywing wolves did not care as long as they could kill their enemies. Skywing's business. Those uninvolved can scram. Someone shouted the clan slogan, and more people began to crazily recite this slogan in the sea of stars. The arrogance, the unparalleled madness, was all on full display. Xia Fei's heart thumped. He felt like he had returned to the era where he fiercely battled alongside his brothers, where the Skywing wolves shouted this slogan and slew anything in their path, dismantling the Luo realm and rebuilding it. After a while, Xia Guoqin called Xia Fei over. Xia Fei introduced Fukin and Yulan to the Grand Ancestor. This was the first time they had met, but they were all rather affectionate with each other. Fukin had always liked Xia Fei's persistence and unwillingness to take a loss, and now that he had encountered this group of warriors who were all like Xia Fei, he naturally took a liking to them, too. Yulan, on the other hand, was very shocked. Xia Fei, what level are you at right now? Xia Guoqin asked with a smile. 3 soul marks, Xia Fei replied. Xia Guoqin was startled, an embarrassed look on his face. After all, he had only reached 3 soul marks himself. It was quite shameful for the patriarch to let a clan member catch up to him. What about your fiend wing? Xia Guoqin asked. It was Xia Fei's turn to be embarrassed. For some reason, Xia Fei was stuck with one fiend wing. The other one had yet to unfurl despite how high his level was. Xia Guoqin shook his head. While dark energy is good, you can't disregard what has been passed down by our ancestors. Have you been cultivating the law of speed lately? Xia Fei scratched his head and replied, I really haven't been cultivating the law of speed much. There's been plenty demanding my attention recently. Xia Guoqin said, Your problem is that you're dabbling in too much, but that's not a bad thing. After all, that's your specialty. There's no one in our clan with as broad of a skill set as you, but speed is the Skywing clan's foundation and root. You're the only other fiend wing other than me, so I hope that you can unfurl your second fiend wing soon. When the time comes, you might make many new discoveries. Xia Guoqin mysteriously blinked his eyes at Xia Fei. Xia Guoqin had never put on airs, and he rarely spoke in such an officious tone, too, so Xia Fei was left feeling rather uncomfortable. Right, where's Hosu? Xia Fei asked. Xia Guoqin thought for a bit and then replied, he said he'd look for his brother and went into that giant wreckage. He seemed to be very uneasy. Xia Fei was startled. Hosu and Radix had an extremely good relationship. With the two of them having been through so many trials, they naturally treated each other like brothers. Hosu had definitely sensed Radix and gone to look for him. Xia Fei used his mental connection to communicate with Radix and ask him what was up with him, but he received no answer. This was very strange. Xia Fei could sense that Radix was not very far from him, but for some reason, he could not establish contact with him. This situation had never happened before. Something must have happened. Xia Fe muttered. He shot off toward the wreckage of that gargantuan warship, Xia Guoqin, Fukin, and Yulan following him in confusion. Plush! With a thrust of his white dragon's screech, Xia Fei killed a surviving inverse and strode into the wreckage. The inverse's giant capital ship was huge and tough. In fact, the explosion triggered by the Silver Spectre's impact had failed to blast apart the outer shell. At this time, it was a giant lump of black metal, riddled with holes as it floated in space. The insides of the ship had been obliterated, the equipment and instruments within had been blasted out into space, leaving behind a large space. The Silver Spectre's prow was buried in the wreckage, leaving the rear half sticking out like a spear in the dirt. Xia Fei arrived quickly and saw Hosu dumbly standing outside the ship. Despite the massive explosion, the Silver Spectre had only suffered some frictional damage. The outer shell was still intact, a sign of just how tough the warship was. Where's Radix? Xia Fei asked. Hosu shook his head. There is no Radix. I don't know where he went. Xia Fei was stunned, crying in dismay, impossible. It can't be. I can clearly sense his existence, so how can he not be here? Xia Fei had a connection with Radix, and as he knew that the latter was safe, he had not worried about him much, but now, Hosu was telling him that Radix could not be found in the Silver Spectre. Xia Fei could simply not believe it. Whoosh! Xia Fei charged into the warship, but there was truly no sign of Radix in the command deck. Even Xia Fei's fiendish blade Nirvana had vanished. What's going on? What the hell is going on here? Xia Fei yelled. Radix, hurry and answer me, where are you? Alas, there was still no reply to Xia Fei's shouts. He could sense Radix's existence, but he was unable to communicate with him at all, and his every shout was met with silence, like a stone sinking into the ocean. After several minutes, Xia Fei walked out of the Silver Spectre in a daze, his eyes filled with much confusion. He looked back at the warship, which might have come from beyond this universe, and suddenly felt as if he did not recognize it. This ship, just how many secrets does it have? I'm not wrong. Radix has to be inside. Xia Fei muttered incomprehensibly. Before one wave had settled, another had stirred. Just when Xia Fei thought that he had won, he suddenly found that he had lost his personal soul servant along with his fiend blade.